To go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-ins are for the whole family. Men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever.
This is Will Walker with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 34 and overcast. With your Fox Valley forecast, I'm Will Walker on WRMN, the talk of the town.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it, and in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
Here's the deal. We gotta set ourselves up. See, retirement is the long game. We gotta make moves and make them early. Set up goals. Don't worry about a setback. Just save up and stack up to reach them. Let's put ourselves in the right position. Pre-game to greater things.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome to WRMN, your trusted voice in the Fox River Valley for over 75 years. We bring you fact-based news, good faith discussions, and entertainment that brings people together. From national headlines to local stories, WRMN is your home for thoughtful dialogue and community engagement. No matter the time of day, where you're listening from, or who you are always welcome here. Thanks for making us a part of your day. This is the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Marky's got the insights, Susie's got the attitude, and you get the best seat in the house. Mornings just got a whole lot more interesting. This is the WRMN Morning Show, only on WRMN 1410 AM and WRMN1410.com.
Good Monday morning. It is the WRMN Morning Show. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let me introduce everybody who's in here with me.
We got a party going on up in here.
Absolutely. Sue Castle jumping in as well, the normal voice you hear. Thank you very much, Sue, for letting me on today.
Wow, I don't get called normal very often. I appreciate that. Good morning, Fox River Valley.
Hey, I'll introduce one and you can introduce the other.
All right.
I've got Derek Geyer sitting right next to me, who is on the Rise on Saturday mornings here on WRMN, part of the River Valley Sports Network, the River Media Network Sports, to be more specific on it. Thank you, Derek, for being here.
Oh my God, is it early?
Are you caffeinated?
I tried to.
It's just not working.
Not gonna lie, it's not working yet.
You're typically not a morning guy?
No, not at all. I'm barely lucky that I make it in for my show on Saturday mornings from 8 to 10.
Okay, well, welcome. I'll poke you.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, you know me, Suzie C, and this guy right here, Mike Reed, the village president and king of the Hampshire Kingdom, is here to entertain and enlighten with us this morning. Are you caffeinated?
I'm trying to be. It's not working either.
Okay.
It's okay.
Am I the only
Didn't
one?
sleep very well last night. I was too excited about this, I guess.
Okay.
So,
there it is.
Got about an hour and a half of sleep, so we'll see how this goes.
A good mix of sleepy and excited. Ooh, it's going to be fun.
That'll be me Friday after I close and then open. So be ready. Friday, you might have to throw things at me. I'm usually good. I'm just a little punchy.
That's true. We needed this many people to make up Mark. Mark is on vacation for this week.
Look at 3 of them.
So we needed 3 people to help him.
He's got his Speedo packed, and he is ready to go.
I didn't need that visual.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. It is Monday. I don't need Marky B, popping in my head in his banana hammock.
Good morning, Marky B.
This is a show that's been put together quite a bit over the last week or so. Mayor Mike has definitely been taking the yeoman's work of a lot of this stuff. We have Jeannie Mayer, Tom Apple. We've got, let's see here, Jimmy Vassell as well. All here, and all will be taking calls while we've got the usual nonsense.
The huge.
But first, let's get to the Pledge of Allegiance, and then that way we can get this ball rolling. So, without further ado, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was good.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I remembered it.
We practiced.
You probably haven't said it since, what, 3rd grade?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
At least.
Well, you got it. Look at you. You're on it today, mister.
Just like we did in rehearsal.
You were back in the green room?
Yeah, back in the green room, making sure it was there. Hey, Sue, what's the question of the day?
Oh, I hope you are ready, because it's a fun one. So if you could star in any movie, past or present, what would it be?
Ooh.
So for me, any movie with Jason Momoa, and the more romantic scenes, the better. So I'm just making up movies in my head right now. But yeah, anything Jason Momoa,
Aquaman,
and not a cartoon either.
Are you in there with the baby oil and making sure that he's all shined up?
I absolutely would do that. There's a word for that, but we'll skip that. But yeah, I would absolutely. I need to be his sidekick.
847-931-1410, 847-931-1410. When we come back at the bottom of the hour, we're going to go ahead and take some callers so that you can answer the Suzie Q of the day. Roger Bro already coming in saying, good morning, First Shifters. Have a great day. Edward Marsh. Hi, Suzie C. Good morning. Hi, First Shifters.
Good morning.
Old Faithful. Good morning, Sonar and Suzie C. and the First Shifters. Linda Carter getting in. Good morning, First Shifters. Welcome back to Monday morning. Have a blessed day. We got the first prayer. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. Roger Bros got in the first prayers on that one. We've also got, let's see here, good morning, Shifters from Keith. We've also got Linda saying good morning to Suzie and Sonar. John coming in and says, Shifters, it's Crayola Crayon Day. Whenever my wife is upset, I let her color my tattoos. Sometimes she just needs a shoulder to crayon.
Bump. That was the joke of the day.
Where's that rim shot?
Oh, I'm sure I'll pull it up.
Where's the rim shot?
Don't worry. When the show airs live, we'll put that in post.
Yeah. We'll put it up.
Everything's better in post.
Hector Soto comes in and says, good morning, Mark, Suzie C. and the First Shifters from Hector, Nene Rose, Jeremiah, and Uncle Boom Boom.
In the house.
In the house.
Right there. Let's see here.
Raising the roof.
Marky B and Suzie C can't stay away forever. Well, welcome back, John.
Yeah, he was in Ireland, and he was sending us stuff from Ireland. Every day he was gone. When I say loyal listener, loyal listener.
Was it Guinness?
Yeah, he was sending pictures of Guinea or Guinness and sheep. Lots of sheep. So.
Good Faithful, Old Faithful comes in, says, good morning, Derek and Mike R. Good morning, everyone. Have a blessed day. And, of course, comforting Kathleen. Good morning, First Shifters. Wishing you all a wonderful and safe day. A plethora of sunshines and prayers all coming through the text line there. Sue, if anybody wanted to text us on that text line, what's that number?
That text number is 505-926-1410.
When we come back, we will dive into what Mayor Reed has to say about what movie he would want to go in. That, of course, is the Suzie Q of the day. My name is Dennis. That's Mike. That's Sue. That is Derek. And we will be back after this.
799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Mooseheart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
Want to know what the shepherds did after they visited the Christ child? Read the short novel, The Good Shepherds, a Christmas combat story by Michael Tooman. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at Silink.net. That is PSYLINK.net. Papa Sierra Yankee, Lima India November Kilo, November Echo Tango.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. you'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Cleanup on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm filling in for the Marky B, but we've got Sue Castle that you normally hear on the morning show, starting, of course, at the ever early, I wouldn't say bright, but the ever early 6 a.m. Thanks, Sue, for letting me on.
Well, good morning and thank you. Sorry, I'm having computer issues and I'm fighting with the computer and I'm kind of like, stop fighting with me.
Oh, no, it's because it got jealous of the other two that showed
I think
up.
so.
Could be.
She's not getting enough attention.
There it is. Sue, what is the Suzie Q of the day?
Okay, are you ready?
Let's go.
If you could star in any movie, past or present, what would it be?
Ooh, I don't know. I think I would pick Roger Rabbit.
Oh.
I think living in a world of cartoons and people and a place that you could just go, like Cartoonville or whatever, would be cool.
That would be super fun.
And no repercussions or anything.
Right?
Jessica Rabbit was pretty easy on the eyes, too,
That's
just
very
saying.
true. That's very true. She was just drawn that way, right? She still wasn't bad. What about you, Mike Reed?
I'm a big fan of Grumpy Old Men, so being in that movie would be pretty good. I think I'd make a good John Gustafson or.
Oh my gosh, that would be about the last thing.
Max Goldman.
But that's perfect for you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That would be fantastic. Go ahead, Derek. What you got?
I have two.
Two? Okay.
So remember that Michael Douglas movie way back when, Falling Down?
Falling Down? I think so.
Yeah.
Is that
where
the one?
he's basically like taking no crap from anyone and just you reach the breaking point.
That's the one where he's at the restaurant for breakfast.
Yeah.
And he's like, why does it stop at 10:30?
Yeah,
Like,
it's 10:33. I just want my whatever it was that he was ordering, and then he unleashes hell. And then there's the Iron Man, because I mean not so much for the movie, but for the paycheck.
Okay. To just be in the Marvel universe.
Just to be in the Marvel universe where it's like
name, image, likeness right here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Show me the money.
Okay, I'll take that. That's not a bad way to go about it either, is to pick a universe, right? Is to pick we've got Andrew who came in with Die Hard.
Oh, I've got some on my Facebook. My friend Eddie Saunders, he said Animal House.
Okay.
Do you think he'd be, would he be running around in a toga?
Yeah, I think he'd be perfect. I think he'd be perfect yelling toga, running up and down the street.
And then Porky's. We're going old school. Remember Porky's?
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
I got a couple.
Yeah, you just remember Porky's. that went right through your head right there.
I got a couple Up in Smoke.
Okay.
So we'll leave that one alone. I've got A River Runs Through It. Rick Van Doren says, and that was a great movie. My friend Mark says Beetlejuice. I have Gene Hartman who says Walk the Line. My friend Nancy Stewart said The Wedding Steward, and Tom Appel said Casablanca.
Tom Appel's already listening in.
Yeah, well,
you know what? I don't know if that's a good idea.
He put
might
that
run
5 hours ago.
He might run, but if he listens to what's going on here.
Casablanca, that's intense.
Yeah, that's a period piece too.
Yeah,
Black
they had
and
fancy
white.
clothes.
Could you live in a movie that was black and white?
I could.
You could?
Sure.
Yeah, Shades of Grey.
The darker it is, the better I look. Many years of bartending. Have one more drink, turn the lights down.
Man,
I look
hold on.
even better.
So there's a correction already. Do we have a corrections department?
Yeah,
for the
sure.
show?
Yeah.
Do we have to go to HR?
No, there was a caller or a YouTube commenter referenced as Andrew Shaw. That's Adam Shaw. He mentioned Die Hard.
Yes. Adam.
I happen to know him, and he still thinks that that's actually a Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas movie. We're going to fight.
Talking about.
Is that our Adam from Saturday?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Adam.
Oh, yeah. That's Sergeant Adam to you.
Sergeant Adam. He is a sergeant. He is.
Linda Carter says Lady Song Blues and Pretty Woman.
So it's probably Lady Sings the Blues. That's a Barbra Streisand movie.
Oh.
Which is really good. And what was the other one?
Pretty Woman.
Oh, girl. We need to talk. You got some good taste. I want to know where your mind goes.
Fast Eddie comes in with the Blues Brothers. He gets to stay living in Chicago. Go ahead, Derek.
Oh, maybe some of the women remember this one, 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, that's what you want to star in?
Well, I mean, whips and chains and...
Yeah.
Good morning.
It is not even 6:30.
That's okay. I kind of like it.
Everyone's tuning in. It's like, this isn't the regular Monday morning show.
Wait, they're talking about 50 Shades of Grey. I haven't even had enough coffee yet.
Oh, holy cow.
You never know what's going to happen on the WRMN Morning News,
true.
AM 1410, live on the YouTube.
Is that a movie you watch with the family?
The WRMN morning show? Yeah, every morning.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll tell you, though, the books were better than the movies.
I'll say, where do you draw the line of who you watch 50 Shades of Grey with? Like when it starts to get like outside of it isn't my partner anymore. Okay, now Grandma walked in. Okay, maybe we got to pause this
Grandma.
a little bit.
No, the books were actually better because they delved into more of the mystery and the personalities that what caused all the mysteries and stuff. It wasn't just the brown chicken, brown cow.
Yeah, a little bit better.
But the brown chicken, brown cow helped.
Yeah. Although Sonar, Granny might have. That's not how you do it.
He's got the extra sides. That's why
Mike Reed has left the chat.
That's true. Cleveland Dennis has entered and does confirm it's Lady Sings the Blues.
That was a great movie.
In there. I'm going to have to check that out, especially if you're talking about Pretty Woman going along with it, too. But I want to take it back to the cartoons.
Okay,
right?
let's go.
With Roger Rabbit, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Not only is it a period piece, so I kind of get a little bit of the earlier days of everything.
The zoot suits and the...
Yeah, that's a fun one there. But, of course, you get to pick a cartoon that you get to go visit in Cartoon Land or whatever it is. I think that's
a great idea.
Pick some of those out for there. Hey, we've got Dean DeLaley coming in. It says, God morning, Fox River Valley. First shifters, Suzie C, Derek, Mayor Reed, and Sonar. Have a great morning. And that's not just all of the gang. We got so much more coming up today. We've got, of course, Jeannie Mayer is on the way right now, already getting up, putting that coffee in, and driving over to the studio. She'll be with us at the top of the hour. What is she going to talk about, Mike?
So Jeannie Mayer's coming in from the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce, and she's talking about her expo coming up and the business community and kind of give some insight as to what's going on. And then later on, I hope that we can talk with Matt from Out to Lunch, talk about what's going on in his show. And then we've got Tom Appel, publisher and editor of Consumer Guide Automotive and host of the Car Stuff podcast, to give us the rundown on today's car market, if you will. And there's a lot of people out there that are either looking to buy a new car or trying to figure out if they need to put money into the car that they have based on economic conditions and stuff to try to give us some insight on the automotive industry. We're looking forward to that. And, of course, we're going to have the phone freestyle coming up just like normal.
It's a phone frenzy.
Phone frenzy.
It's going to be frenzy.
And then to end our show, we're hoping to have Jimmy Vaselli in studio with us. He's with Vaselli Law. Tomorrow is Election Day, so he's going to dive into some of the Election Day news around the area, whether it be talking about, increased police presence at the polls and stuff because of the new laws that were passed just in the last election.
And there's a new voting executive order that's floating around, too.
Right, and so Illinois is in the news because they're looking to defy the executive order signed by President Trump. And then he also wants to dive into some of the deportation stories and the challenges by the Supreme Court and stuff like that. So it should be pretty insightful, I hope.
Yeah, informative is the way to go, I think, because there's so many different things that people kind of refuse to talk about with people or really don't know where to look up for that information.
Sure. And we're not trying to get into the weeds as far as left, right, but these are bigger issues that are impacting everybody, regardless of what side of the aisle. And so, as an example, as you talk about with Tom Appel, there's a lot of people out there that are still having to buy cars. I mean, life still has to exist, right? So, on April 2nd, when the tariffs go into place, or they're scheduled to do so, what's that going to do to the car market?
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
And then Peter Navarro was talking about just the other day about them having a tax rebate. For buying a new car, too.
Right. Well, and currently there's a lot of tax rebates available on EVs, right? And so even when you buy used, okay, but the push for EVs isn't as high. So what does that do into the car market? And can you get a good deal if that's where you want to go? So
that's it.
Pretty exciting stuff. Trying to take some of that national stuff and put it into, how it impacts you as a consumer.
When we come back, Suzie C.
We got somebody else coming in.
Everybody else.
Yeah, we got another person.
You and Marky got together.
Oh, my goodness. We had to merge you into one person. Trucker Dennis has got some good news. I'll let you share that when we get back.
Very exciting.
Because I want to talk some motivational quotes and heroes a little bit for this hour.
I like it.
Let's get moving, Sue.
Let's go.
Got the music for it.
Come on. We got some chair dancing going.
Right here.
Cardio.
WRMN Morning Show.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Prevnar. Expansion plans are underway at Kenyon Woods Middle School in South Elgin as a school district U46 recently commenced construction on a 46,000 square foot addition. The $30 million project will enable the school to accommodate up to 1,100 students. Kane County's transportation sector recently garnered major accolades as the Division of Transportation received the top honors from APWA's Chicago Metro chapter for the Longmeadow Parkway project. Adding to the success, Deputy Director Thomas Rickard awarded the APWA Professional Manager of the Year for 2025. In a major development, the Elgin Police Department has positively identified the skeletal remains of Karen Sheppers, who disappeared in 1983 after recovering her vehicle from the Fox River. The cold cases unit's recent focus on technological advances alongside efforts from Chaos Divers and various local authorities led to the breakthrough. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
My name is Mark Smith, and I am running for Elgin City Council. I am a proud 22-year veteran of the United States Army, former Elgin police officer, past Elgin Image Advisory Commission member, past president of the Elgin Patriotic Memorial Association, current commander of the largest local veterans organization, and a newly appointed member of the Elgin Civilian Police Review Board. If you are concerned about the direction of our city or the representation you have been receiving from your current council members, I humbly ask for your vote on April 1st. I will be your council member who asks tough questions, solves problems, protects our finances, and listens to the concerns and needs of the members of our community. My main focus will be economic growth, community development, collaborations, and transparency and accountability. The time for change is now, and I humbly ask for your support, your trust, and your partnership as together we can build a strong and vibrant future for Elgin. Please vote Smith for Elgin City Council. Paid for by Mark Smith for Elgin City Council.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
More talk, more laughs, and probably more trouble. Yep, it's the WRMN Morning Show. Let's go.
Good morning, it's a party here on the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm filling in for Marky B, but so is Mike Reed filling in for Marky B, and so is Derek Geyer filling in for Marky B. The only staple that we let you have, of course, was the amazing Sue Castle.
Good morning.
Fun times, all kinds of great things. What's the Suzie Q of the day?
The Suzie Q of the day is, if you could star in any movie, past or present, which one would you star in?
Ooh.
For me, it was anything Jason Momoa. The more love scenes, the better. Just throwing that out there. Just throwing it out there.
And you said Linda Carter was dirty.
Linda Carter was Pretty Woman. I like that.
And somebody else came in. Adam came in with Die Hard.
Yeah,
Yep,
Sergeant
absolutely.
Adam. Sergeant Adam.
Sergeant Adam.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but he's the guy that thinks it's a Christmas movie. So
We're going to stick with that.
Well, so far it's 3 against 1.
Yeah.
Oh, what else is new? I don't win a whole lot of
Don't
battles.
you feel like
in
you're at
general.
home?
Feels like he's running for the committee board, right, at that point.
Yeah.
But 34 degrees today in Elgin right now. I think we'll get all the way up to 46, maybe?
Yep, and down to 28 tonight.
Oh, my goodness. Do you guys like these changes when all of a sudden it's just 50 degree shifts across, like, let's say 48 hours?
Oh, absolutely.
You like it? You
Yeah,
just love it?
that's exactly what
Come on.
It's crazy.
Who doesn't like the 50-degree shift?
Listen, I packed up my winter coat last night and all a bunch of stuff and got up this morning and went, dummy, it's chilly outside.
I got caught in the rainstorm yesterday.
Oh, which one?
There were several.
That's how bad it is.
There were several.
Yeah, it went from 70 degrees down to 45 degrees.
Like
and
it
I
saw a
was
state trooper on the highway.
absolutely drenched.
Yeah, I went out with the boy yesterday to go get a burger or two, and there were people in the restaurant. As soon as like the rain, you could hear it on the roof. They were like, "Oh, we got to get out of here. We got to run." Like 5 minutes later, it wasn't raining anymore.
Yeah.
I was like, "You just got to wait, man.
Yeah.
Just wait your turn for the rain to get."
Ooh, we got a couple more good movies.
Let's go.
Matt McNeil said movie of choice would be a series of unfortunate events, but the Jim Carrey version.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And my girl Buffy Buffy said Dirty Dancing. I didn't even think of that. I would so love to be in Dirty Dancing.
Okay.
I mean, who doesn't want to jump into Patrick Swayze's arms?
Well, you know, I would, if I had to do it, I would take one for the team and do it.
Mm-hmm.
Just the kind of girl I am. Team player.
I think I would too. It just you'd have to lift me up just a little bit more.
Do you have the hip moves?
No, not at all.
Okay.
In high school, maybe. I was a triple threat in high school, so acting and dancing and singing.
Okay.
Yeah, triple threat,
I'm glad
right?
I'm glad you followed it up.
Serial killer, right? No.
And you know big words, because you were throwing out some big words last week. I was like,
oh, was I? I'll tone it down.
They were like, no, they were like weather, like.
Oh,
like
bathyothermograph.
Show off. See, this is
just all crazy science words.
I got a 13 on my ACT. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
It's true. It's true that we've got some of these unnecessary words. All it is just a thermometer you throw in the water. So bath is the only way I can remember it. Dad and son do it all, DIY it all, actually, for the main channel, who was on with us on Friday.
Yeah, we had our first youth committee interview. And Wesley Jr., you did an amazing job, and I can't wait to have you back.
He says, if we are going with movies, I would love to be a Goonie.
Oh, hey, you guys.
Nice.
Hey, you guys.
Or if the series count, I would love to be in Stranger Things.
That would be good.
The Stranger Things universe.
Upside Down world, right? Wasn't it Upside Down? Yeah.
See, that's the other thing with wanting to go into a horror movie or something like that, though, is everybody automatically assumes that they're going to be the ones that survive.
Right.
And it's like, well, if you notice, most of the people in the movie don't.
I don't watch horror movies.
No?
Not at all.
What's your favorite flavor?
Something happy. Something.
He's a rom-com guy.
Yeah,
rom-com?
you know.
Okay. Grumpy Old Men? I don't think that's too much of one.
Well, there's a little bit, there's love in there. I mean, think about it. A Grumpier Old Men, too. There's the dad that falls in love with, Sophia Loren's
And
mom.
how could you not? And then Raquel Welch was in that movie,
that's
too.
what I'm
one of
talking
them.
about.
That woman was smoking.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It was a good movie.
I always like the outtakes at the end.
Oh yeah. Well, those aren't safe for air, but
no, those are not.
Were really good. But no, I'm a big classic movie guy, like The Quiet Man from with John Wayne and Marie.
That is.
Yeah, Maureen O'Hara.
I'm getting a little
You getting verklempt?
I am getting verklempt. That is one of my all-time favorite movies.
That's a Saturday Night Live reference.
Talk amongst yourselves. Coffee talk. Talk amongst yourselves while we talk about John Wayne. That is one of my all-time. Have you never seen TheQuiet Man?
I have not. I'm going to have to check that out.
Anybody that can hear my voice right now, there's probably 6 of you, but anybody that can hear my voice, no, there's a lot more than that right now. I want you at some point in your life, make it an absolute point to see A Quiet Man with John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara. It is a period piece, and it is so good. So good. Back when men were men, like in the movies, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But I like a lot of those classic movies in general. I mean, there's like High Societies. I'm into the musicals as well. You know, there's a lot of good stuff out there that I feel like as like culture pieces that
I
we
didn't
don't
picture you as a musical guy.
I sing like a canary, man.
I've heard you sing.
I've heard you sing. I learned it from my mom.
He's not lying. He can sing.
My mom would listen to all kinds of different music around the house and stuff growing up, different genres and that kind of stuff. But introduced us to like the Music Man and the Sound of Music.
Maybe a little Sweet Caroline later.
Right? No, not today. Not
it's
with
baseball
my voices.
season. Come on.
So
he actually is a good singer.
And the Wizard of Oz, like we brought Mikey in to watch the Wizard of Oz already.
Not the monkeys.
Yeah, the monkeys are pretty scary, but he wasn't really scared by the monkeys.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, but I think that he's used to think about all the animation and crap that they have on the iPads and all this other stuff, and then you see these janky monkeys flying around.
We talked
nowhere near as scary as it.
We talked about this the other day. The movie The Birds was terrifying till you watched it like years later, and you could see the strings
and so, but
where the birds were hanging.
My wife and I talk about this all the time. So like when we were younger, we had the animated Disney movies, right? So like Beauty and the Beast as
my favorite,
right? And then they come out now with the live action or the computer CGI stuff.
No
right?
likey. No
right?
likey.
And so we watched a few of them because my wife is a Disney nut, which is which is pretty cool, a pretty cool trait to have. But anyway, there's that scene in Beauty and the Beast where there's the wolves like chasing, in
that was
into
very
the
scary.
woods, And I just remember the dogs like tearing it, and then we saw it like as adults with the live action, and I go, man, I was scared of the animated ones when I was a kid, and then you see these things with the fangs and the teeth, and no thanks.
Should some things be converted to cartoon
No.
or
To leave it
converted
alone.
back and
No
forth?
Little Mermaid, no Beauty and the Beast, no Aladdin.
Well,
Those
like
are my top 3. Don't do it.
Well,
You ruin
Snow
it.
White
they
doesn't
already
seem to be
did.
doing too well.
They did that with, come on, Robin Williams was the genie in the original one. How do you top
You
that?
can't.
And then you got Will Smith being, and like,
No,
it just,
you cannot top
I
that.
think he phoned in the song.
You think so?
I think he phoned it in with the way that there's no real like life to it. It's like he had to go cool Will Smith with the song because
Well, he was getting jiggy with it.
no, well, that was the problem. That was the problem is he wasn't. It was,
He forgot his jiggy at home.
Although, I will say Mulan. I did enjoy the live action Mulan one.
So when my youngest was little, she would go to bed and she would just try to keep herself awake. So I used to tell her, tell yourself stories. So Rachel, I could hear her up on the baby monitor. She would act out Mulan. She was Mulan. And I'll never forget the cutest thing one morning. She said to me, she woke up and she goes, Mommy, I saw movies behind my eyes. I was like, what? And she goes, when I was sleeping, I saw movies behind my eyes. She remembered a dream.
wow.
And it was about Mulan, but she was Mulan.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah, super cute.
Let's see here. Quiet Man, Pamela Carr absolutely agrees with you there, Mike.
Oh, for reals, for reals.
Buffy says, gotta go cross the kids for school. Have a wonderful day.
She's a crossing guard in Genoa.
Oh,
keeping our
okay.
children safe.
Thank you. That's the unsung heroes of the streets.
No matter how cold, no matter how lousy the weather is, there she is.
LMV Wedding Consulting. I would love to have been in the movie Grease.
Same girl.
I loved the era with the music. I'd be singing right along with John Travolta.
We could be, this is my girlfriend Lena. We could be in the Pink Ladies. I'd be Channing Tatum.
see, like, I think we could do, I'd like to be in American.
Channing Tatum?
Not Channing Tatum.
Wait.
Stockton Channing. Okay.
We're talking about a totally different movie now.
I guess I want to be in the Magic Mike movie too. I meant Stockard Channing, but I'd be in the Magic Mike movie. I forgot about that one.
The American Graffiti would be a good movie to be in. Like I always like American Graffiti.
That was one of my favorites.
Or like Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam.
Yeah.
I feel like I could play that character pretty well.
When I was 10 and my mom asked me what I wanted for Christmas or for my birthday, I got the double cassette of American Graffiti. And the only song I didn't like on it was Green Onions because it was instrumental.
What? Come on.
I didn't like that song.
Fantastic.
Didn't like it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's all right. I like Wolfman Jack a lot.
Oh yeah.
He was a rock star.
Yeah, but were you old enough to remember him actually on the radio on the weekends?
No, he
I
wasn't.
didn't
No,
think
but
so.
but you know what?
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 12.
He's 12.
Okay. Fits in with this morning show today.
I'm 12, which is why I can't comment about those inappropriate movies because my parents don't let me stay up late to watch.
I'm glad they let you out of the house here on spring break this time. Jose comes in, says, hello, Big Three. Y'all have a great Monday. Hello, First Shifters from downtown Jose. BLC Woodworking, again, that's South Elgin Santa.
South Elgin Santa.
Pamela Carr is Miss Claus. I totally agree with her with the Quiet Man. Well, that's a date night if I've ever heard one. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about some motivational quotes that get our host through the week. It's already starting here on a Monday. More to come with Jeannie Mayer, Tom Appel, and Jimmy Veseli here. Coming in with the entirety of the gang. Let's run down the list again. We've got Mike, we've got Sue, we've got Derek, we've got me, and we've got you coming back after this.
and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
My mom has taken up going to the park to practice yoga.
My dad's going to a club, but not a book club, a salsa club.
Finding new hobbies comes with age.
My mom has started getting lost and not knowing where she's going.
Becoming lost or disoriented doesn't. Confusion with time or place may be a sign of Alzheimer's. An early diagnosis can help improve the quality of life for your loved one. Learn the warning signs of Alzheimer's at 10signs.org. Brought to you by the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident, or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I am one of the three gentlemen that have to come in and fill in for Marky B, because he has the radio show hosting strength of three men.
And a 12-year-old.
2 men and a 12-year-old. This could sound like a movie. Suzie C, 2 men and a 12-year-old. Road trip. It could be like a road trip movie.
Not doing it.
I was looking at your two faces going, we're going to make it a road trip movie. It could be.
That's it.
Let's do it. Mike Reed has actually been bigged.
Oh, yeah. See, another great movie. Another great movie.
What do you think, Mike? MR3, what would he like to star in?
You know what? He has played Chicken Little till death. I've never seen the whole movie, but I could probably quote it because it's on in the house all the time. And then Moana he was into because of that chicken, hey hey.
Oh,
right. And then
so he's all about weather and chickens.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. But he would watch that Chicken Little movie like crazy. But Cars is another one of his favorites because races.
What about Anderson?
Oh, definitely Cars. Sonic.
That's why I couldn't remember.
Sonic kick right now.
He saw all 3 movies.
He did.
I did not. He had the most disappointed look I've ever seen on a 6-year-old in my life when I said I've never seen a Sonic movie.
If you look at his shoes,
I was judged.
He's got Sonic shoes on, too.
It's so funny. When I was little, we were watching Ace Ventura, and that's how we knew Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
And now they know him as Dr. Robotnik.
See, and I knew him from, what was the show?
In Living
with the
Color.
Yeah.
In Living
Let
Color.
me tell you something.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
That's amazing. So we're going to do a quick game, and we might continue it throughout the day here, but we're going to do some motivational quotes. I'm going to give you guys 2 quotes. You're going to tell me which one is the fake one.
Okay, got my bell ready for the winners.
Okay, here we go. We've got Albert Einstein, and you guys just tell me which one's real and which one's not. Here's the first quote. The universe doesn't care about your deadlines, only your curiosity. Or, imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world.
Ooh, this is tough.
It's really hard to think about it because you could read a shampoo bottle and it would sound all right.
I know, with that voice, yeah. I'm going to
Must
say...
be 18 or older to play. No purchase necessary.
Void where prohibited.
Void where prohibited.
Okay, I'm personally going to say I think number one... we're supposed to guess?
Number one is real or fake?
I'm going to say number one is fake.
The universe doesn't care about your deadlines, only your curiosity. That's a fake Albert Einstein quote by Sue. Anybody else want to vote?
I'm going to go with it. I'm going to go with it's real.
That one's the real one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Derek? I'm going to say number 2 is the real one. Number 2 is the real one. The universe doesn't care about your deadlines, only your curiosity is fake. Albert Einstein's real quote is, imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world. Let's do one more before we get out of here, and we invite our fantastic guest, Jeannie Mayer, here into studio at the top of the hour. These are from Winston Churchill. One is real, one is fake. Here's the first one. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. This is the second one. A nation is only as strong as the opinions shouted in its pubs.
So knowing Winston Churchill like I do, they're
you guys go way back, don't you?
Yeah, well, me and Winnie, you
Yeah,
know,
you
I
and
call
Winnie.
him Winnie for short.
He pay you that $5 yet?
5 pounds. 5 pounds.
Pounds with his wooden teeth.
I would like to say that they're probably both pretty close to being true.
They are pretty close.
And so I don't know what the exact one is, but I believe that the second one is true because he had all of those types of parables. And after we go through this, I'll tell you my favorite line of his.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's probably not FCC friendly.
No, it is. It is.
Anybody guess?
I'm gonna say the second one is true.
Second one is true. We got 2 second ones is true.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he was a bit of a drinker, so I'm going to go with the pub one.
The pub
as
one.
being true.
The panel says Winston Churchill has once been quoted as, a nation is only as strong as the opinions shouted in its pubs. That is wrong. Sorry. No.
Wah, wah, wah.
Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts, is the real quote.
I was going to pick that one, but
They're both real
I had to
close.
go right for the pub.
Because he's the whole
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. So the story that I like with him was he was found in a bar once, and there was a lady that came up to him and said, "Winston, you're drunk," and he goes, "Yes, and you're ugly. And in the morning, I will be sober, and you will still be ugly." And so that's world leaders. Everybody thinks that the world leaders we have now are crass, but Winston Churchill was very, very brass in a lot of things. The other one is
I think I've heard that at Newman's a time or two.
No. Never give in. There's never, ever give in. That's another good quote of his.
Churchill was definitely one of those movers and shakers in history that went out there and really changed the world. But he had some great quotes for everything.
We've got more to come here on the morning show. Can you believe 1 hour is already over, team? I can't believe 1 hour is already over. The chat can barely believe 1 hour is over. And where can people hop in on the chat, Sue?
They can hop in on the chat at 505-926-1410. One more time, it's 505-926-1410.
Jeannie Mayer will be on with us for this next hour, along with Crosstalk with Matt from Out to Lunch to let us know what he is doing today. On a political talk show, we've got Corey Dixon coming in and Ken Brutally to wrap up before we get to the election that is happening tomorrow. Did you guys all vote yet? Registered and voted and everything else?
Signed, sealed, delivered.
There you go. Get it done. If you do live in Kane County, I do believe you can go to any polling place for this one here. But to make sure, go ahead and hop down to the Gail Borden Library. You can find not only information about each candidate there that is impartial, but you will also be able to look at practice ballots and also be able to register and vote on the same day, ready to go for tomorrow. So get your voice out there and vote in this consolidated local election. There is a referendum on taxes, but that's not morning show talk. So we're going to stay away from some of that.
Got to get him back onto a political talk show if he keeps it up.
Yeah.
That's it. More WRMN morning show with the fantabulous Mayor Mike Reed, the sensational Suzie Q. Man, my goodness, I've got to get that back. And of course,
you're still thinking about Jessica Rabbit.
Exactly.
This is first day on the air. I told you we're gonna take this all out in post. It'll be fine.
You're helping me. And the daring Derek Geyer here on the WRMN morning show. Stick around, more fun to come.
A loved one owns a gun, and for a while now, you've been concerned about their behavior. They're just not acting like themselves. They've been distant, they've been unpredictable, they've been lashing out. They've been saying things that make you worried they might harm themselves or friends or family. Or you're worried this loved one might hurt you. Maybe they recently threatened someone with their gun. You know something needs to be done, and you wish more than anything you could hit pause on this situation. Well, here in Illinois, you can, with a firearm restraining order. In extreme cases, this order temporarily prevents a person in crisis from having a firearm, giving them time to heal before they do something dangerous or even deadly. If you are worried about a loved one in crisis who has access to a firearm, learn more about firearm restraining orders at illinois.gov/pause to heal. A public service announcement brought to you by the Illinois Department of Public Health, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Brought to you by Prevnar. Expansion plans are underway at Kenyon Woods Middle School in South Elgin as a school district U46 recently commenced construction on a 46,000 square foot addition. The $30 million project will enable the school to accommodate up to 1,100 students. Kane County's transportation sector recently garnered major accolades as the Division of Transportation received the top honors from APWA's Chicago Metro chapter for the Longmeadow Parkway project. Adding to the success, Deputy Director Thomas Rickard awarded the APWA Professional Manager of the Year for 2025. In a major development, the Elgin Police Department has positively identified the skeletal remains of Karen Sheppers, who disappeared in 1983 after recovering her vehicle from the Fox River. The Cold Cases Unit's recent focus and technological advances alongside efforts from Chaos Divers and various local authorities led to the breakthrough.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
and get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Major League Baseball today, the Cubs visit the Diamondbacks. Jamison Taillon faces Merrill Kelly. The Cubs rallied past the Diamondbacks for a 10-6 win yesterday. Miguel Amaya had a pair of doubles and 5 RBI, leading the Cubs to the win. The White Sox are off today and play host to the Angels tomorrow afternoon. Jonathan Cannon starts for the Sox. Jose Soriano, the starter for the Angels. The White Sox pounded LA 8-1 on Thursday. Andrew Benintendi, Lennon Sosa, and Austin Slater homered for the Sox. 4-game winning streak for the Bulls. They got by the Lakers 119-117 last night. Chicago pulled away in the fourth with a 44-26 advantage after being outscored 32-17 in the third quarter. Josh Giddey with a triple-double. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
My name is Maggie Bayer, and I'm running for Elgin City Council. I am someone who spent a career in healthcare, helping patients find solutions to their problems. And now I want to help Elgin find common-sense solutions to the issues facing our city. I'm an active volunteer and a concerned resident for over 30 years. I love Elgin, and that's why I'm running for office. I'm respectfully asking for your vote, and I promise to serve you and be your voice for the community on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Citizens for Maggie.
Are you ready to rock? At School of Rock Elgin, located at 353 South Randall Road, we're more than just music lessons. We're a community. Whether you're an absolute beginner or a seasoned musician, our performance-based curriculum is designed to transform your skills and confidence. From learning new instruments to rocking a full-blown concert, we bring out the best in every musician, no matter their level. Join the School of Rock Elgin family today, where music isn't just learned, it's lived. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up now to get your desired time slot. School of Rock is now open. Unleash your inner rock star.
Back to the show that keeps your mornings moving. It's Marky B, Suzie C, and the WRMN Morning Show.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show right here on, of course, WRMN, broadcasting live in the downtown area of Elgin, right off of Douglas. Come by, wave at us, join that honkers log. Hey, Sue.
Hey.
How are you?
I am well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for letting me be here and
thanks
take
for
over
being here.
Marky B's seat over here. We needed so many different people to fill it.
Yeah.
We invited Mayor Reed to come on with us as well.
We did. Here he is. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, well, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
You look to the left of the radio dial, that's where I am. I'm sitting right to the left of Sue.
That's it. We've got lots of people here coming in today. Of course, we just had Derek Geyer on. We're going to have Matt McNeil hop in, Jimmy Vaselli, Tom Appel. Okay, thank you. Again, that's my Achilles heel are names. But one name that you should know in the Hampshire area, because she is the executive director of the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce. That is Jeannie Mayer. Thank you very much for being here, Jeannie.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We really appreciate you coming in. You said immediately yes when Mike asked you to come on, right?
No, let's be real. Sue softened her up first.
Let's be real.
Sue softened her up first.
I think we were walking out of a Angel's Pancake House.
Yeah,
I said,
I believe
hey,
it was.
I have an idea. Uh-huh.
She always has an idea.
And whenever she says, hey, I have an idea, we go, oh, no.
It's true. It's like, is it going to hurt? What's it going to cost me? Yeah.
No, this is an awesome opportunity for the chamber to come on with you guys. You guys have had us on before, and we really appreciate it.
No, you're welcome anytime. We want to make sure that we get not only just the Elgin side of it out, but also the whole Fox River Valley, because we've started to see a lot more of local media start to fall down. Even then, you used to write for the Tribune, but actually it was a smaller organization that the Tribune took over.
Correct. It was the Elgin Courier News.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was a news correspondent for them for about 17 years. In fact, I know one of your later on guests, Ken Bruderly. I used to interview him a lot because he was a realtor.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
No, Ken's fantastic. Yeah. You also co-authored the book Hampshire. Is this what drove you to jump into becoming the executive director of the chamber?
No, what drove me to that was Mike Reed and Mike
Reed, he literally pulled you in the car, drove you, and threw you out the door.
No, the chamber was in need of somebody with your skill set, and we knew you were the person for the job, and so you did it all on your own. You did it all on your own. You just need a little bit of push.
I didn't know eminent domain worked for like weekends and stuff too.
I'm telling you, under her leadership, and she won't admit this, but under her leadership, the chamber has not only grown in size, volume, but in what you guys do for the community. You are a force, and people get behind you all the time, no matter what it is that you're doing. And that didn't happen before you, and it wouldn't have happened if it not been for you. So you got to take some credit for that.
And she's fun to work with and makes everything smooth and has great ideas. So absolutely.
Oh my gosh, you guys. Yeah, well, my whole philosophy around the Chamber of Commerce is we are a member organization. So we exist to serve our members, the businesses of Hampshire and the surrounding area. And they are a vibrant group of individuals, and they're always willing to say, yeah, let's get the people down here. Let's do an event. Let's have, or they'll say, you know what, what's this new law that's going on, or what's going on in the village, or whatever. And we'll have a lunch and learn, or a guest speaker come on Zoom or something. So it's been a really great opportunity for me.
So can I ask a question before we get into the meat of the interview? Mm-hmm. So why, if I'm a business owner, give me your pitch. Why should I join the chamber?
Well, the first thing I would do, Mike, is ask you, what have you done before and what are you looking for? How can I serve your business? Most people are looking for an increase in either business-to-business connections or direct B2C. And so what we do is we sit down with you and we find out where your pain points are and find a way to help address those through the many programs that we offer with the chamber. For example, you would have an opportunity to connect with other business owners through all of our networking things that we do. If there's any kind of new information going on. We had a really cool networking one at Newman's about a year or so ago that we need to repeat. We had a bourbon tasting.
Yes.
Wow.
And,
bourbon wine and snacks.
wine. Yeah, it was amazing.
Gotta have snacks.
A very fun event, but just putting together things like that so that you can develop your niche of customers and get your personality out there so people see what special sauce you add to our community and why people would want to come, do business with you.
What's really kind of neat as far as like the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce goes, as opposed to, and again, I'm not trashing any other chamber organization because I know that you guys all work collaborative too, especially.
No, it's okay to brag about yours.
But really, I noticed that there's more interpersonal relationships. And it's normally, when I've attended chamber events in other communities, it's normally the chamber staff kind of talking at the businesses. The one thing I've noticed about our chamber is that you talk with the businesses and you really try to be a part of a solution. Or if you don't, if they come to you and they're advocating for a need, you try to create that solution. To try to reinvent it.
Absolutely.
Didn't we have a big event at Moore Brewery? There was a lot of
that was one of our multi-chamber events that was hosted primarily by Huntley, but all of the Fox Valley chambers who work so well together.
And that was
was a great event.
It's very interactive. It's not like you stand over there and you stand like there's like little games and questions, and same with at Newman's. Things that they force you to talk to each other, which is great. Not force, I should say, but make you talk to other people. So you do networking is crazy. It is. You do such an amazing job. And our businesses in Hampshire support the hell out of each other. They really do.
Absolutely.
Jeannie Mayer, director of the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce. Isn't that the point of having the event, is to see how many businesses we can all get to collaborate on one single project?
Absolutely. Every niche of business has kind of a different need. And so where you can create crossover, it just grows the whole thing. There's a lot of opportunities to get businesses in front of people and bring people into those businesses. And especially like our Hampshire of businesses, just to brag on our small community, they're tight-knit. And if there's a need in the community, Sue's a perfect example. They show up, they will, a bar will have a sponsor opportunity or an event, and people just come out of the woodwork to support because, you know each other in our little town. And that's kind of nice.
By the way, April 12th.
Your birthday.
The birthday tip
I just want you to know
no, it's not a self-serving birthday. I donate all my tips to a local
cause.
something.
She does. And
this year it's Megan, and she needs a new service, seizure dog.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that is also a special day for me because I am due to have my first grandchild on that day.
I know, we were like hanging in there.
Very exciting.
It's hard to wait till the 13th. That's my actual birthday.
Sonar, do we need to hit a break here?
Yeah, let's go ahead and hit a break over here. When we come back, Jeannie, we're going to just invite you into the show. We're going to get your take on Suzie's Q of the day, and we'll take some callers. So 847-931-1410 for anybody who would like to answer the question of the day. If you've got a motivational quote that you'd like to also get out there, or if you have a business question about how to interact with a chamber, we've got a very own business writer right here.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't turn on the blatant plug mirror ball, as Steve King used to say on the air, because we've got some events that you need to tell us about too in the next segment.
That's right.
I look forward to it when we come back here on the WRMN Morning Show. Stick around.
A tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp 'em all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Cruising along the WRMN Morning Show. Hey, Sue.
Yes, Sonar?
What's that cue of the day?
Put your thinking caps on. It's a fun one. If you could star in any movie, past or present, what would it be? Now, for me, I started out with anything Jason Momoa and extra romantic. And then we had Grease. I agreed with Grease and Dirty Dancing.
If you had to narrow it down, would it be Grease or Dirty Dancing?
Ooh, it would be...
There's dancing. There's
Dirty
dancing. There's dancing in both, though.
I know. I think it would be Dirty Dancing.
Okay. Dirty Dancing.
I could totally see you being one of the dancers.
Oh, thanks. Or if I was going to be...
Nobody put Suzie in the corner?
Yeah, a lot of people say I used to look like, when my hair was shorter, look like Baby. And they would say, nobody puts Baby in the corner. Thanks for referencing Matt. I would be like, great. You look cute, huh? What about you, Jeannie Mayer?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Let's see. I don't know. I think I'd like to be, and this is so dumb, I think I'd like to be a villain in a Marvel movie.
Oh,
nice.
So cool.
The evil chamber director.
That's right.
We're here to close your business down.
That's right.
Da, 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 da.
At night, tentacles come out, and I do weird things. I don't know.
It's awesome.
Yeah, gotta have tentacles.
I love that. So for anybody that knows Jeannie Mayer, she is probably one of the sweetest women on the planet. And
Very
does not
straight-laced.
have an evil bone in her body. So the fact that that just came out, I'm like, wow, there's a whole new side to Jeannie Mayer we didn't know
We could have her
about.
on the show next time and just do the secret life of Jeannie Mayer.
That's right. Oh, no.
Jeannie Mayer's got it going on.
Perhaps I've shown too much.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Jeannie Mayer has been the executive director of the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce since February of 2020. Prior to the role, she worked as director of communications for 2 nonprofit organizations and has extensive experience as a business writer. Additionally, Jeannie served as a news correspondent for the suburban Chicago Tribune Media Group and co-authored the book Hampshire, published by Arcadia in 2013, 7 years before you became the chamber executive director. Were you already doing chamber work before you became the executive director?
No, not really. I had some business connections with being a business writer. And so, and for the Courier, I used to profile businesses. So I always just had a love for the mom and pop shop and their backstory. And so that's kind of how I got into that.
Mike, we've got some events coming up for the Chamber of Commerce. Have you been just making sure, no, Jeannie, I need one every 2 weeks. If I don't get it, this is...
No, listen, you don't understand how this works. I'm like Rodney Dangerfield in Hampshire, okay? I just do. I don't get a whole lot of respect in general, and I do what I'm told. So Jeannie gives me marching orders, and she tells me when to show up, and I go and I do what I'm told.
She has tentacles now.
Right?
I do have tentacles, so watch out for that.
Stay connected with that network.
No, I make jokes, but she runs the show over there, and I always tell her, just tell me where I fit. So.
And he does. He comes to all the ribbon cuttings that he always. I could just throw. So can we have a word from the mayor? And he gives a really beautiful little 30-second spiel, and he's always fast on his feet.
And I know he writes it himself too. That's no AI.
No,
I don't. I typically don't publish things that I don't say or that I don't write. Honestly, truly. I mean, there's been a few times. But typically it's off the cuff, and my secret is that I don't really write anything down because it sounds terrible, and I stammer through it. But if there's a court proceedings or a eulogy, it's usually written down. So.
Good to know.
Yeah, so if it's a prepared speech.
Hopefully that's not what you have prepared for the chamber.
No,
that kind of
court proceedings,
no court proceedings, please.
That's it. So what's the next thing that's coming up there, Mike?
Well, that's why we have Jeannie in here to talk about. So we've got the expo coming up. You guys have been doing the expo for several years.
Yeah, this will be my second year doing it. We brought it back since pre-2020. So this is an awesome opportunity for any business owner who wants to grow their business in the village of Hampshire. And as the mayor can attest to, we are among the fastest growing communities in Kane County. And continue to be so. So this is a great opportunity. There's definitely a need for businesses marketing themselves in our area, growing, coming to Hampshire. So for anybody who wants to network and really get to a new community base, this is an opportunity for you. On the other side of it, if you are a homeowner or somebody who's just curious about what businesses are in our area and what they have to offer, the Home and Business Expo is a place to come check out, have some fun, play a little bingo, see some nonprofits, and maybe find some resources that you've been looking for your home, for your yard, for your life. So it's a great opportunity.
Just to clarify, it's not strictly Hampshire businesses in the expo, correct?
We do a lot of local businesses. So these are vendors that you're going to find throughout the Elgin, Dundee, Huntley, Hampshire.
The Hampshire area.
The Hampshire area.
Well, and that's why I wanted to clarify.
That area, yeah.
I didn't want people to think you were only going to be there to see what's going on in Hampshire, because it's a great big world out there.
That's right.
Do you still have openings if a business is hearing this on the radio and they decide that they want to join in?
Absolutely, we do. And we'll be selling those throughout the next couple of weeks. So, definitely give us a call.
Yeah, so how would they get in touch with you?
I would say you would just email me at hampshirechamber@gmail.com, or you could check out the website at hampshirechamber.org.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Anything coming up for the summertime that we should be looking forward to?
Well, we do have our outdoor markets coming up where we have our local businesses vending their wares in the village. That's on the third Saturdays of every month. And those go all the way from June through October. And it's just a really super cute, local, fun little
There's
market.
There's a
lot going on.
Now, this year, will it be downtown Hampshire or back in the Snap lot?
It's going to be in the Chamber of Commerce lot right on Route 72.
Okay,
so
perfect.
we're in the Hampshire Commons commercial subdivision there. So we're looking forward to it, and mostly because we know that when you start talking about outdoor market, that means the temperature is getting warmer outside.
Yeah, that's right. The first sign of spring is when the chicken dip opens. The second sign is
it's open.
I know.
I had chicken dip the other day.
I drove past. I'm like, oh my gosh, there they are.
Yeah, I drove past last week and there was like cars with the trunks open. So I was Jones and I'm like, oh my God, they're getting ready. It's
And it
so
was 70
close.
degrees,
It
too.
was. And then it's
Yeah.
practically snowed, but that's okay.
That's right.
The dip is the bomb.
And you guys do more than just work with older established businesses as well. You also rise up young professionals and
Yes, we
also
do.
work with youth spring soccer and things.
Not spring soccer, but
Okay.
we do quite a bit with young professionals. In fact, I have a young board member, James Camus, with Century 21, and he is heading up our young professionals group, and that group is dynamic. We are bringing in so many young people who are starting businesses in our area who need to connect. We have a leadership class that's coming up that ECC is putting together for that group. They're going to come in and talk to them, just giving them tips and tricks on how to rise up as professionals. And these guys are in their 20s, most of them, and they are dynamic.
Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. I am in awe. Just the respect I have for these young guys coming up and starting these businesses and having the sense to come join the chamber so they could connect with other business professionals.
Yeah, see, that's the takeaway. If you're wanting to get something done, honestly and truly, it's about trying to network and meet other people in your shoes. It's easier to do things together. And you know, in our line of work, when you copy somebody, like in the municipal space, right? What is that?
Imitation is the greatest
thank you.
compliment.
Yeah, imitation is the highest form of flattery. And so, you know, rather than trying to, you know, create the anchor and drag it yourself, you might as well have some more people around you.
That's very true. Networking, it takes a village. And if anybody knows, a business is a baby.
That's right.
And it takes that village to help it as well, including that next generation to move them up. Because when you think about owning a business, it's a retirement dream of mine that I'm going to open up a bait and tackle place or something like that. Or one day I'll open up my own restaurant or something. But to hear about younger people in their 20s turning around and saying, look, I want to contribute as a business owner as well. It's really inspiring for me, who's not on either end of those things either way.
Right, it is. When you see somebody who has got that dream and that passion at such a young age and that just goes after it. And knowing, you know, the first one might fail, the second one might fail. But once you have that entrepreneurial spirit, I think you're going to continue on until you find success.
I think once you
that's
drop
what we're there to help with.
I had a boss once that called everybody, and it's no, I mean no offense to it, but there are some people that prefer the W-2.
Sure.
There's some people that prefer, look, they call them W-2 chasers, and that's it. That's fine. You work for a team. You maybe are a leader in that side for it. But then there's a whole nother breed of people that are like, nope, I'm a bet on myself because
absolutely.
Because of whatever happened in other side, or maybe they just had a dream that they wanted to go into. So not only the young professionals networking, but you have some of the older professionals too doing it. And we'll talk more about that after this.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Linda Rock sharing stories that were in Elgin newspapers on March 31st, 1925. More persons were arrested for being intoxicated during the month of March than any month in the city's history, according to the monthly report of Magistrate George R. Thompson, submitted today. A total of 24 men faced intoxication charges, figures reveal. According to the police magistrate, cases which appear before him now show men to be crazy drunk rather than merely drunk. Phone for food. That's the newest slogan in commercial Elgin today. Last night it was adopted by local service grocery store proprietors and managers, about 75 of whom met at Nelson Hall on Chicago Street for the purpose of learning how to boost their business and give their patrons better service through the medium of the telephone. Soon every package of groceries delivered at your home will have sticker stamps urging you to phone for food. It is planned to make this slogan as widely known a slogan as Say It With Flowers, as it became a few years ago. The Goodfellow Club of the Watch Factory is staging a benefit dance and entertainment at the Watch Factory Gymnasium this evening. Proceeds of the affair will be presented to a crippled widow with 2 small children. An elaborate entertainment has been arranged, including boxing and wrestling exhibitions, a comedy wrestling match, and a dance party.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Still loud, still live, and still wondering how this is our job. It's the WRMN Morning Show on WRMN 1410 AM.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm filling in for the marvelous Marky B. But don't forget, Suzie is still here.
I am here. Suzie C, Mike Reed, Jeannie Mayer. There's a party going on up in here.
You brought all of your friends from Hampshire over
all
here.
Of them. Every one of them.
Both of them.
I had to pay them both. But they're here. Hi, friends. Hi, friends.
Marky B comes in after we Beetlejuice him in here. Good morning, All-Stars. Thanks for making the morning show happen this week. Looking sharp, MR2. I'm taking notes.
Oh,
hey.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, he's taking notes on what not to do so he can get into the Radio Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he's doing.
Well, when you pose for that portrait, you have to be in a collared shirt. They don't put oil paintings of people in hoodies.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Otherwise, he'd be shirtless with, like, suspenders drinking a Busch Light.
Yeah.
At NASCAR.
At NASCAR.
The boss lady comes in, says, good morning. So happy to have a good morning show to get this long drive going. She's driving back from Kansas City today.
KCMO.
Yep, that's it. I've got to make sure that I move the laundry. So after the
so it looks like you've done something.
Exactly, right? So you spend the
move a few things around the kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Look, I was busy.
Did you do anything the whole time I was gone?
Yeah, exactly. Boys' weekend. You spend Sunday night just frantically cleaning the.
Just get the Clorox wipes out and do the toilets. If nothing else, Clorox wipes and the toilets.
They did say that if you only had one thing, enough time to just clean one thing if somebody's coming over, the bathroom was the one thing.
Clorox wipes.
Oh yeah, no. So that's the secret. You always keep a jar of the Clorox wipes in the cabinet on the first floor bathroom because you never know who's going to stop over.
Exactly.
And you don't want people to think you're a slob. But the problem is we're not really that dirty. But we have an 8-year-old son, and sometimes it's just he hasn't figured it out yet.
It's boys.
Leave it at that.
Boys.
I could see it.
It's like, how did you get it on the wall?
Hey,
there's Wesley.
On the honkers log right over there.
Here.
Is that Northwest West and Northwest Wesley Jr. the second?
Sure is.
Heck yeah.
He's a new radio star.
Oh my goodness, he
We
is.
can't play the soundbite, so I'll just tell him. Shut your mouth, you song-wearing fatty.
That is Dad and Son DIY it all. I hope you made it to your subscriber goal over the weekend. If not, we got almost there. Go ahead. If you're looking,
subscribe.
Absolutely. Find Dad and Son DIY it all right there on YouTube.
Is this what it's like to have a paparazzi? Because this is kind of neat.
Right?
I know, it's very cool. And after you subscribe to them, get on over to WRMN AM 1410 channel on the YouTube. Like and subscribe, because the more we get, the more we can do.
You said we were climbing. Are we at
Have a great day. Learn a whole
are.
lot in school today.
Yeah.
Are we at 1,100 already?
I believe.
Oh my goodness.
Are we at 1,100?
We just got a deluge of subscribers for there.
Oh.
Well, you're looking it up. Go ahead.
A deluge.
What's with you and these big words?
I know, isn't it cool?
You make us all feel stupid.
So I don't see it
I'm
on
very
this screen.
grandiloquent after I have my coffee.
Oh.
You're going to be. I'm going to throw my Vandiloquent coffee at you.
Well, I can't see it for whatever reason on this screen.
Oh,
so
that's okay.
Where are you at? Can you see it on yours?
I'll see it here. Why don't you introduce our guest for a second?
Well, good morning, everybody. We're here with the lovely Jeannie Mayer. She is what is your exact title? Like Executive Queen Goddess of the Hampshire Director.
Ruler, Allied Commander.
The Grand Poobah.
With tentacles.
You're the with tentacles. Yeah, she's like the Grand Poobah of the Hampshire Chamber of Commerce and does an amazing job. So, Jeannie, we were just talking, and I know we're just going to repeat this because this is making me laugh too hard. If you could star in any movie, past or present, for those of you, I'm telling you, she is the sweetest, kindest woman on the planet. What would you star in?
I would be a Marvel movie villain.
And you would look good in like a whole jumpsuit with a cape and some heels.
Yeah, like a Poison Ivy outfit. But you're going to have to AI me a little bit.
And then, so would you fly? Would you want to fly?
Oh, absolutely.
If you're going to go all in,
like leap or something.
With tentacles.
Yeah, laser eyes, maybe. I don't know.
Laser eyes? Oh, I'm getting
Your husband's going to be listening and go, I didn't even know this.
He's going to be like, oh no, her real self.
No, he's going to be going, wait, meow, in a jumpsuit? Naughty.
Jumpsuit, yeah.
Yeah. See, so we had to re-bring that up because, oh my gosh, that was probably the best answer of the day. If you don't know Jeannie Mayer, it made it 1,000% better.
I don't know. It's way better than the answer I gave. I don't know if you were listening or not, but I like grumpy old men, so I figured I'd be.
Does he not fit?
I'd be a good Max Goldberg or John Gustafson.
That's funny too, Mike, because you're about one of the sweetest people on earth.
Exactly.
You don't know me that well. You ask around.
Get off my lawn.
Well, maybe we'll be a supervillain duo.
I play a nice guy on the radio. That's about as far as it goes, I suppose.
You guys have some great alter egos, is what it is. Nobody will suspect you in any kind of way.
No.
I tell everybody, I just want to be cool like Marky B. That's all I want.
That's it. Doesn't everybody? That's really the goal for any young radio professional to jump in for there. Speaking of callers, let's go ahead and jump into the phone lines. Hello, caller. Welcome to the morning show here on WRMN.
Good morning.
Morning. Hi, Sue. Hi, Sonar.
Hey, how are you, Sue?
Pretty good. I'm doing good. Had a good weekend, but I do have some news. I told Marky B, but Sue doesn't know this yet, but I just found out a couple days ago that my father, Joseph, he passed away a couple weeks.
Sorry.
Oh, we're sorry to hear that.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but I still want to talk to you, Sue, about, stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have is this our conversation off the air that we're going to have?
Sometime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we talking about something you want to talk about on here? You're going to tell me what movie you'd like to star in?
Yeah, but you have such a pretty cool hair color, and we got to take pictures. So what kind of movie would you want to be in? Is there a movie about photographer? Because I think she'd be awesome.
She would be awesome.
What kind of movie?
Like if there's one movie that you'd want to star in, what is it?
Like the name of
Yeah, pick a movie. If any movie you've watched that you said, man, I would love to be in that movie, what would it be?
I have to think about that.
Okay.
Sue wants to be the bouncer in Magic Mike.
Yeah.
That's what she would
Do you want to join me?
That'll be cool.
Okay, you're in. You're in. I'm hiring a whole squad of bouncers. You're in, girl. We got this. You and me and Magic Mike. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen all those movies, man.
And for those who are watching on YouTube, I am not Magic Mike. Definitely, I am not.
You are
Mike.
magical.
I am not. I'm not Magic Mike. I'm like Magic Mike that got delivered from Temu.
He's the wish. The wish Magic Mike.
Like I'm the wish Magic Mike.
Mike and I are the Magic Mikes that you have to leave out with let the air kind of inflate us. Like
there's enough inflation.
Put that little grow a boyfriend in a cup of water. And it's like one of those big, achoo, there we go.
Do you see Sue? But what happens here is I come in and it's not, I told you, Rodney Dangerfield.
Pandemonium up in here. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Sue. You got any plans for this week?
Sometime gonna have coffee with a lady from church, Tara.
Oh, that'll be
fun.
fun.
Plays guitar at church.
Oh, very fun.
Nice.
Well, Sue, I'm sorry to hear about your loss. Our prayers go out to you and all of our thoughts as well.
Thank you. I mean, I had a good weekend.
Good.
Becky,
That's awesome.
my roommate, she made turkey, barbecue turkey.
Yeah, well, that sounds good.
That's what we're talking about. Get us all hungry first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
And Sundays went to church, told her run the news.
Nice.
Perfect.
Great. Well, thank you, Sue. Have a great day.
Have a great day.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that was Becky. Come in, Becky.
Hi.
Hi. I heard you. I heard you listen to. Or I heard you made some good barbecue.
Yeah, it's ground turkey with Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
That's my fave.
Man, did you bring enough for everybody, Becky?
Yeah, for the whole class. We got a big class today, too.
I should have.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Maybe next
4
time.
pounds.
Ooh.
Holy smokes.
Leftovers are good.
Hey, I got to get going to the news. Thanks for calling, ladies.
You too.
Have a good day. We'll see you soon.
Hi, First Shifters. Don Jose, love you.
Bye.
Oh, bye.
Bye.
That is always great to hear from the listeners and get a check-in on that.
Do I have like 30 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my gosh, because I just saw that the church that had all the damage, they had their first in-person church service yesterday at another facility. But how exciting that they were able to get to have their first church service back.
That's
so
fantastic.
it's
Great news.
United I don't want to say the wrong church.
First United Methodist.
Thank you. But yeah, so I heard that this morning and I was very excited. So blessings to everybody. I'm glad you got to worship together again.
Absolutely, yeah. And they are actually sharing a space with another church as well. That interview with the pastor is actually on the YouTube page as well.
She's a sweetheart. Oh.
So if you ever miss an interview, including this one with the amazing executive director of the Hampshire Chamber
He's
of Commerce.
calling you amazing because he's afraid of your alter ego.
He's terrified.
Jeannie Mayer.
The great and all-powerful Jeannie Mayer.
Can I come on again tomorrow? This is great for my ego.
She's going to be walking out there today like
She was so nervous when she walked out.
I know. This is great.
You're going to be walking out of here down the street like John Travolta with the music going. Her theme song.
She goes,
That's right.
she's going to get back into town and she's going to get a phone call. She goes, don't you know who I am? Major market radio star,
People
Jeannie
are going to
Mayer.
be lined up to join the
I'm
chamber
the
now.
amazing Jeannie Mayer.
I love it. Oh, my goodness.
More WRMN morning show. See, you get so trained. I almost dropped that apolitical talk show.
Apolitical talk
But
show.
we'll have a good
Today at 4.
conversation with Matt McNeil, hopefully here in a few moments while he talks about what's going to be on his show, Out to Lunch, later on today. Stick around a little bit more, Miss Mayer.
You bet.
Okay, here we go. More WRMN morning show after this.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Ivana Brooks. I'm running for Elgin City Council because I have a passion for people and politics. I care deeply for this city, and the city of Elgin is my home, and I want to see all of our people thrive, prosper, and grow for generations to come. I want to lay the groundwork for this city, championing business development and economic prosperity improving community relations, and empowering our youth, and maneuvering our mental health and substance abuse crisis, because the people of Elgin deserve to have a government that is run by the people, for the people. So join me, and please support by voting for me, Cecilia Ivana Brooks, on Tuesday, April 1st, for Elgin City Council. Thank you. God bless America, and may God bless the city of Elgin. Paid for by the Believers for Cecilia Brooks.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
If you turned 65 recently like me, it's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
WRMN Morning Show continues. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. This is the last segment of the hour, and Sue Castle was nice enough to let me come on the air with her. Thank you very much.
Oh, stop. I'm the new girl here. I love having you on.
Yeah,
we have
but
a
you've
good
got
time.
seniority on here.
Oh, on the morning show?
Yeah, the morning show. You've done more morning shows than I have.
This is number 21.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean.
Number 21.
Congratulations.
I've got maybe 7.
And you're killing it,
Thank you.
man.
Appreciate
Killing
it.
it. Couldn't do it without you.
Appreciate it. We couldn't do it without our fantabulous guests from the Hampshire area. We've got Mayor Mike Reed, and of course, we've got Executive Director of the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce, Jeannie Mayer. I got to make sure that I put the Hampshire Area Chamber, because it's not just Hampshire's Chamber of Commerce, right?
No, that's true. We do Hampshire, Burlington, Pinker Grove, and parts around.
Which keeps you a very busy lady. If you want to go to find the events calendar on the Hampshire Chamber, you can go to business.hampshirechamber.org/events, and you can see all of the amazing ribbon cuttings and different meetings. Tell me a little bit about your lunch and learn meetings that you've got going on.
Oh yeah, sure.
Those
So
are
what
so
we do, we find a topic of interest for our businesses, and we have generally it's one of our member businesses presenting, and we either have lunch at one of our local restaurants, bars, or eateries, and or at a local community room, and then we cater in the food from one of our members, and we just get together. We do some networking, kind of build those relationships and friendships, and then we learn something of value and have a nice meal together, and it's a good time.
It is. I agree. I've been to several. No, many. I'll go many.
Yeah,
I've been to many.
You've been to many.
And they are very interesting, very informative, and most of all, they're fun. And you get to eat good food.
You do. You do.
Mayor Mike, how important is it for one business to understand the business inner workings of another one in their neighborhood?
I feel like that's the question right out of Billy Madison at the end. Describe business ethics. What are you doing to me, Sonar? You can't just make up questions like that.
Exactly.
I'm glad he gave that to you.
Holy cow!
I like the way he just lobbed that over.
I will put $10 on the fact that he could repeat that question if he tried.
Yeah, okay, let me see. How important? See, I was there, I swear.
See? That's
He was in the zone.
No,
you know?
how important is it for one business to understand the inner workings of another business that kind of like their neighbors?
I guess I'll answer to that to that. It's the neighbor thing, right? It's working together. You don't need to understand how the other business operates. You need to understand some of the challenges that you both face. It's like, okay. I mean, the fact of the matter is one of the things that I've enjoyed about our business community is that there's not competition in the general sense, in the fact that our businesses are out to get the other one or have more customers than the other one or doing things to undercut the other provider, restaurants or bars in particular. I mean, we went and saw Rick Lindy the other day, right, at Newman's, and in comes Randy and Michelle, who happen to own Copper Barrel in town, which technically is a competitor. And then we saw Pete earlier in the evening, who is the bartender and part owner of Red Ox, and he came into Newman's. And again, these are just people that live and care and be a part of the community in different ways. And so that's the part that I've really enjoyed it, because
we all try to frequent each other's establishments.
You see in other communities where it's not that way. You see in other communities where they're like, oh, well, I'm going to offer, $1.50 pitchers or something like this. And okay, fine. Well, I'm going to offer for $1.25 to try to steal their business.
We have that going on.
but you know what I'm saying? It's not as prevalent. It's not as prevalent.
I would also say, the rising tide lifts all boats.
Yes.
So when Newman's is doing well and they've got something, well, maybe you want to go after you go to Newman's and you grab something to eat at one of the other member businesses, and back and forth. Just like when we have a community event in town, if you kind of track where people go afterwards, they're hitting all the different businesses based on, if they have families, they might be going to Neon Cow. If they're singles, they might be going to, Harps or Newman's or something like that. So a rising tide lifts all boats, and that's really
absolutely.
How it is.
Yeah,
and that's why it's so crucial that we have a leader like Jeannie, and then we have business owners and business people that manages businesses that really want to be a part of all of that. The owners of Newman's are phenomenal in the fact that they always want to get involved in
I adore them.
And same with, and I'm not just trying to single out one business or another, but you've got Brent and Anna and the Hampshire Social Crew and Christine Klein, who's going to be on our show on Friday. Talking about real estate. And so there's all these
Snap Fitness, the Guardian Angel Basset Rescue,
just
everybody
go down the list. If we're not saying your name, that doesn't mean we're not thinking.
Correct. It's just early,
because it's a matter we all are in this together, and and really that spirit came out. We referenced maybe it was off the air about COVID and how we can all work from home and set the bar and stuff like that. That's where I really feel like we excelled. There were opportunities for us to do things a little bit different and try to find ways to support the local businesses, right? Whether it be like parking lot parties or putting tables out on the street and stuff like that, or just trying something different, because a lot of the businesses are mom and pop, Like most of the businesses on State Street in general are owned or operated by people that have vested interest within the community.
Absolutely.
It keeps that dollar in the ecosystem.
Well,
it keeps it moving there.
Well, it's not even like a dollar. I mean, money is important. Don't misunderstand me, but it's that sense of community that I think that all of our businesses tend to put in front of making the profit. And it's evident because, like Jeannie said earlier in one of our earlier segments, when somebody needs something, Hampshire shows up.
They do.
Absolutely.
I can attest to that a bajillion times over. A bajillion. One of the events we had in town, and just to bring up numbers and people coming to town, our trunk or treat, how many businesses had trunks that they gave away candy, and how many thousands of people, and I'm not exaggerating, right? You probably have some of the stats, but how many businesses got involved with trunk or treat?
I want to say that's a Park District event, and Stephanie Weston at the not Stephanie Weston.
The other Stephanie.
The other one. The other
too many Stephanies.
The blonde Stephanie. I think she said they had about over 60 trunks in that little downtown area.
Yeah.
And we had over 2,000 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was just all the businesses and people in town that got their I mean, it was
And this
insane.
that's a 2-hour event. We had 2,000 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. We went through a lot of candy.
Went
A
through
lot of candy.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
If you want to learn more about becoming a member for the Hampshire Area Chamber of Commerce, go to hampshirechamber.org/membership benefits to see all of the great things that you can do. Join today, where you can join the calendar, or join the chamber, or see the calendar, or look up that members directory in case you are looking at that. Nobody looks at the yellow pages anymore. We all Google stuff now. So a great place to go to make sure that you are eating and just operating business-wise in a local side. Find your local Chamber of Commerce. They usually have that members directory over there as well. See, I got to stretch it long enough that I didn't have to talk politics. Coming up on my show later on today, I've got Corey Dixon, who is currently on the city council here in Elgin. He's going to be on with me at 4. And then I've also got Ken Brutally, who is going to be on with me at 5 o'clock as well. So we've got a couple different things. And then we're talking a little bit of politics, just a little bit.
Just a hair.
But more in the how is
Yeah.
politics going to affect us locally?
Correct.
Less about
It's not
the
even
red versus
it's not
blue.
it's not even politics. It's current policy set at the federal level impacting us locally.
There you go. More about the economy.
It's not politics in the sense that it's actually what is going on now and how it impacts us.
There it is.
That's the spin.
That's 2 hours in the books already, guys. We're halfway through our broadcast day, or at least your guys' broadcast day.
Thank you so much for coming and joining us, Jeannie.
Thank you so much. This was great.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
Stay tuned for some Tom Appel and car automotive talk.
There it is. All kinds of great. Don't forget, we've also got that Suzie Q of the day. Follow and come back after the top of the hour news.
Hi, this is Mark Bialek, and I am running for re-election to be an Elgin Township trustee. As both a trustee and as your morning show voice on WRMN, I have always taken pride in connecting with the residents of Elgin and Elgin Township on a one-on-one basis. And it's this connection with the local community and its feelings and thoughts, combined with relationships that I've been able to form with many local leaders, that give me the balance of views that I need to use to help form my opinions, decisions, and votes at our board meetings. I also understand that as an elected official, it's my responsibility to represent people of all beliefs and cultures, and I take that responsibility seriously, priding myself on taking on all issues with an open mind. I am also proud to say that over the past 4 years, I've been able to spearhead America's First Responders Fest, an annual local festival that brings local people together with our great first responders. So please consider me, Mark Bialek, Marky B for trustee, and thank you for taking the time to vote in your important local elections. Paid for by friends for Mark Bialek.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time.
Hi, Tom. I've got you here. We're just in a break.
1410 WRMN Newsflash. I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Prevnar. Celebrations for Earth Month are set for Saturday, April 5th at the Hawthorne Hill Nature Center in Elgin. The event starts at 9:30 a.m. with a plant sale running till 2 p.m. Visitors can also enjoy an animal show by the Randall Oaks Zoo from 11 a.m. until noon. Lucy Westlake, a 21-year-old mountaineer from Naperville, has made history. Recently honored by the DuPage County Board for Women's History Month, Westlake holds the record as the youngest female to summit the highest mountain in each U.S. state and was the youngest American woman to reach the summit of Mount Everest. The city of Naperville calling on young artists to display their creativity. The city's Community Services Department inviting high school students aged 13 to 18 to submit their artwork for a project transforming streetlight controller boxes near the Naperville North and Naperville Central High Schools. The initiative was announced by City Clerk Dawn Porter. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase. I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels. Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale. I'm just gonna sleep. In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well. I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Linda Rock sharing stories that were in Elgin newspapers on March 31st, 1925. More persons were arrested for being intoxicated during the month of March than any month in the city's history, according to the monthly report of Magistrate George R. Thompson, submitted today. A total of 24 men faced intoxication charges, figures reveal. According to the police magistrate, cases which appear before him now show men to be crazy drunk rather than merely drunk. Phone for food. That's the newest slogan in commercial Elgin today. Last night it was adopted by local service grocery store proprietors and managers, about 75 of whom met at Nelson Hall on Chicago Street for the purpose of learning how to boost their business and give their patrons better service through the medium of the telephone. Soon every package of groceries delivered at your home will have sticker stamps urging you to phone for food. It is planned to make this slogan as widely known a slogan as Say It With Flowers, as it became a few years ago. The Goodfellow Club of the Watch Factory is staging a benefit dance and entertainment at the Watch Factory Gymnasium this evening. Proceeds of the affair will
Up in about
be
2.5, Tom.
to a crippled widow with 2 small children. An elaborate entertainment has been arranged, including boxing and wrestling exhibitions, a comedy wrestling match, and a dance party.
Elgin 100 years ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 years ago at www.elginhistory.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase. I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels. Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale. I'm just gonna sleep. In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well. I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Schieblo has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
The coffee's hot, the mics are on, and Fox River Valley is wide awake. It's the WRMN Morning Show with Marky B and Suzie C. News, nonsense, and everything in between. Marky keeps it sharp, Suzie keeps it real, and you never know what's coming next. So grab your coffee, crank up the volume, and let's do this.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I will be taking you through the next 2 hours with the co-hostess with the mostest. And of course, that is the amazing Sue Castle. Thank you very much, Sue, for letting me on today.
Good morning. I'm so happy to have you. We always have a good time.
I think so. Whether we're on the air or not, I think we have a good time. Especially when I head over to Newman's Corner Pub. When's the next time you guys are doing karaoke over there?
I have to set that up.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to set that up.
I'm ready to go.
Are you?
Let's do it. I've been practicing in the shower.
I got it. I will set that up ASAP.
We've also got Mayor Mike Reed here with us, too. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Hey, guys.
Oh, I turned off the wrong one. Go ahead again.
It's probably better. I sound better with the microphone off. Hi, everyone.
It's there. Hey, we've also got another one of your friends here joining us. If you want to, no, I'll let you go ahead and do the introduction. Go ahead.
So first, how do I see him here? I'm new to this whole Zoom world here.
Oh my goodness, where did we all go? There they are.
There he is. Awesome. Okay, we could see you, but can we hear you?
I hope so.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, Mr. Appel, sir. This is Tom Appel, editor of the Consumer Guide Automotive and host of the Car Stuff podcast.
That's me, yes.
What did I miss? I probably didn't do a good enough job introducing you. I'm no Steve King.
No, that was all the stuff. Yeah, and I'm the publisher of Consumer Guide Automotive.
Well, I really, really appreciate you joining us today.
My pleasure.
So if you could see us, so this is Suzie C right next to me.
Good morning.
She's an amazing person. We've got Sonar over here with the beard. I guess I didn't get the memo that I should have a beard to be on the show. But I really, first of all, I got to say, huge fan. I've been listening to you for years. I had the opportunity to meet you. My wife and I did at one of the New Year's Eve extravaganzas on Michigan Avenue years ago.
Long time ago, yeah.
But we really enjoy your podcast, and we really enjoy the opportunity.
Thank you.
So kind of what we wanted to talk about today was the car market in general, and we can get into however you want to play this, but it's such a big news story for everybody. As far as whether or not, the tariffs are coming into play, are the tariffs not coming into play? Do I buy a car? Do I not buy a car? Financing's a mess. The interest rates are high. And so realistically, people keep referencing April 2nd because that's when the current administration is saying that that's when a lot of these tariffs are going into place. Even more so, there's been dealerships, dealership groups, and different automotive mailing news lists sending people who have been interested in buying vehicles and using that as kind of a scare tactic, if you will. And so I was just hoping that you could kind of dive in and we could talk a little bit about some of this.
Yeah, it's been a really normal year until right now. Last year, we wrapped up the year with about 15.9 million sales in the U.S. That's new cars. Fairly normal in the post-pandemic era. And this year, dealer sentiment was high. They thought they'd sell a little bit more. We're talking about 16.3 million units. So not a big change. And the supply of vehicles on the ground is a little bit high, which means that there should be some discounting, some incentives, things like that. And everything is normal until now, because now these tariffs are going to kick in. And for people who don't know, we're talking about a 25% tariff on all vehicles imported to the U.S. And that's imported from Western Europe, from Korea, from Japan, and unfortunately from Mexico and Canada. And we don't know yet what these tariffs mean. But an important thing to remember is that the margin on a new car that a manufacturer makes typically is between 6 and 8%. That's the net margin. So you can't hide 25% any place. It's not going to be absorbed. It's going to be added to the price. And there's a lot of confusion about what this means, what cars are included. and ultimately what's going to happen with parts of cars, which are added to the list about a month later. So if this does come into play, we're about to enter a very confusing period in the auto industry. Prices are going to rise, and there's going to be shortages of vehicles. But the good news is there is inventory on the ground, so that if this is a short period of time that we are forced to endure these tariffs, things might not get bad. It depends on the length of time that they're applied.
Yeah, Tom, we've had tariffs before with manufacturers for automotive and things like that. Do you think it's the broadness of these orders that really are the crux of this, or do you think it's just the tariffs in general? Because there have been automotive tariffs, but they've been targeted before. They've said, nope, this is going to be this particular brand or this particular country, or et cetera, et cetera. Do you think it's the broadness that's really the factor in this one?
It is, and like in the U.S., we produce. Well, we should start. We talked about how many cars we buy a year. The U.S. we buy about 16 million cars a year in the U.S. In the U.S., in the United States, we produce about 8 million. We import about 1 million from Canada and about 3 million from Mexico. That leaves us 4 million short of vehicles that we get from someplace else, and primarily Japan, Korea, and Western Europe. And that shortage is going to be a problem. We're 8 million short of vehicles that aren't going to be subject to a 25% tax.
Yeah, and as we talk about the tariffs and that kind of thing that have happened before in the market, I recall a little bit before my time, but I recall reading about what happened in the 80s, and that's why you'd see the automotive partnerships with Mitsubishi and Chrysler at the time to try to get around some of those tariffs. Is that an accurate statement? Do you think that type of behavior, those types of partnerships are going to happen again?
It's interesting that you would mention Mitsubishi and Chrysler, because that was a very lucrative relationship. Chrysler sold a lot of vehicles here in the U.S. with Chrysler brand names that were built by Mitsubishi. And I think everyone benefited from that, including the fact that Mitsubishi could build at a relatively lower cost than could Chrysler. That's the kind of thing that could come into play. It would take time to establish, and time is the interesting thing here. Something like you're discussing, Mike, might take a year or two to put together, but to actually move production, say to move production of a vehicle from Canada to the U.S., could take 2 years, could take 3 years. So responding to this is a very difficult decision by manufacturers. The administration right now could be replaced in 3 years. And at which point, why did you do this? Because your production costs are going to go up because you were subject to American labor costs. So there's a lot of foot dragging right now by manufacturers, hoping this is all going to blow over.
Could they get away with some of the tariffs like some of the clothing manufacturers do by putting an extra pocket, maybe shipping it with only 2 wheels and calling it a bicycle? Is there something in there that they might be able to kind of lessen some of these tariffs?
For a long time, Ford was shipping the Ford Transit Connect, which was a small minivan. They don't import that vehicle anymore. But to avoid something called the chicken tax, which was a tax on industrial commercial vehicles, imported commercial vehicles, they were shipping vehicles over here as like family vehicles, and then removing the interior, like the seats and stuff, to avoid the tax.
Well, that's one way to get around it, I suppose.
Yeah, that was part of the chicken wars, actually. What they had done is after the war, the manufacturing of chicken had become easier in America than it was in Germany. So Germany put a tax on imported chicken, and then America turned around and said, okay, well, we're going to put a tax on German automotive and put a tariff on that. And that obviously that didn't turn out so well for everybody. But what are the goals for this one? I know they're trying to make a bit more money for the government, but they're also talking about throwing a tax write-off or a rebate at the end of the year if you did make a purchase.
The rebate I just heard about, and this is relatively new news, is that the current administration is talking about allowing consumers to write off the interest on their loans. That's real money, and that could certainly be an incentive to purchase. But by the end of the year, it might be a little too late to have a major impact, because the price of cars is going to go up by about 25% as a result of this.
Everybody. Well, hold on. I'm looking at the clock here. Do we have to hit a break?
Yeah,
Can you hold on, Tom?
Sure.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, I've got a couple callers. I'm going to see if maybe we can get a question or two for you, Tom. I really appreciate you being on.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Appel is the publisher of Consumer Guide Automotive and the host of the Car Stuff podcast. He will be back with us here on the WRMN Morning Show after this.
Anxiety, depression, PTSD, an eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. If it's causing problems at work or with your family, get help now at Insight Mental Health and Wellness. We can help and treat all types of depression and mental issues. We'll help you use your insurance to get away from it all to a beautiful, sunny, and tranquil vacation-like environment so you can recharge yourself. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you could take the time off you need from work. Plus, with the Affordable Care Act, your treatment could be 100% covered if you're suffering from any kind of anxiety, depression, PTSD, eating disorder, or even a substance abuse problem. Use your insurance and get away from it all. Come to sunny California. Call Insight Mental Health and Wellness now. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. 800-419-0287. That's 800-419-0287.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at silink.net. That's Papa, Sierra, Yankee, Lima, India, November, Kilo, dot, November, Echo, Tango.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast, right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My Grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm joined with Suzie C. and, of course, Mayor Mike Reed. Also on Zoom with us, Tom Appel is the publisher and editor of the Consumer Guide Automotive and a host of the Car Stuff podcast. He's talking tariffs with us. Thank you very much for being here with us, Tom.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Tom.
Hi, sir. So can you, before we jump into calls, can you tell us a little bit about your podcast?
Oh, sure. Unbelievably, I was just checking. We've been around for 5 years now, the Consumer Guide Car Stuff podcast. Weekly podcast. I produce it with my co-host, Jill Simonillo, a prominent automotive journalist. And what we're trying to do is have fun, tried to break down what's going on in the auto industry in a very digestible way. We don't get too technical. We don't get too far into the business weeds. It's just kind of news as in the way that most people consume news. And then if you don't care about the car stuff at all, just skip to the third segment when I quiz Jill every month.
Oh, it's awesome. There's always fun and games. It's always good. Plus, from what I understand, you guys always typically have good donuts.
We do have donuts, yeah. Spunky Dunkers here in Palatine, yeah.
Wow, so you're just down the road.
Yes, we are.
So it wouldn't be that hard to convince you to come into the studio with us.
I could be conned into that.
We just got to get some donuts,
We just got to bring in some donuts. We'll introduce you to Country Donuts of Elgin fame.
I have enjoyed those. I have enjoyed those. Those are fantastic.
So we've got this 25% tariff on imported automobiles that's coming in. And of course, Tom, that's just a one-time deal, right? As soon as it crosses the border, just the once, 25, I don't have to ever pay it ever again unless it crosses the border again?
We don't know. There's a lack of clarity on this, and you raise a fantastic point. There's a transmission, for example, that Stellantis builds under license from a European company called ZF. They build it in the U.S. and it's popular or it's not popular. It's used in the Ram pickup, for example. So it's extremely high volume. This transmission, unfortunately, crosses the border several times. It's assembled someplace in the U.S. South, but parts come up from Mexico. I think early in the vehicle's the transmission's construction, it gets shipped down to Mexico, and I think it crosses the border. I think this is the example of something that crosses the border 4 or 5 times. And it's unclear how that will be taxed. And we're getting very close to something like a European VAT, value-added tax, where there's this compound tax that really raises the price of an item.
Yeah, they're looking at potentially adding 5,000 to 10,000 per vehicle, and I think that swings so big, right?
And what's going to happen, and this is going to apply to used cars too, because they've now found a way to make money. It's like during COVID when there was the dealer markups, if you will, that somehow creeped into used car markets, which I never understood, or all these individual dealer fees where you go to buy a vehicle and you sit down to sign the paperwork and there's $14,000 worth of extra charges. Mm-hmm. It gets competitive out there.
Yeah, during the COVID shortages, the price increases that we saw were all transaction prices. Manufacturers had not raised the sticker price of vehicles, but dealers were, in response to increased demand, raising prices because they could get them.
So I guess if it's okay, before we take calls, so I guess what is as the Grand Poobah sage advice giver of somebody, if they have an older vehicle at the current time, and let's say they need some kind of major repair, do they put the money into the car, or do they say because of the current economic conditions, or do they start to investigate new vehicles?
Unless you are prepared to do something about buying a new car right now, might be a good time to think about preserving your car, because I think we're looking for a period of turmoil moving forward. I mean, there's a fantastic chance that none of this happens and that deals are struck and that we don't see these tariffs, although it's looking increasingly likely that we will. And the other thing, too, what we're seeing is a surge in demand for electric vehicles right now, because we're probably going to see a retraction of the EV tax credits, the $7,500 tax credits that electric car buyers have been enjoying. That's probably going to go away in the near future, and we have seen a surge in demand this year for EVs as a result. So people are getting in before what they believe is the deadline to buy these cars.
So you mentioned the $7,500 tax credit on the new EVs. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a used EV credit as well.
Yeah, it's $4,000 for up to $25,000. The transaction price of the car has to be under $25,000. But $4,000 is a lot of money on that amount. It's a little bit complicated, and there's a bunch of rules that apply to it. You do have to buy it at a dealership, and you do have to be the first person to buy the vehicle used, and there's some other rules as well. But if you can get the money, nice to have.
Oh, absolutely. So, let's see here. We have a few minutes left. Are you willing to hang on for another segment?
Certainly.
All right, cool. So we've got 4 minutes left before the news here. And so why don't you, if you could, what are you driving today? What are you driving today, and what's out on the market? What should we be paying attention to?
I'm driving something really surprising here, and it makes me sad that the sedan market is slowly going away. But the Honda, if we're looking at compact sedans, the Honda Civic is still out there, the Toyota Corolla is still out there, and I'm driving the Kia K4. The K4 is the replacement for the Forte. This is a small sedan, and I don't think it gets the kind of consumer attention that it should, but this is a delightful little car, redesigned for 2025, very modern looking, very clean interior, and the pricing is surprisingly attractive. Prices start around $22,000. I'm driving the GT line, which is the second sportiest vehicles. It doesn't have the turbocharged engine, but for about 28 grand, I'm driving a car with a Harman Kardon stereo, really nice interior, fun to drive, relatively quick, and I'm averaging 32 miles to the gallon. I like it a lot.
Now, how can our listeners connect with you if they want to see what you're posting and your reviews?
Yeah, just go to consumerguide.com. If you want to see the reviews I've written, right on the top navigation, there is a review tab. Just click on that.
And then on social media, you're pretty active with your car pictures. And are you still having a battle of subscribers with your co-host?
Yeah, we both moved. We were encouraged by Steve King of Steve and Johnny fame to move on to Blue Sky. So we have a subscriber battle there. I am winning. I don't like to brag, but I am winning that. But you can follow me on Blue Sky or on Twitter. I am Car Guy Tom.
So we won't tell Jill that you've stacked the deck by talking on another radio station. We won't tell her that.
Yeah, it needs to look like I'm not doing anything.
But yeah, but maybe you guys are recording this afternoon, correct? Right? Don't you guys normally record on Mondays?
That's correct. Yeah, new episode drops early tomorrow morning.
Oh, we're pretty excited. We'll be excited for that.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
8:27. Let's get David in here before the bottom of the hour. David, what's your car question?
Hi.
Good morning, David.
Good morning, David.
Yeah. So thanks for coming on real quick. Could this tariff thing be a double-edged sword that, okay, if it does go through and, the government, maybe they're using that as part of excuse to help pay the debt and stack it to the car industry, and possibly would the other part of the double-edged sword be that they do bring all kinds of manufacturing to the U.S., but because of the interdependence on other countries, cars are going to cost, U.S.-made cars are going to cost, double or triple what they are now. Isn't it like a potential bomb?
What's that for you? Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so the trick here is that first of all, the $7,500 tax credit on EVs did bring manufacturing to the U.S., and a lot of manufacturers are building battery plants in the U.S. as a result, or building their EVs in American plants. So that's good news. Kia and Hyundai just moved production of EVs to the American facilities, so that's great. But to your point, even if production is brought here, it's going to raise the cost of a car. If it comes up from Mexico, we're talking about paying $42 an hour for labor instead of $5 an hour for labor. Mm-hmm. So moving the production here would be cheaper than paying the 25% tariff, but there still is a secondary tariff of sorts in terms of labor cost.
We've got more. Tom Appel, the publisher for Consumer Guide Automotive and the host of the Car Stuff podcast, talking more about the 25% tariff that's supposed to go effective April 3rd. We'll talk more after the bottom of the hour break. Thanks for sticking around, Tom.
Absolutely.
Where can people find you on the internet?
Oh, just check us out at consumerguide.com.
That's the place to go, consumerguide.com for the Consumer Guide Automotive. Tom Appel, Mike Reed, Sue Castle, and Dennis Green will all be back after this WRMN Morning Show. Stick around.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Curdan, brought to you by Prevnar. Lucy Westlake, a 21-year-old mountaineer from Naperville, has made history. Recently honored by the DuPage County Board for Women's History Month, Westlake holds the record as the youngest female to summit the highest mountain in each U.S. state and was the youngest American woman to reach the summit of Mount Everest. The city of Naperville calling on young artists to display their creativity. The city's Community Services Department inviting high school students aged 13 to 18 to submit their artwork for a project transforming streetlight controller boxes near the Naperville North and Naperville Central High Schools. The initiative was announced by City Clerk Dawn Porter. Celebrations for Earth Month are set for Saturday, April 5th at the Hawthorne Hill Nature Center in Elgin. The event starts at 9:30 a.m. with a plant sale running until 2 p.m. Visitors can also enjoy an animal show by the Randall Oaks Zoo from 11 a.m. until noon. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase. I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At Britain's Touchless Car Wash, they know life gets busy. That's why they're here 24/7 to keep your car looking spotless, fast, and easy. Their advanced brush-free wash technology delivers a sparkling clean without a single scratch, because they treat your car like it's their own. Here's the best part. Right now, you can get a free car wash just for joining their text club. It's simple. Just text BRITT to 30400, and your first wash is on them. Britain's Touchless Car Wash has two convenient locations, 1923 Larkin Avenue in Elgin and 555 Willow in West Dundee. They're proud to keep your car clean while giving back to our community. Text BRITT to 30400. That's BRITT to 30400. Now for your free car wash, and see why Britain's Touchless Car Wash is the fast, gentle, and reliable choice.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
You're back. We're back. Let's do this. It's the WRMN Morning Show with Marky B and Suzie C. Buckle up, Fox River Valley.
You can watch our faces on YouTube.
Yeah.
You go to the WRMN 1410 on YouTube. You can watch us live, or if you have something you want to say, you can send in a chat at the text line at 505-926-1410, or during the phone frenzy, You're welcome to call 847-931-1410.
My microphone's back on.
That's why I kind of filled that in for you.
Yeah, no. See, you can't run a perfect show, technically. You're going to miss one button at least.
There you go.
But that's okay. I could tell there was a pause and thought, I'll jump right in. I'll figure something else to say.
That's it. We are talking with Tom, and Tom is part of the Car Stuff podcast, Tom Appel, and he publishes on the Consumer Guide Automotive side for there. Tom, thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate your insight.
Tom.
Yeah. Now, so what we talked a little bit about quote unquote gloom and doom, right? So now let's try to have some fun in the last segment here. Let's talk about some automotive news. Let's talk about the fun things. You know, Dodge is or Stellantis, I should say, was highly criticized for their push to get rid of the Hemi. And all the news and buzz I read over the weekend is that the Hemi's coming back. We don't have sound.
I think he's muted.
We don't have Tom.
Is he muted?
Tom.
Well, in a quick little, while we're figuring that out, the boss lady, speaking of vehicles, the boss lady's driving back from KCMO, and she is driving right by the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile.
Oh,
there you go.
Welcome to Car Chat and the Wienermobile. So how funny is that?
We don't have Tom. Tom, do we have?
I lose you, Tom.
Tom, can you hear us? Give us a wave.
He's trying to talk. He's getting really frustrated at us. We had this all down.
It was working.
You don't happen to have the mute on, do you, Tom?
No, it's us.
No, it's us. It's always us. See, it's not you. I've heard that before. It's not you. It's me.
Yeah, it's never me. It's always you.
Hey, Tom, can you call us right back then? Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
This is all going to be edited out in post.
Exactly. Let me just do a real quick this. Yep, that's us.
I hear.
So we're doing it. Let's see if we can get Tom back. So it's definitely coming in here. You just heard the Zoom side of it there. We got Tom Appel coming back over. But thank you all for being here. Let's go down the chat. Prince Charming by Guy Zambetti.
Yeah, he was answering the question about what movie he would, and he said, well, it wouldn't be Snow White. It doesn't look like it's doing too hot. And I asked him if he would be one of the 7 dwarfs. He said, no, Prince Charming.
Oh, he's charming.
He's charming, all right.
I see that. We got a friend, Don, called in as well, Degenerate Don.
Degenerate Don.
He said he was going to be in Young Frankenstein.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we have Tom back by chance?
Tom is coming back right now.
Tom, are you back? Hello.
Come in, Major
Is there
Tom.
anybody out there?
Yep, I think it's a setting on your end, brother. We've got check your
Did you
in
pull
and
the
outs.
plug? Pull the plug. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, just check your in and outs because we're getting a sat test on this side.
Can we just have, if we can't get this whole technology thing to work, like it's a fad, but can we have him call in?
Yeah, why don't you call into the line real quick, buddy?
Does he know what it is?
It's 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410, Tom.
It's always us. Technology's a fad.
And it's never stable. That's the thing.
I was thinking we were doing pretty good.
It works today, but it doesn't work tomorrow, and it didn't work 6 days ago.
Well, things happen. Our friend Sean wants to know who's the nerd with the glasses.
Howdy.
Hey,
thanks,
Tom. I'm really sorry about technology.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Oh, his video's here, but he's still calling us.
Oh, even better. Look at this. He's the best of both worlds.
He's breaking out all of the technology.
He's got this covered. So for those that weren't paying attention or got lost in our technical difficulties there, Stellantis was highly criticized by dropping the V8 under the former CEO, and now it looks like, from all the things that I read, the Hemi looks like it's coming back.
Yeah, interesting development, and it's one that it's a bit of a head scratcher, right? We know that years and years ago, for example, Ford started installing turbocharged V6 engines in the F-150. And the single most popular engine in the Ford F-150 is, in fact, a 2.7-liter turbocharged V6, which seems like something that sort of technological traditionalists might have pushed back against, but very popular there. Ram recently made the same decision, and at the moment, you cannot get a V8 engine in a Ram pickup. And Ram pickup sales may have suffered as a result of that specifically. So there's some talk about bringing in a base Ram engine that would be the V8 instead of the turbocharged inline 6. That's the engine right now. But the news for muscle car folks is that we're going to see that engine return to the Charger, which was redesigned and went electric only. Right now, if you want a Charger, the only Charger out there is the Charger Daytona, and that's electric.
And it's got a big speaker underneath it.
Well.
It's got a big speaker underneath it to make exhaust sounds, correct?
Yeah, yes, which I find silly, but it is kind of entertaining.
You know, I've seen on commercials, I think it was Ford, but don't quote me, and a couple others were offering really big incentives for an EV, like they would give you the free charging port at home, or they were giving you big deals off of the charging at home, maybe to entice you to buy an EV. Now, I don't know if that's still going on, but I had seen that like maybe a few weeks ago. Is that something that's still happening that you're aware of?
Yes, it is. Yeah, Ford generally has a deal like that. The F-150 Lightning, that's the electric version of the F-150. If you guys remember, just pre-pandemic, that vehicle made a huge splash, and all of a sudden they had hundreds of thousands of hand raisers with deposits in hand, super excited about the electric F-150, and who knows what reality took over, but it never turned out to be that big of a deal, and they never were able to sell as many as they thought they could. Part of that was just that consumers tend not to make more exciting choices during periods of economic strife like the pandemic and the subsequent period of inflation. So that vehicle never really got the launch it needed, but they do things to help move it, and one of them is a free charging station, which is a nice thing to have because you absolutely need home charging if you're going to buy an EV.
So what's interesting to me is that you would think that the Lightning sales would be higher than that rolling dumpster that you see that is a Cybertruck. I see those things, and they are the most grotesque-looking vehicles on the face of the planet. I know I'm going to get all kinds of hate for that, but oh my gosh,
saw
I can't.
A Mustang.
It's like a DeLorean and a Pontiac Aztek had a baby. It would be a Cybertruck.
That is a perfect description.
It's looking increasingly like the sales of the Cybertruck have tanked, and we're going to see numbers coming soon. One of the things about Tesla, and there's a super big lack of transparency when it comes to sales. They don't share sales numbers. So the numbers that we have about how well Tesla sales come from registration numbers from companies like RL Polk or S&P Mobility, and those trail the market information about sales by a couple of months sometimes. So we don't know how poorly the Cybertruck is selling right now, but there's plenty of evidence to suggest that it's bad. And we do know that this recall that we just heard about, because body panels are flying off of the Cybertruck, includes 50,000 vehicles, which is probably all of them.
Well, the Ford
the sales are not very strong.
The Ford Pinto got a really bad name of blowing up all the time. Why haven't we done that with Tesla yet? Because I'm pretty sure there have been more Cybertrucks that have spontaneously combusted than the Pinto.
Yeah, the Pinto. I love that people still remember that particular segment.
That's how I learned to drive.
Years, and it was just one trim level, but it was so famously, it was just such a famously callous decision on the part of Ford to not get that fixed, and I think that's why it sticks in our memory. But yeah, the Cybertruck has a bunch of issues that need to be addressed. And one of the most disappointing, I think, is that this truck was launched and sort of sold to the public as being like the ultimate end-all of off-road kind of available trucks, and then it gets stuck in the snow all the time. So...
Great.
That's exactly what you want to buy a truck to not do truck stuff. That's what you would do.
The battery freezes as well. There's all kinds of different things.
Tom, I really, really, really appreciate you giving us some time, and thank you for being so gracious with our technical difficulties this morning. And I really hope that we can have you back.
Oh, I'd love to. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tom. It was good to meet you.
Now, one last blatant, as Steve King would do, turn on the blatant plug mirror ball. One last plug.
Yeah, the new Consumer Guide Car Stuff podcast drops tomorrow morning. It would be great if people subscribed, and then please leave a review.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Tell them that you heard about him on WRMN Radio.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, please.
5-star review on those Apple podcasts go a long way with pushing podcasts out there. So we want to make sure more and more people can get to that show. Thank you very much, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tom.
guys.
Thank you, Bub. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
You too.
All right. Up next, we have some phone freestyle, right?
We're
Is that what
going
you call it?
phone
Yeah.
frenzy, baby.
And then
Phone frenzy.
To end the bonus hour of the show, we have another in-studio guest. Jimmy Vaselli will be joining us from Vaselli Law to talk
I'm staying.
about... Oh, yes, you're right. You're staying. If you
with
got
Jimmy
me here, you're staying.
Vaselli. I can't wait to sit in with Jimmy Vaselli.
So stay tuned. There's a lot more to come on the WRMN Morning Show.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit? Or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400, and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Ever tried balancing a dozen eggs in one hand while hopping on one foot? Or maybe juggling cats while riding a unicycle? Sounds ridiculous, right? But guess what? That's exactly what texting while driving is like. Your human brain only has the capacity to focus on one thing at a time. So when you're behind the wheel, give driving your undivided attention.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316. Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. 800-785-1673. That's 800-785-1673.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm filling in for Marky B, but there is no substitution for Suzie C.
Good morning, all, and guess what? It is a funky Monday, and it's been like a circus of information in here.
Yeah.
It's been great. We're learning lots.
Jumping through, showing off the network.
Look who's back.
Hey,
who's back?
Derek's back.
Am I on?
Yeah.
You are on.
I
We
don't
can
even
hear you.
Oh my goodness, you must be deaf.
No, I hear you.
It's okay.
I hear you.
Well, that's why when
We can turn
Jeannie
you
sat down and said, wow, these are really loud.
Oh, well, okay. That is why I'm not hearing
Yeah.
myself. Yeah, I am back from the red room, everyone.
Oh, you were in the red room.
I was in the red room.
Yeah, not the green room.
Oh, no.
50
Taking
Shades.
Hey, gotta bring it back full circle.
You
gotta
just
bring
did.
it back
If you
full
don't
circle.
know what we're talking about, you should have been listening earlier.
Go back
Where were
and
you?
watch on YouTube.
You'll
Just go
fill
back
right
and
in.
hit the rewind button.
YouTube.com/WRMN radio. That's
Oh,
it.
man,
That's
you
the
could tell he had a nap. He's way more into
Yeah.
it than he was this
With
morning.
a side note of 50 Shades of Grey.
Well, I mean, who is our special guest? The second half? Or second hour, I should say.
That was Jeannie Mayer.
Jeannie Mayer. Yeah, well, I mean, when she was talking about the villainous outfits,
Yeah.
you know, and everything for your question of the day,
Yeah.
you know,
You had to go watch your favorite scenes.
yeah.
I didn't realize there was a genre for
Poison Ivy.
evil chamber director.
There it is.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
who do we have on the phone, Sonar? Anybody?
We don't have anybody yet, but we've got a lot of people on the chat line here. Let's see here. Don asks, does Mike's famous weatherman son planning on zooming in with Tom Skilling?
No, he's not, but I might bring him by the studio. We'll see.
Oh, MR3 loves
Maybe.
me some
We'll
MR3.
We'll see. He's really into Tom Skilling, and he's really jealous that I've had the opportunity to meet him.
I just want to know, what were the odds? Like, if you weren't here before that last commercial, we're here talking car stuff, getting into it, like lots of really good information. And the boss lady chimes in, driving back from KCMO. She's driving behind the Wienermobile.
Wienermobile.
We couldn't have planned that bit any better if we tried. Thanks, Crystal.
Where can people reach out to the show?
Here, WRMN?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. So many ways. You were looking at Mike Reed when you said that.
sorry.
So you can either call us at 847-931-1410.
Or you can text at 505-926-1410.
Or watch us goofy faces live on the YouTube.
Send us your pics, your chats, your anything, and maybe you'll end up on the air just like us.
Degenerate Don's on Don't Say Anything.
I mean, if we could do it, you guys can do it.
I mean,
Yeah.
really. I mean, all it takes is a pulse, and they're like, hey, you sound like you know what to do on a microphone. And I'm like, I don't know. But from what I understand, Dino hasn't called in yelling about smoke coming from the transmitter, so we got to be doing okay.
We did get a good morning. So yeah.
That is, in fact, the Wienermobile.
That is
There
the
it is.
Wienermobile. Look at the boss lady. Again, that's a nice Wienermobile. How many are there? Does anybody know how many Wienermobiles
There's
are?
like 5 or 6 of them, I believe, and they all have different license plates that say different.
Can we get them in the Coon Creek Days Parade? I know we tried in the past.
I don't have that authority. I'm a nobody. We
All
talked
right,
about
Jeannie
this.
Mayer, Scott
If
Almquist.
anybody could make it happen,
We've got
Jeannie can do
a
it.
caller coming in right now. Hello, caller. Welcome
Good
to
morning.
the WRMN Morning Show.
Good morning. It's Trucker Dennis.
Hey, Trucker Dennis, how are you?
Trucker Dennis, who is almost retired.
Oh, man. Would you drive the Wienermobile? Is that your retirement plan?
No. I'm going to be doing some driving, but not with the Wienermobile. No. Going on a little road trip about a week after I retire and stuff like that. The following weekend, I'll be headed toward Myrtle Beach for about a couple weeks and then down to Florida for a week.
Just what you want to do after you retire from driving, drive more.
It's like a postman going for a walk on his day off.
But you know what? I have no agenda. I have no time period. I don't have to, be running back to come back to work, like at the end of a vacation or anything like that.
Excuse me, sir. Small reminder. You said you would be here in the community room at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I still have that on my schedule. I may do that before I leave.
Good idea.
He'll be back next week. Marky B will be back.
Yeah, he'll be back next Monday.
Okay, so somewhere, you know what? I got his personal number when,
Not to brag or anything like that, but you sound like you're kind of a big deal.
I have it too. Do you guys have it too?
Have what? A big deal?
Marky's personal cell phone number?
Yes.
I'll get in contact with him and stuff like that and see what they
When I call
want me to come in
Marky,
and-
I have to talk to his people.
His people?
people.
What are you hauling right now?
What am I hauling? I have what we call it. We go by number of stops. Sometimes I got a 2-stopper. I got to go in. I'm going into Wooddale. And then it's just general freight. I got one is, I don't know, I got some kind of juice mix. Then I've got some auto parts, and I got some metal on board and stuff like that. And
wow.
We haul a little bit of everything. That's what Estes does. I work for Estes Express Lines, and they haul a little bit of everything. And they're the fourth largest trucking company in the United States. They're the largest privately owned trucking company.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what trucking company was that again?
Estes.
Oh, Estes, yeah, sure.
So, Trucker Dennis, I was
in Elgin.
I was a receiver for 17 years. Aren't they fun to deal with?
I was a truck driver for 8 years.
It's all fun.
Aren't they fun to deal with? My dad was a truck driver for years. Hey, Trucker Dennis, can you do us a favor?
What's that?
Are you driving down the highway in like an open area, or are you in traffic?
I got traffic all around me.
Oh, man. I was really hoping you'd
I know you want me to blow the horn.
Everybody
I did
just a little bit.
Just a little toot. Come on.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Fire you? You've already said that you're going to retire.
Yeah, right.
Dennis,
I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it. I got my Bluetooth on. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear it, but let's see what happens here and stuff. I got people passing me. Oh my God.
Yes, that's amazing.
Way to go, Trucker Dennis.
Trucker Dennis, when I first moved out of my parents' home out into the world, I ate cookies for dinner because I was an adult, right?
Yeah, you can do what you want.
What thing are you going to do? What's the first thing you're going to do when you are retired?
You know what?
Sleep late?
I haven't given that a whole lot of thought. I don't know. You know what I mean? I haven't given a lot of thought. Like I say, we got this road trip planned, and that's kind of like front and center in my game plan right now.
Beers at 6 o'clock in the morning?
No, not.
Start the day off right.
Beer for breakfast. There's a couple of songs about that.
As much as I enjoy a beer and stuff like that, no, I'm not putting it on my cornflakes or anything like that.
How about a delightful
You could be like Norm. You could be from like Norm from Cheers and just float a cornflake in it.
Yeah, just one.
Gee whiz. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Maybe some golf. Maybe a little fishing.
Yeah, well, golf is up there, and so when I go to Myrtle Beach, the brother-in-law and we go play, and there's some nice courses out there, and it's not all about the big courses like Hilton Head and all that stuff out there, that they have, but no, there's a lot of smaller courses that are just as nice as all of those courses, and what's nice? I compare those courses to the courses I play here in the around the Elgin area and around this area, Chicago area, and you walk on those fairways. It's like carpeting with half-inch padding. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah. Very nice down there.
Yes, and then the sand is sugar sand.
Whoa. Okay, you gotta watch out for that drive.
Yeah.
Sugar sand.
Watch out for quicksand.
Yeah, quicksand's not good.
Yeah, right.
Quicksand's not good.
Sugar sand.
Well, thanks so much.
Not like here, they put pea gravel in the sand up here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, that's for drainage and everything. My sandwich costs $150. I don't know if I want to play out of there. You know what I mean? I got expensive. I got $600 in wedges in my bag, and I don't know if I want to stick them in where there's gravel.
Oh, you're fancy.
That's true. Yeah, just try not to wrap it around a tree.
Thank you so much for calling in, sir.
Bye, Trucker Dennis.
I missed your technology thing with the cars and all of that stuff, and I'm really into that kind of stuff. It's amazing how much horsepower they can get out of a four-cylinder now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Also, if the commander hasn't called in and checked in with you guys, Queen of Hearts tonight at Post 57, along with karaoke. Karaoke starts at 7. Queen of Hearts drawing at 8 o'clock.
Listen to Cleveland, or listen to Trucker Dennis. Go ahead and sing it out, belt it out. Thanks a lot, Trucker Dennis. We'll be back with another hour after this.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face, never let them have too much screen time, and never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed, never ever become a minivan mom, and you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Prevnar. The City of Naperville calling on young artists to display their creativity. The city's Community Services Department inviting high school students aged 13 to 18 to submit their artwork for a project transforming streetlight controller boxes near the Naperville North and Naperville Central High Schools. The initiative was announced by City Clerk Dawn Porter. Celebrations for Earth Month are set for Saturday, April 5th at the Hawthorne Hill Nature Center in Elgin. The event starts at 9:30 a.m. with a plant sale running till 2 p.m. Visitors can also enjoy an animal show by the Randall Oaks Zoo from 11 a.m. until noon. Lucy Westlake, a 21-year-old mountaineer from Naperville, has made history. Recently honored by the DuPage County Board for Women's History Month, Westlake holds the record as the youngest female to summit the highest mountain in each U.S. state and was the youngest American woman to reach the summit of Mount Everest. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase. I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Major League Baseball today, the Cubs visit the Diamondbacks. Jamison Taillon faces Merrill Kelly. The Cubs rallied past the Diamondbacks for a 10-6 win yesterday. Miguel Amaya had a pair of doubles and 5 RBI, leading the Cubs to the win. The White Sox are off today and play host to the Angels tomorrow afternoon. Jonathan Cannon starts for the Sox. Jose Soriano, the starter for the Angels. The White Sox pounded LA 8-1 on Thursday. Andrew Benintendi, Lennon Sosa, and Austin Slater homered for the Sox. 4-game winning streak for the Bulls. They got by the Lakers 119-117 last night. Chicago pulled away in the fourth with a 44-26 advantage after being outscored 32-17 in the third quarter. Josh Giddey with a triple-double. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Only Indulgent Moisture Body Wash.
It's me, Only Indulgent Moisture Body Wash. I see those dry elbows, baby. But don't worry, get moisturized right in the shower. So hydrated you can skip the lotion after.
Don't wanna see it dry no more. Skin so moisturized with body wash.
Look at you now. No more dry skin. Your skin gets the moisture it craves with
Only Indulgent Moisture Body.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 33 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Whether you're still waking up or still awake from last night, we got you. It's the WRMN Morning Show.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I'm joined by a bunch of friends, but of course, the bestest friend of the morning show. That's Sue Castle.
Good morning. Look at all the, it's like boys club this week. Marky B takes off and I get all the men to myself. I like it.
We had Jamie on.
We did have Jamie, but for this hour, I've got the boys.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
And who do we have here today?
Of course, we've got Jimmy Vaselli. Jimmy Vaselli is an Illinois attorney specializing in state, local, and municipal law, in addition to expertise in land use, zoning, and real estate matters.
And he's also like awesome in the whole movie department, like movie one-liners, quotes, history, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, well, then we definitely have to ask him the Suzie Q of the day.
So, any movie, past or present, that you could star in, which would it be?
I would like to say The Godfather and Moneyball. Those would probably be my two.
Perfect.
Two I'd like to star in.
So who would you like to be in Moneyball and why?
Well, I'd like to be a baseball player, but I'm terrible at baseball. So I would like to be, I think a good role for me would be the lawyer for the front office of the Oakland A's when Billy Beane took the team from, to the heights that it reached.
Okay.
All right. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. All right, Mr. Vaselli, Esquire, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me on International Taco Day.
It is International Taco Day. We didn't even talk about the day.
And it's not a Tuesday either.
No, it's not.
Tuesday's going to be mad that Monday stole.
All right, so what do we want to talk about? Let's do something a little bit different. Last time we kind of talked about strictly municipal stuff, local stuff. So why don't we dive in and show everybody that you're not just a little pretty face, okay? So what do you want to talk about today? Let's talk about some of the news stories that everybody in the country is talking about.
So it's such an interesting time to be a lawyer that specializes in governmental law. There's so much going on at the federal level that impacts basically how we live day to day and how governments interact with one another. And I'll take everybody on a very boring trip through history. It's kind of like...
Gather around, children. It's time for Vaselli's Fireside Chat.
If you remember, I think it was Mr. Peabody and his boy Sherman, and they would go back in time. So that's what I'm going to try to do. So just imagine that. And I'm going to do it through the context of a case by the name of JGG versus Trump. And yes, that's our president. And JGG was sent to El Salvador, and he was a member of I'm getting older, so you guys will have to apologize me. I have some.
For those of you listening on the radio, that was the sound of Jimmy.
All four of us?
Yeah, that was the sound of Jimmy putting on his spectacles.
I thought it was a monocle.
Oh, yeah.
Like Mr. Magoo. So the three plaintiffs were allegedly part of a street gang, and a very bad street gang. And they are from Venezuela, and it's a Venezuelan street gang that literally took over. And I'm going to take a lot of segues here, if that's okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
They literally took over a jail. So there was this prison context or this prison complex, and they took over the jail to the point where the jail had a nightclub. It had a zoo.
What?
The families would absolutely
a zoo.
A zoo. There are ostriches and emus. Now I was never at this prison. But
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
This El Salvadorian?
It's, I believe it's Venezuelan.
Okay, Venezuelan, okay.
Venezuelan. And again, my glasses are not serving me here. But they took over the zoo. The families move in, and going back to our baseball analogy, they literally built a regulation baseball field at this prison. And so what the president did was he invoked what is known as the Alien Enemies Act from 1798. So it's honestly over 200 years old. And why this is so interesting is it goes back to the founding fathers. So Alexander Hamilton, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, that's the era that we're talking about now. And during the Revolutionary War, we didn't have enough money to fight the greatest naval power and army power in the world, Great Britain, England. So the founding fathers and the revolutionaries, they borrowed money from France. And France was a monarchy at that point in time. So obviously there was a king. And as we all know from our history lessons, the king gets thrown out and they decapitate him. That's the whole Marie Antoinette and the whole nine yards.
The French side of it.
And the French side of it. Yeah.
So bring us back. How does this matter?
So how this matters is we pass a law, and it's called the Alien Enemies Act. And that Alien Enemies Act allows us to deport people who are opposed to our interests because there's an ongoing war or irregular warfare or insurgency in America.
Okay, so that's the history of the act.
That's the history of the act.
Okay, so now how is that important today?
How that's important today is the president uses this act that hasn't been used but 4 or 5 times forever to deport these people. These people then sue under what's called a writ of habeas corpus. So that's just like it sounds from Latin. It's your body. Are you holding me improperly? And the planes were already taking off, and they were already en route to the judge issues an order that literally says, turn these planes around. These people are entitled to a hearing.
It was a verbal order first.
Exactly. That's a great point. It was a verbal order first, and the government lawyers under Attorney General Bondi are arguing that the verbal order, the oral order, doesn't count as much as a written order. But the fact of the matter is, it's a real interesting legal question. The appellate court and the Supreme Court are all involved, waiting for a ruling from them. And the idea is, can you even enforce this in part? Because it's already done. The act is already taken care of. And why should courts be able to tell the president what the president does in matters of national security? It's so interesting to me. And I was getting a little bit excited and verbose about the history of it all. But if you see how
another one with the big words,
verbose.
Let's say talky. I was getting real talky.
Thank you.
About how all the history is involved, because it goes back to literally the founding of our country, and these times when we see how government interacts. And that's what I love about America, honestly, not to get all preachy or sappy about it, but it's an experiment of democracy. It's like, how do we react to these different situations? And I just...
And as history changes, too, because when this was first implemented, we hadn't even hit the 1800s yet. And so there's no industrial revolution. There's barely indoor plumbing for anybody who's not affluent. Absolutely. So it's a whole different demographic. And I agree with you about the American democracy experiment, because our Constitution is a living document, and they made sure that it was able to be adjusted and amended.
So kind of getting back to what we were talking about. So these stories are in the news about people getting deported. And the justification of the current administration is what? That they are an enemy of the state type situation, and that
That's an excellent point. There is. The law says that this act can be invoked, meaning the president can say, we're going to do this when there is an invasion or predatory incursion. That's the exact language of the act.
Mm-hmm.
And what the president's argument is that this street gang that took over the prison is so involved with the government and making such threats against American culture that it's actually a predatory incursion.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to get rid of them so they don't start causing more problems.
But he's invoking this act with more than just this one particular group, right?
Absolutely.
And that seems to be the justification for the deportations in general, because they're classifying it as like a war against this country, if you will.
An invasion.
An invasion
is the way that they
right.
put it.
And that's how they can tie it back to that. It's interesting because as you look at history, FDR did something similar, especially when it became when he took office and he closed the banks for 4 days. And then he tried to, have established the FDIC and stuff like that. And so what's interesting is we talk about history and that kind of thing in general. And I've said this from the beginning is I think we have a litmus test of World War II, and that's it. But if you go back into history, before World War II, there have been presidents, there have been leaders that have done very, very, very similar things. Again, this isn't my testament to whether I support or I don't support what's going on. It's just that history always tends to repeat itself, and so that's why I thought it was kind of interesting that you brought this up, because this original act was from the 1700s.
Absolutely, and you hit on some great points. The act has only been used essentially 3 or 4 times, and the most famous time that it's been used was during the Second World War, when our recent history, when FDR and then later President Truman interned the Japanese, the Germans, and the Italians as potential enemy combatants.
Did you know that we had a POW camp, a German POW camp in Hampshire for many, many, many years?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
Wow.
They used to, on Sunday mornings, they would march up and down State Street and peel off depending on what direction they were going for church and all this stuff. Yeah, a little bit of history. So can we kind of switch gears? Not that this isn't important, but so a big news story. Well, hold on. Do we have to hit a break? Or are we?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So big news story as of this weekend was that the current administration signed an executive order requiring ID for voting, right? Voter identification. And the governor here in Illinois has made perfectly clear that we as the state of Illinois are going to defy that executive order. Correct. What a time to be a lawyer, right?
What a time to be a lawyer.
So kind of walk us through that, if you would.
So there are 2, obviously, branches of government when it comes to that. And again, I'll go back to a cartoon. You have the federal government and you got the state government. And the federal government is governed by their laws and the state government's governed by their laws. So what the current administration in Springfield is saying is that there's no jurisdiction for the president to come in there and say how Illinoisians, people of the state of Illinois and Illinois elected officials, run their elections. And there is a constitutional argument for that. Because if you read the Constitution, it says that the states shall control their own electoral process.
Is that Article 4?
It's either Article 2 or Article 4. Article 3 is the judiciary.
Gotcha.
But no, that's a good point. And I'll find that out in our break.
So I guess the reason why I think that this was more of a timely story to talk about why I brought that part up is because, now you've got people going to the polls tomorrow because tomorrow is election day. And now with these news stories, there's concern that, well, if I go and vote, is it going to count? Do I need to bring an ID? What if I vote in an election where I am defying the president's order, but the governor says says it's okay? Are my votes going to count?
Because he's asking for proof of citizenship as well. And honestly, without a passport or your birth certificate or anything else, I mean, the 14th Amendment gives me my citizenship. So, and even then, that's an attack that's happening too.
But how do the state's attorney's been on this very station talking about how to have a free and fair election, and they've established that phone number. I forget what it is, but you made up your own.
I made up my own 1-800-BAD-VOTE. It actually goes somewhere, but it doesn't go about voting. But that was just my take on.
But so I guess that's why I wanted to spend a little time talking about this because it's sometimes you see this stuff in the news and it's hard to disseminate what's true, what's not true. Where did this even come from? You hear about and so tomorrow your legal opinion is that if you go to the polls and follow whatever process is being dictated here in the state of Illinois, that your vote shall count.
Your vote will count.
As long as you are a legal citizen and you're following all of the rules here, your vote will count.
Your vote will count. And I am not, it's interesting that you said something, Mr. Mayor, or Mike. And,
Mike. Just Mike today.
Just Mike
Just
today.
Mike today.
It's interesting that you said something because what you want is voter participation. One sad part about municipal elections, in my opinion, is a lot of people don't vote, and you really want to see people come out to vote. If you look in different countries, we have 16, 20% voter turnout, and we say, oh, that's a big number. If you look at other countries, you'll see 80, 90% of voter turnout. And I'm not talking about...
Well, we even talked in Australia. I think it was Australia. It's
mandatory.
You have to vote.
You have to vote.
And you have to have a pretty good excuse not to vote.
That's correct. That's correct. And I love that. I love the idea that this is such an important thing about voting is that we see such great participation on people. Again, going back to the American experiment. You can't really complain if you don't take part.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah,
You can't complain if you don't vote.
Teddy Roosevelt said that if you are talking about a situation without offering a solution, that's just called whining.
Right.
There we go.
I like that quote.
So
No whiners on the morning show.
yeah, fantastic.
The other interesting thing is about the mail-in ballots. So there's a big break in Illinois law versus federal law. Illinois law respects and allows for mail-in ballots to come in up to 14 days afterwards. The president's executive order says has to be in on that day. So you were, Mike, not Mayor, but Mike, you were talking about tomorrow is an important factor. And it is. It's the most important factor. But you also have mail-in issues, and you've got what we used to call absentee ballot voting issues that go into this. So, yeah, it's a real interesting time. I would say vote.
Yep.
Vote. It will be counted. It will be legal.
Right,
we need to have integrity in our elections.
100%. And it's funny. I've not that I've been involved in politics too long. I've been involved since 2013, and I remember when I ran for the first time as a trustee, I was all excited about getting the totals, and then I'm elected, so that means I get to serve. But the answer is it's wrong, because it takes. At that time, it takes the county clerk, your local election authority. I think they get like 30 days to certify the election.
Certifications go on during May and June. So yeah, you're absolutely correct. Certifications and swearing in, I should say.
Yeah.
go
And
on
with
between
the
May and June.
mail-in votes being allowed to come in 2 weeks after, I don't think you're going to have millions enough to dump a vote one way, but it's possible. So giving that extra leeway seems
but
not a good idea.
But to your point, though, is if we talk about our friend Mary Kay Welson in Burlington, when she won by like 5 votes.
Right.
And so if there were 4 people out of town or 5 people out of town and they sent in their mail-in ballots and it took 14 days to get there, she's thinking that she won.
Right.
And then the mail-in ballots come and she didn't.
That's why I say they should have to be in on the day, on or before the day of the election. It just makes sense to me.
Well, as a wise attorney once told me, election law in the state of Illinois is intentionally vague.
There may have been a quote that around is the Incumbency Protection Act, that it helps the people who are the incumbents. But yeah, it is intentionally vague. It allows lawyers sometimes write, I would never do anything like this.
Never.
But lawyers write vague laws because if laws are very strict, it means less legal work. And I would never impugn myself or call myself bad or my people in the profession, but it does happen at times.
So what else would you like to talk to us about today? Do you have anything else?
I'd love to talk about I love the voting topic that you talked about.
Part of the voting topic, we've got about 7 minutes before the bottom of the hour there. Let's talk a little bit about the executive order for that.
Sure.
Now, a lot of people have been trying to get voting from the federal level changed. The Republicans had a bill. I think the Democrats had one as well. And they've been trying to get something passed in Congress. Is this executive order designed to kind of get something done, and then maybe Congress will follow up behind it? It kind of seems like the veto backwards.
That
let's
happens.
do it first.
Yeah, absolutely. That happens a lot in government, and I'm sorry. I appreciate that. It happens a lot when there's an issue of public policy. Government notoriously moves slow, and even though you have a lot of good mayors in the area, you have a lot of good legislators in the area, just its own process means it moves slowly, which is a good thing because we need to make reasoned decisions. So sometimes an executive, whether it's a governor or a mayor or the president even, will put out an order or a statement or some sort of declaration that allows the legislative body, whether it's a village board or Congress or the state houses, to move behind it and go forward. It is really interesting that you bring that up because I don't purport to climb inside the heads of any mayors, governors, attorney generals, or even the president of the United States. But that is something that I've seen happen before, where you throw that out there and then they catch up behind them.
Because we even saw it with Biden with the student debt.
Correct.
He turned around and he said, "This is what I want to do." The judges came back and said, "Well, that's against the law." So he said, "Okay, well, how about this law?"
Well, and that
try it again.
kind of is like full circle, bringing us back to Jimmy in the beginning, is that Trump is actively defying the courts.
Correct.
With some of his executive orders, because, and using acts that were passed by Congress in the 1700s to do so.
Absolutely.
And so, but this is all that game that goes on for years and years and years. But not to change the subject, but we got just to incorporate it though. We have to open a correction department. Can I ring the bell?
Yep, ring the bell.
Correction department.
I'm getting ready for the correction. Mary Kay Welsen chimed in and she said, actually, it was 2 votes, one on the night of the election and one more from the mail-in ballots. So good morning.
Wow.
Good morning, Mayor.
That's how close local elections are. The voter turnout is historically low, so mail-in ballots have a big impact when it comes to that, especially in smaller communities.
And it would be great to see everybody come out and vote. I think we could all agree on that.
Oh, absolutely.
Voter participation is important. Going back to what Mike said, they literally were calls for impeachment of the Judge Boasberg, who was referred to as a radical left lunatic judge, because he made this order about the JGG versus Trump case, or Trump versus JGG. And there is a defiance of the courts. Again, my theory is that this is such an interesting time to be looking at all this. We are living in interesting times, and it's important to take a step back, to smell the roses and see what's going on around us. It's super important.
They had just called for impeachment of that judge not 4 days after the administration had just said, "Why is everybody beating up on the judges that I appoint?" They said it should be it's something along the lines of, it should be illegal for somebody to say these types of things about my judge. And then 4 days later, that thing that might want to...
Surprise.
It is very interesting time to be alive. And again, just because we're having this dialogue and this conversation doesn't mean that we're in support of or against what is going on. But these are the facts as we know them. This is how we're trying to understand it, and this is how these things are impact you as a listener and resident. And main point, tomorrow's safe. Go out and vote.
Well, today's safe too.
Correct.
So you can early vote at different locations.
Well, that's true. Early voting is going on, and so that is a very true. That's a very true statement. And so I apologize for that, but it's important that everybody understand what it is that is going on around them, and that's why we thought we'd bring in some of the subject matter today.
Jimmy, we got 2 minutes until the break at the bottom of the hour. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do in Kane County before we get too deep into the woods with the next topic?
Absolutely. So we are lucky enough and blessed enough to work with Mayor Mike, Mayor Mary Kay, Mayor Kelly in Lily Lake, and Mayor Jen in Sugar Grove as the village attorney. And we do all sorts of law, but what I really like to do is work with these mayors who are trying to do their best for the community. And so we do everything from administrative law. Somebody gets a ticket and they want to appeal it and they go to the circuit court level. We would handle that matter. To zoning law. So you want a fence variance. You want to change the height of your house. You go before a board and you get what's called relief, zoning relief, a variance, a special use permit. And we spend our time working with that. I am blessed to have the greatest team of lawyers assembled. I have like the Avengers of lawyers.
Oh, good. Another Marvel tie-in.
And I'm
Do any of them have talons?
Right.
Yeah. Tentacles.
Jeannie Mayer, who you know, she says she wants to be a Marvel villain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what she wants to
Of
do.
all people, right?
Right.
She has tentacles and everything.
So we've got a few seconds left before the break here. I would just like to. I'm going to skip out here at 9:30. I would thank you all for the opportunity. Thanks to blatant plug to AHW for letting me come in and do this. And I really appreciate the opportunity and hope I didn't ruin my chances for coming back this week.
No, we'll see you Friday, right?
Yeah,
Three sleeps till skilling.
Yeah.
3 sleeps till skilling, and you're going to be here with me.
That's it. Thank you, Mayor Mike Reed, for hanging out with us.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
We've also got some more talk after this bottom of the hour with Jimmy Vaselli and, of course, Sue Castle here all the time.
I'm still
Get out
here.
and vote tomorrow. You can't complain if you don't vote.
You sure can't. Get out and vote. We'll be right back after the bottom of the hour news and weather.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. A powerful earthquake followed by a strong aftershock has rocked Thailand and neighboring Myanmar. News Nation's Nick Smith reports so far at least 3 people have been killed while others remain trapped in the rubble.
The first quake, a 7.7 magnitude, struck Myanmar in the city of Mandalay. That's a religious and cultural capital. Then 12 minutes later, a 6.4 magnitude quake hit just a few miles away. The shocks have been felt as far away as southwest China, and there is extensive damage in Myanmar right now. But we're having trouble getting updates from there since the military force controls nearly all forms of communication.
Amateur video shows buildings shaking and collapsing. Myanmar's military-run government declared a state of emergency in 6 regions and states, including the capital, Naypyidaw, and Mandalay. We could soon see some fallout from the Signal group chat scandal that's been dogging the Trump administration. News Nation's Libby Dean has the latest.
CBS News is reporting that the president may fire National Security Advisor Mike Waltz or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth if the story continues to make headlines as it has all week. Now, this week, we saw a lot of things play out. We saw congressional hearings, court challenges, and ultimately the release of nearly all of these messages, but including in this group chat, ones like this from Pete Hegseth, which included operational details. Now, the Trump administration and Trump intelligence officials claim that these were not classified details from Pete Hegseth. That's been the big back and forth here.
The chat was discussing a military operation in Yemen. A reporter from The Atlantic was apparently inadvertently added to the chat and broke the story.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. At School of Rock, we've got something for everyone. We're located at 353 South Randall Road in Elgin, Illinois. For teens 12 to 18, our performance program prepares students for live shows at real rock venues. For ages 8 to 12, Rock 101 helps young musicians start their journey with private lessons and group rehearsals. Our rookies aged 6 to 7 explore instruments through fun games, while Little Wing, ages 4 to 5, introduces preschoolers to the basics of rock and roll music. And for adults 18 plus, we've got an exciting adult performance program for all skill levels, from beginners to experienced musicians. Visit the website at elgin.schoolofrock.com to sign up for a free trial. We start pre-enrollments in January, targeting a mid-February open. Unleash your inner rock star. Join us at School of Rock and let's make some noise.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 34 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome back to the WRMN Morning Show. My name is Dennis Sonar Green, filling in for Marky B because Sue Castle let me, honestly.
Yeah, well, you know, Marky B's getting greased up and thonged up, and he's heading to Mexico, and I needed friends to play with. I'm okay on my own, but I'm so much more fun with friends.
You're fun all the time.
I appreciate you guys so much. This has been really interesting and informative, and I know I'm supposed to give a shout out to Leslie from the Metro West because she's listening. Ooh. And isn't there a more important Sue than me today that you need to be talking to?
There is. So I want to say hello to my mom and baby sister and brother-in-law, Uncle Tio, to my son Jacob. My mom, Sue, my sister, Veronica. I want to say good morning and obviously hi down in lovely Florida. I hope it's probably warmer than it is about 38 degrees here. And I would be, as the lawyers say, remiss. I would be missing the opportunity to also say good morning to my beautiful bride, Maureen. Please make sure that I turn the coffee maker off when I left, when you get back home tonight from work. And if he's listening, my 6-year-old Jacob, he is my sun and moon. So he is the best. My favorite person, my favorite Star Wars fan as well.
We got another little 6-year-old in the green room listening. That's Sonar's son, Anderson, and he is
here the whole time.
That's great.
Yeah, he's been such a great kid.
That's great. That's great.
Last Friday when he was in here,
he was here for the marathon.
In and out of the whole studio, back and forth. Now he's like, nope. I know I'm just gonna hang out and watch.
Yeah, Sue's gonna want to talk to me. Sue's gonna want to talk to me, and I don't feel like talking to her. It's too early.
That's correct.
But yeah,
That's
good. Well, at
really
least you got all that out because you know you would have gotten in trouble.
Listen, as an Italian boy, my mom is super important. As a good husband who was lucky enough to marry the most wonderful girl in the world, you know, I got to make sure that that's out there.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
You got to give those shout outs there. We're talking a little bit about the, I guess not necessarily the constitutional crisis, but maybe the challenges. I look at it more as a Jurassic Park.
Oh,
they're testing the fences, right? I think is what it is, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of times in law where somebody says, "Well, it doesn't specifically say I cannot do this, so let me do it, and let's see where the chips lie."
I think that's a great analogy. So I look at law this way: the issues are either binary or threshold. Okay, and that's fancy it, but I'll break it down. For myself, that you can either do something or you can't, and if you can, to what extent.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to explain it this way to clients. I ain't the smartest guy in the world by any stretch of the imagination. I always think about it like boats and ports. Did they build the port, and can you put the boat in there?
Mm-hmm.
And you draw it down to those analogies. That's what's so great about all this. It's an experiment. Science is great. I love science. I was a huge nerd when I was a little kid. And I did a bunch of experiments, which my mom helped me out with. She helped me build the solar system. I think I got to Mars, and she took it on the outer ring planets. But for me, the beautiful part is the social sciences, the law, and how it interacts, because it governs how we operate and what we should do. And it's always changing. It's always evolving. A living constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the great part about America, because if you had this stricture, do you think Alexander Hamilton would have ever thought about the internet? He would have been like, well, I could just Google that. No, that's not so outside the realm. George Washington didn't know, he passed without knowing that dinosaurs existed.
Yeah.
So it's just we have to be able to change with our times because our times are changing. And so I don't mean to get on my high horse or anything like that, but it's just such an exciting time to look at these issues.
Sue, did you know that Abraham Lincoln could have sent a fax to the last samurai?
What?
Yeah. They were all in that same period. That was
Seriously?
there. Yeah.
So
well, that's a heck of a bit of information.
Right? It's crazy.
There's my mind-blown sound.
But to be able to history, culture, everything is constantly changing.
Right.
Some things that were just societal norms eventually became laws. And some things that were laws had to be dropped because societal norms changed.
Right, and there's never anything that's typically clearly black and white.
Right.
Is that why we
Always
have
some wiggle room?
That's why we have the judicial side, right? We have the side to enforce and arrest and everything else. Then we've also got the side to make the laws, and then we have a whole separate side that doesn't make the laws, but they turn around and say we're going to interpret what they meant in the other side, and if it doesn't match, then go out and write another one. Change the thing, amend it.
That's a great way to put it. And just to tail off that, to talk about that for a second. So we have 3 branches of government. And you remember Schoolhouse Rock? I'm going to get into Schoolhouse Rock.
Yes.
We have the president, which is the executive.
I'm just a bill. I'm only a bill.
So we have the bills. That's a great segue for me. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
The bills are passed by the legislature, which is the one branch of government. And they vote on things, and they tell us what the laws are. In France, or in the Civil Judicial Society, or the Civil Legal Society, they pass every law for everything. So it's a little different. It's changing and it's evolving, but that's how Napoleon set it up to go on there. The executive, like we talked about, they enforce the laws. They make sure the laws are followed. But like you said, with police, and they are in charge of the military and those types of things. If you read the Constitution, which I don't know why I did, but I've read it a couple times, the executive section is very short. You'd think it's very
just
long.
In case.
Oh, you have a copy of it?
Oh,
That's
for
great.
goodness sake.
This is great. This is
no
fantastic.
wonder I'm like not the smartest one in the room.
It was one of the 3 great American documents, I think. But so they make sure the laws are enforced. And like you said, the judicial interprets the laws. They say, okay, these are the words that we have. These are the ways that the laws get processed and enforced. What does it really all mean? When I argue with lawyers who are my friends, I always say there's a lot of big books and a lot of big rooms. They're called courtrooms. Reasonable minds can disagree. The important part, I think, is reasonable, that we aren't all enemies. We are all here in this experiment together moving forward. And we can have different points of view. And one of my really good friends and we disagree on 90% of the world, and I would do anything for that guy. He's just a great guy, and we just don't look at the same things that way.
But that's what makes the world go round. Difference of opinion. Let's talk about it. Maybe I can change your mind on some, and vice versa. So you have to have those type of relationships.
And that's where debate and deliberation come in.
Yeah.
If we just lean on our differences, we can't find anything that we're having in common.
Correct.
And the honker's log hopping in again. But that's really where it is. A lot of people say, "Oh, nope, I don't agree with you. We're going to shut down the conversation, and I'm going to go my way, you go your way."
Right.
As opposed to, well, let me hear why you believe that.
Yeah,
I'm a big one at that. I'm not super opinionated when it comes to certain things, but I'm always willing to give me your information. Why do you feel that way?
Right. And it's so much more important than this. But it's okay to have your own opinions on everything, even how the law works. When we opened up the show, you asked me what movie would I be in. And some people, and I'm going to go back to a dumb thing, but some people say that the first 3 Star Wars movies are the best, and some people say the prequels are the best. The prequel people are wrong, but I will listen to their arguments, and I will take their points.
And maybe they've got bits that go, hey, that was better in that section, but not.
Absolutely.
And they're young anyway.
Right.
They're young.
They're young. Right.
They're young. I have a legal question.
Sure.
I saw on the news, and so explain the difference, and it's completely off the Constitution. So the Kane County is giving up being in charge of home monitoring ankle monitoring. Did you see that?
I did not see that, but that would be interesting.
So from what I gather, it sounds like the police department is going, nope.
Okay.
Someone else take care of it. And I'm just curious as to what that means. They said they were no longer taking new people. So does that mean they're not home monitoring anymore? It had a lot to do with domestic violence. And so that's why I was just curious, like so how is that going to work now if the police department is giving that up?
There's a lot
Who's
of
taking it over?
There are a lot of things that are being privatized as well. So I could see that possibly going private because it is a monitoring system.
Correct.
And then essentially they leave and then, I don't know, Smart Safe or whatever calls up the police and says, hey, this person's on the run or this person went whenever.
And it's a very sensitive issue with domestic violence because it's a purge on our community. It's something, it's not right and it's not good, and it's something that we should all stand against. My request, and this is an idea for a lawyer, but if you want me to come back later in the week and explain what all this is, I'd be more than happy to. You guys just give me a time and I'll be able to go through, do some research. But after Illinois changed the laws about what we used to have as bail and pretrial release and detention and whatnot.
Is that the Safety Act?
That's the Safety Act. And that's, again, an evolution. It's already been changed. It'll be changed again probably. You know, a lot of this is in flux and it's changing. And you might see one county apply it different than another county. And you might have judges in one county interpret it different than another county. And to your point, they'll disagree. It'll go up to the appellate court. Then it'll go up to the Supreme Court. And that is a call to action by both the executive branches and the legislative branches that we might need a change here. We might need a fix. So I'll look into that. And if
I was just curious.
I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, because I didn't understand like the logistics of, okay, now that we're done, it was just blurbs. And I'm like, no, that's interesting. I want to know what's going on with that.
Let's take it a little bit back to the habeas corpus that you were talking about earlier with it, because that is something that is the concept of it has been around hundreds of years. I mean, not as far back as the Magna Carta, but still having that ability to say, look, put me in front of somebody, put my body in front of somebody to have this conversation with. And we talked a little bit on the break of what are the teeth of the judicial side of it. We have the executive branch who has the military, the police, everything as far as the enforcement goes. We've got the power of the purse for the Congress. So if they don't like something, they just dry up the resources for it. And then for the judicial, they don't necessarily have any enforcement. They rely on the other two to actually do it. So as far as the judge coming in and saying, hey, we need more due process for these things, we need to come in through this, him saying that is more of a request than it is anything. And is this where our constitutional crisis is really boiled down at?
Yeah, I think that's excellent. It is more, it's in a way a request. It is order, it is a law, but who enforces that law? The executive, right? So it's not like the judge walks a criminal defendant into jail.
Yeah.
It's not like he gets off the bench and he grabs the guy by the hand and walks him in, right? That's the sheriff. That's an executive.
He's his own deputy.
He's his own deputy, right. And it's good that we have the separation of powers because you don't want one person to be, as they say, the judge, the jury, and the executioner.
Right.
And I think it's so important, but it is the evolution or the crisis, however you want to talk about it. It is an ever-evolving experiment because we don't have anyone to look to. America's the first country, and I'm so proud of this, that we change leaders without violent act. We change our leaders. We say that this is the time for a new leadership, and we respect that, and we have to respect that rule of law. It's just we have nowhere to go, so we have every step is a new journey for each one of us, and I think it's so great. I really do. I think it's so great.
Yeah, I think having the challenge and having the referee at the end of the day. But what happens when somebody says, no, that referee, that call was bad, that stuff was there, get rid of this referee, he's ejected from the game. I think that's where the game works when we all agree on the rules.
Correct.
Absolutely.
When somebody turns around and says, no, I collect $400 when I pass go.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the rules. Well, the bank gave me $400,
Yeah.
so it must be the rules. So I think that's where I think we're running into at this point is it's back to the enforcement of something. If the law isn't enforced, there is no law. There's a piece of paper that says you should do things. There's a sign that says no smoking, but you're still lit up.
I'm going to make two dumb analogies.
Go ahead.
Okay. The first
I love
one
analogies.
this is more of a quote, but it is Jerry Seinfeld said, it's like we're all playing a game. This is a quote from him. We're all playing a game, but the lawyers are the ones who read the back of the box. So when we play Monopoly at home, when I beat my whole family at Monopoly all the time,
you know the rules.
I know the rules. And there is no rule that you get the money out of free parking. I guess maybe that's my most important legal contribution of the day. That is not a rule in Monopoly. You don't get the money.
Where does it go?
It goes in the pot. I don't know.
Oh.
That's what I think
It
is
just
better.
sits there?
It's vague.
So
It's
you
vague.
play house rules, right? You get the lawyers involved. And the lawyer says, no, we should have this rule and improve the process. So we almost act like a legislator for a monopoly. That's number one. Number two, has anybody ever seen a little TV show by the name of Game of Thrones? And if you remember, so I'm no spoilers. I guess it's been too long.
It's been a while.
But Ned Stark gets a sheet that says he's supposed to be the king from the king signing it. And Queen Cersei, as villainous as she was, she just rips it up and she says, is this piece of paper meant to be your shield, Lord Stark? And that's the thing. There was no enforcement mechanism. So I think it's so beautiful that you said that. It's so great that the executive has to respect the judiciary and allow for the enforcement. I am not saying that that's not happening now. What I'm saying is a balance. It's something that we see grow. And like a tree, it's so funny when you talk about America. There is a shark in Greenland that is older than our country. There are turtles that are older than our country. We think it's so long ago, but if you go to Europe or China or East Asia or Southeast Asia, they have buildings so much older than anything.
Statues.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. But it's great because we are the best government in the world. We have our flaws. And think of it like a family. Every family has its own dysfunction, but it's still your family. And this is still my country. And I love it. We just got to make sure things are running the right way.
Absolutely. For everybody.
For everybody.
Right? And that's the whole point of us having a republic to begin with, Sue, was we all agreed on these rules.
Yep.
So when you see there's a lot of what people claim the dysfunction, the class side of things. Now, for me, I've got another phrase that I like to throw around too, that if the crime is a fine, it is only a crime for poor people. That's one of the things I like to throw around for it. And so a lot of people jump into this two-tier justice and this two-tier side of everything here. And honestly, I don't necessarily believe that there is the two-tier justice. I do believe there are people that and they might be able to help you more than somebody else.
Well, I think part of it is, we've become in that me. Lately, we've become, in my opinion, there's only one opinion, mine. And then with the internet, everybody becomes an attorney. Everybody becomes a police officer. Yep. This is what I would do. Why did the judge? Who said that? The court system. Everybody knows better because of this. So when it comes down to the actual laws and the actual things, they want to interpret it their way.
If I walked everyone wants to be a lawyer. Everybody wants to know how government operates. If I walked into a surgery room and I'm like, listen, I saw Eric LaSalle and George Clooney on ER last night. I'm going to take out your appendix. People would jump up and down. They say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you do that. How crazy are you? But needless to say, if you go on Facebook and 3 people agree with you, then you are obviously, you're a learned scholar in the law.
Yeah.
So
did your own research.
You did your own research. Right.
It's all about the Google.
It's all about Google, and I did my own research.
Yeah.
Okay.
I watched a couple Legal Eagle YouTube videos.
Right.
Oh, just watch some of those sovereign citizen videos.
Right. Oh my goodness.
They are crazy.
They're crazy.
That's it. Jimmy Vaselli, where can people reach you and ask you questions? Are you just all around Kane County and we just got to track you down?
Yeah, absolutely. We go as far, I'll give some shout outs if that's okay.
Absolutely.
We go as north from Zion and Antioch, which great mayors up there, Mayor Scott, Mayor Billy. Mayor Billy's been on the morning show before.
Yeah.
South Barrington, so the great people out there. down at Dixmoor. Obviously, we talked about Kane County and Sugar Grove. Mayor Mary Kay, she's probably still listening. So
Probably.
good morning, Mayor. How are you? Mayor Kelly in Lily Lake. Mayor Mike, we may have heard of him before. He's been on the show as recently as a half hour ago. All the way down through Dixmoor, Illinois. Great people. Mayor Fitz dealing with the water crisis down there. Stager, Bradley, just great people. To Pekin, Illinois, if you're familiar with Pekin, right in the Peoria area. And so we can be reached. My email address, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is James, James, at jmvchicagolaw.com. Again, that's James, common spelling, James, at jmvchicagolaw.com. I would say email is probably the best way to get a hold of me.
Okay.
And then I like to say, again, I have the best team of lawyers and staff around me. I don't know if I'm a great lawyer. I try to be humble about stuff, but I know they are. I know that the people that we've assembled and we've all gotten together really, really can do the job. And they really try to show that they care for each and every client.
It's fantastic. I'm going to have to bring you on for some more constitutional talk because it's one of my favorite documents ever.
I couldn't tell when you whipped one out of your back pocket. I was like, somebody's got the edge here.
Well, it's mostly for when somebody is like, no, that's not in the Constitution. Like, you get that a lot. You get just like, the Constitution doesn't say that. Or I always get the, well, that's not constitutional, right? You always get the default.
Wait, hold, please. He whips it out of his back pocket and goes, it's right here, person.
I'm looking for another one. This one's getting a little beat up. I saw one on Amazon that's got a couple of actual speeches, presidential speeches in there, too. So I was like, let's do it.
There is one that has the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Gettysburg Address.
Oh, there you go.
I think are the three greatest documents produced by the executive branch that we were talking about.
Yeah, I carry 2 out of 3 with me. Gettysburg,
surprise
not
me.
so much. I got to memorize that one. Then I'll carry it with me wherever I go. But thank you very much, Jimmy. I really appreciate you coming on. You got any more shout outs? I want to make sure you get everybody in there.
No, just everybody out who's listening, to all the people who are voting tomorrow. Your vote will count. To all the people who are running for office. Good luck. You have taken a path and shown courage more than I ever would. So really, really kudos to you. Win, lose, or theoretical draw. You really, really deserve putting yourself out there and putting yourself, as they say, to slings and arrows. To come into you. You really deserve you have my applause, and you deserve my appreciation. So Thank you. Thanks, Mom, Mo, V, Uncle Tio, and Little Jake. I love you guys, and talk to you guys soon.
That is great. Thank you very much for being on with us today.
This was interesting.
Yeah. Sue, we had a fantastic day over here.
Sure did. It was so busy, and we covered so much. And I stayed an extra hour.
Yeah.
And that's how much we covered. There was so much going on. It was great.
We've got more coming up for the week going on here. Tomorrow, Dean DeLaley is going to be on with you.
Me and Dino.
Then we've got Elliot Serrano for Wednesday and Thursday.
That's going to be a super time.
And then Friday, it's going to be another free-for-all like this.
And you know who's going to be on with us Friday?
Ooh, who's that?
Tom Skillen, baby. The man who created the weather will be on with us between 8 and 9 a.m. He's zooming in.
Anderson and I have been studying weather patterns to make sure that we're ready to go when we talk about cumulus versus I don't know, what are the other clouds? I'm sure
cumulonimbus, and that's the only one I remember from school.
See, there you go.
But yeah, I'm super stoked for that.
There it is. Jimmy, what was the movie you were going to get teleported into?
It's 2 movies, either The Godfather or Moneyball.
Ooh, 2 good ones.
Two good ones.
And you said anything with
Jason Momoa. The sexier, the better.
That's true. Well, then you're probably looking at Aquaman.
There we
on
go.
That one. Shirtless him on quite a bit.
I'm good.
That.
I would, whatever he needs. So I got that.
Well, what about Jason Momoa in Dirty Dancing?
Oh, done.
Get out of town.
Done.
You could do the lifting.
I'm done.
Oh, yeah. He could lift me.
Lift all 3 of us.
If that ever happens, you will never find me. I will be gone permanently.
That's it. I'll take Roger Rabbit because I think it would be cool to hang out with cartoons, too.
You'd look good in a zoot suit.
I think so. It's a little timepiece.
With the fob,
Yeah, a little revolver, too.
Yeah.
Right? A little PI action.
I like it.
That's it right there. Fedora and everything. Hey, have some more fun with us tomorrow.
tomorrow with the WRMN Morning Show. When we come back after the top of the hour news with here on WRMN, we will have Matt McNeil with some Out to Lunch with him. He's going to go through the day, which is International Taco Day.
Oh, baby.
Taco Day.
Is there, which is not Tuesday.
I know, kind of weird.
That, Jimmy, has to be criminal.
That has to be criminal.
Where do we press
Taco
charges?
wants to hire me, I am available at James at JMV Chicago Loda.
In this next Elgin City Council election, you'll have a choice to make, not just between political philosophies or even the candidates on the ballot. Your choice involves supporting someone who has always been there for Elgin, who has always been there for you as a longtime community volunteer and a lifelong resident. Elgin City Councilman Steve Thorne, running for re-election, is a name you know and a leader you can trust. His pledge is to maintain secure neighborhoods by continuing to support Elgin's police officers and firefighters. And Steve will work, like always, to protect your tax dollar. He's accessible and accountable. He's a friend, my friend, and your friend on the Elgin City Council. He's one of us for all of us. I'm asking that you vote to re-elect Steve Thorne to the Elgin City Council.
Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Prevnar. Kane County's transportation sector recently garnered major accolades as the Division of Transportation received the top honors from APWA's Chicago Metro chapter for the Longmeadow Parkway project. Adding to the success, Deputy Director Thomas Rickert awarded the APWA Professional Manager of the Year for 2025. In a major development, the Elgin Police Department has positively identified the skeletal remains of Karen Sheppers, who disappeared in 1983 after recovering her vehicle from the Fox River. The Cold Cases Unit's recent focus and technological advances alongside efforts from Chaos Divers and various local authorities led to the breakthrough. Expansion plans are underway at Kenyon Woods Middle School in South Elgin as a school district U46 recently commenced construction on a 46,000 square foot addition. The $30 million project will enable the school to accommodate up to 1,100 students. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase. I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Linda Rock sharing stories that were in Elgin newspapers on March 31st, 1925. More persons were arrested for being intoxicated during the month of March than any month in the city's history, according to the monthly report of Magistrate George R. Thompson, submitted today. A total of 24 men faced intoxication charges, figures reveal. According to the police magistrate, cases which appear before him now show men to be crazy drunk rather than merely drunk. Phone for food. That's the newest slogan in commercial Elgin today. Last night it was adopted by local service grocery store proprietors and managers, about 75 of whom met at Nelson Hall on Chicago Street for the purpose of learning how to boost their business and give their patrons better service through the medium of the telephone. Soon every package of groceries delivered at your home will have sticker stamps urging you to phone for food. It is planned to make this slogan as widely known a slogan as Say It With Flowers. as it became a few years ago. The Goodfellow Club of the Watch Factory is staging a benefit dance and entertainment at the Watch Factory Gymnasium this evening. Proceeds of the affair will be presented to a crippled widow with 2 small children. An elaborate entertainment has been arranged, including boxing and wrestling exhibitions, a comedy wrestling match, and a dance party.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 34 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
Happy Monday, everybody. This is Matt McNeil, and my bell is right over on the other side. Okay. Hang on just hang on one quick second. I'm going to do this without the bell? No, of course not. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. Oh, my goodness. It's already a start of the day. Serving you the Fox River Valley. Thanks so much for joining in today. Thank you to our hosts today, Dennis Sonar Green at the board, giving you the facts and fun here on the morning show, also with Suzie C as well. Also with Derek with us also, and of course, the one and only Mike Reed. Thank you so much for joining us today. That was a lot of fun. Also great guests as well, Jeannie Mayer as well. And my goodness, we got a lot of good things here today. Happy Monday, busy Monday morning, but it is the start of the week, and it is also the last day of March. Yes, we are marching away from this month and into the month of April. heading into tomorrow. Tomorrow is April 1st, which means it is April Fool's Day. Yes. Maybe I'll have a little trick up my sleeve. We shall see. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the morning so far here today. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in live here to Studio 14. It is definitely a little bit more of the overcast day today, but I have I made a little discovery over the weekend that I wanted to share with you folks. And I kind of want to start doing this a little bit more here, too, especially kind of a start to a Monday. Be like, hey, you know what? Why not share an interesting story, right? Can't hurt, right? It's fun. You know, I go right into the news and right into the weather, and I'm like, yeah, you know, why not occasionally start off here with an interesting story? Not necessarily a sunny sky story, which I do have, but a discovery that I made over the weekend. As you know, of course, I'm a big coffee drinker. We all know this. I got to have my coffee. Now, I do very occasionally get Starbucks. Starbucks is not my favorite coffee. Sorry, Starbucks, if you're listening in, but it just is what it is. I have been liking the McDonald's and the Dunkin' coffee, but I do occasionally treat myself to a Starbucks. Well, it seems like now I'm going to be treating myself even more because I made a discovery, a certain menu ingredient that I was not aware of that they had. And if you are an avid coffee drinker, it's a game changer. At least for me it is, and for my brother also. So we ordered a Starbucks drink, and yes, they are getting a little bit more on the pricier side. That is what it is. But with that being said, I decided, okay, I'm going to get myself, of course, my cold brew coffee, and I said vanilla and cream. And then this was over on, this is on a Saturday, and the barista goes, oh, okay, so you'd like vanilla cream. I go, oh, no, vanilla and cream. But what's vanilla cream? I've never heard of that before. She goes, oh, well, vanilla cream is literally, it's like a vanilla sweet cream. I'm like, I've never heard of this. Vanilla sweet cream? So I was like, okay, I'm going to try it. Because I always get vanilla, like the syrup vanilla, and then half and half cream. I would say vanilla and cream. But she thought I said vanilla cream. And I was like, well, I've never heard of this vanilla cream before. I mean, I know that, you know, International Delight and other brands out there do serve vanilla cream. But I didn't know in particular that they had it. So, of course, I tried it out, and I like it better than the vanilla syrup and the cream mixed. But having it as vanilla cream is so much better. Oh, my goodness, this is so delicious. And then I started to realize, okay, this particular taste tastes just like those Starbucks that you find at Barnes & Noble or that you find at the Sherman Hospital. Sherman Hospital has a Starbucks there, and the drink tastes a little bit different. I actually like it a lot better. And I finally pinpoint what it is. They use this vanilla cream. I think that's what they use here at, I also do it at Target. So if you go to the Starbucks at Target, I don't know if there's a lot of Starbucks people out there, but from my experience, going to the Target Starbucks or the Sherman Hospital Starbucks or the Barnes & Noble Starbucks, it tastes different. Well, with this now vanilla cream that I just figured out and discovered, that's exactly what the taste tastes like to me. So now I'm like, okay, I'm going to be getting this vanilla cream from now on when it comes to my coffee rather than the vanilla syrup and the cream, but put it together. So I thought that that was pretty cool. I was like, oh my gosh, I finally found it because it's like, you know, I don't want to travel just to go to, you know, the Barnes & Noble, which they don't have one anymore close by, at least here in the Elgin area. Or to go, you know, like I'm not going to go to Sherman Hospital to get the Starbucks coffee that I like, right? You know, it's just a very rare occasion. But with that being said, I was like, oh my goodness. Now I finally found the actual taste I've been looking for, because for so long I'm like, these Starbucks places, it's like the regular Starbucks places, they're good. But then you go to like the one at Target and I just like the taste better. And I finally figured it out. I really think it's because they use vanilla cream more at those. It could be a different ingredient. I don't know, but that's a little interesting discovery I made. So I might be going to Starbucks even more now because I just discovered that vanilla cream rather than just having it vanilla syrup and cream. Does anyone agree with me? I don't know. You know, it's just something that I discovered and I was like, oh, okay, let's go with it. Let's roll with it. But my drink today was $7.05. $7.05. I'm like, all right. So yes, the coffee does get a little bit more expensive. However, I do recommend you go to local businesses here within the Fox River Valley. Supporting those local businesses is always great. On Friday, I did go I got coffee with Elliot and Cecilia, and Election Day is coming up tomorrow too. Oh my goodness, go out there and vote if you haven't yet. It's very exciting. We wish everybody the best of luck when it comes to, of course, the election. And we'll definitely try to talk a little bit about that here more into the show as well. We'll also go through what else is going to be coming up during the week as well too. But I did go get a coffee with Elliot and Cecilia the other day on Friday. I got the lavender latte from Viator Coffee, which is a local business here in downtown Elgin. Fantastic coffee and great service. So, of course, we do recommend you try out those good local coffees from local small businesses as well, because they definitely deserve that recognition. And here on Out to Lunch, we do love to give you that recognition. And if you yourself have a local business, a small business, or maybe you're an entrepreneur, feel free to reach out to us. We would absolutely love for you to come onto the air, whether it's through the phone lines, whether it's through Zoom, or even in person, and tell us about what your business or service has to offer, especially if it's a local business within the Fox River Valley area. You can always feel free to reach out to us. That is info@WRMN1410.com, or you can reach out to any of us here. You can call our office number if you'd like. So there's multiple ways that you can, of course, reach out to us and, yes, absolutely get involved. So there you go. Of course, we're going to start off here with the weather. What do we have for today? Well, a high of 49 degrees is expected, so definitely a little bit more on the chillier side. We do see it dropping down to a low of 29 degrees for tonight. It is cloudy skies early, and then it is supposed to kind of clear up a little bit later for today. So that's going to be pretty nice, but it is going to be a little bit more on the chillier side. Now for tomorrow on April 1st, we are going to be seeing partly cloudy skies during the morning hours, becoming overcast in the afternoon. We see a high of 47 and a low of 40. With that low of 40, you know, of course, we are going to be seeing those temperatures start to rise a little bit more here too. Cloudy skies and possibly some thunderstorms. Yesterday, we had for 5 minutes, it was just an absolute downpour. I mean, it was really downpouring quite a bit. And then it was over after that. Wednesday, on the 2nd of April, we are seeing windy and thunderstorms likely. High of 66 degrees, so a little bit more warmer and humid. We have humidity at 85%. Then it does drop down to a low of 43 degrees. That'll be coming up for Wednesday night. Thursday, mostly cloudy, high of 55 and a low of 38. Friday is a high of 53 and a low of 41. We are going to be seeing some showers, about a 60% chance of rain for Friday night. We head on into this weekend here. We do see for Saturday a high of 48, cloudy with a few showers, dropping down to a low of 35. That'll be for Saturday night. Sunday, here we go. This is that weird weather we're going to be seeing once again. What are we going to be seeing? Well, can you guess it already? I think you already know. Yes. Snow again. Scattered snow flurries and snow showers before noon. High of 46 degrees with a low of 27 for Sunday. And then next Monday, it starts to be sunshine with a high of 45 and a low of 25. So there we go again with this wacky weather here in Illinois. And there's definitely something going around too. I think maybe maybe a little bit of a sore throat or, some allergies. We are in the allergy season. So just make sure, of course, you have plenty of the lozenges, drinking plenty of water, and also tea is also really good for you too. The time is already 10:17, so we are going to take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll go through an inspirational story here on sunnyskies.com. And this inspirational story involves an ugly minivan. All right, we'll talk about that here in just a bit. Stay tuned. You are listening to the Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. This is WRMN taking you out to lunch. We'll be back.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. 800-257-3148. That's 800-257-3148.
Attention all sports fans. Get the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring player profiles, team schedules, ballpark photos, and more. Visit CHISportsJournal.com. Chicago sports fans are raving about the latest issue of the Chicago Sports Journal featuring owner profiles, book reviews, cafe, bar, and restaurant reviews, specials, and more. Pick up your copy of the Chicago Sports Journal at Metro train stations, retail locations throughout Chicagoland, or visit CHISportsJournal.com today.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanut on aisle 6. And aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. You are listening to the Voice of the Valley, the talk of the town. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in today. Now, of course, what was the Suzie Q of the day? Suzie C's Q of the day, question of the day. If you could be in any movie from the past or present, or maybe even future too, what would it be? What movie would you star in? Well, of course, I did mention the movie that I have talked about many times before. It is one of my absolute favorites, especially from childhood as well too. It kind of, I would say, opened my eyes to the wacky, whimsical, gothic, kind of old style, I would say. And that's a series of unfortunate events. It's a 2004 Jim Carrey version, and that is I'd say it's a pretty good movie. It's a Nickelodeon movie. Brad Silberling was the director of that film. It actually did win an award for, he actually directed Casper, the 1995 movie Casper with Christina Ricci. He was also the director of Land of the Lost, also with Will Ferrell. It did win an award for Best Makeup and Hairstyling, too. It's just wacky, it's whimsical, it's funny, it's creepy, it's a lot of different things. And I especially love just the style of it. I think the style of it is so unique. It's got that kind of, I don't even know, it's just very gothic-y, whimsical, dark kind of look to it and feel, and I just really think it's kind of fascinating for sure. So I remember seeing the movie actually in theaters in 2004 when it came out, and I remember I was kind of scared of it, but I was also intrigued at the same time. So that's kind of my little I wouldn't say it was my quite awakening there. I would say Haunted Mansion was another one too, the Eddie Murphy version, and also The Ride. Kind of a mixture of both. That 2002, 2003, 2004 time period was really when I was like, okay, there's quite a few interesting things here when it comes to kind of that weird, wacky, strange side of things, the Tim Burton-y feel to it, and that's definitely kind of what kind of started there around 2002, 2003, 2004, that Y2K era, for sure. So yes, that is the movie I would choose to be in. Definitely. I don't know who or what I would play in particular, maybe just a side character, but nonetheless, still being on set, I think that would have been so cool to be on set. Just very fascinating. So maybe you had some good movies out there too, of course. And if you do want to re-watch the part of the stream that is currently going on right now, you can always go back in the stream and check it out for yourself on the morning show. So if you want to do that, you can. You can even do it right now. If you want to go back and rewatch it, you can feel free to do so. Absolutely. We hope you're all enjoying the morning so far here today. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410. Let's go through here. We did talk about the weather. Let's go through an inspirational story brought to you by sunnyskies.com. Now, the title of the story is The Lady in the Ugly Minivan Who Just Needed to Get Home to Jackson, Mississippi. Yes, your minivan is ugly. Yes, it is. Now, who knows? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But this person says that this lady's ugly minivan was ugly, I guess. So there you go. Quite opinionated. But we'll see what this story has in mind here. This was posted today. So the user writes, quote, "Recently, I pulled into my HOA's personal gas station. I say this because it's 200 feet outside of my HOA's entrance, and we all use it. I was pumping gas and cleaning my windshield when I heard an 'Excuse me, sir,' behind me. I turned around and saw a large woman in a sort of moo-moo tentatively approaching me." Oh, a moo-moo, hey. Her hair was greasy and stringy, and one of her tires was obviously a spare. She was very apologetic and nervous. My radar went up, but she was harmless as I asked what she needed. She said she was almost out of gas and needed to get home to Jackson, Mississippi, 320 miles away. I looked over at her vehicle, which was a late 90s minivan in that awful 80s grayish blue color. If you remember the 90s, you know what I'm talking about. With paint peeling off in multiple spots over. A closer look showed me she had crap piled up various windows. I asked what she needed, and she told me she was coming from somewhere I forgot, and she just needed to get home to Jackson. She asked for anything I could spare. I told her to pull in behind me. Her eyes got wide as she did so. I placed my card against the reader, pushed the button, and told her to fill it up. She was extremely appreciative. Being a mildly curious guy, when I got home, I Googled her minivan type, MPH, and gas tank size. By my calculation, she would have 2 gallons left over by the time she got home. I'd give her another $20 for food or in case of emergencies. I don't believe in giving cash in hand to anyone in need due to an incident in Seattle 95, this person writes, but I always try to help people in more practical ways. I travel a lot and save my daily shampoo, conditioner, and body wash bottles into my luggage. Once full, I donate them to a local teen crisis pregnancy center or halfway house. Having spent much of my 55 years road tripping, helping people on the road is my favorite way to assist. I dislike it when people trumpet good deeds on social media and try to live by Matthew 6:3-4. Quote, "But when you give to the needy, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. For so that giving may be in secret. Then your Father who sees what is done in secret will reward you." End quote. Anyways, if you see someone who needs gas money, buy them a full tank. If you need it yourself one day, Lord knows, in the 30 years of road tripping, I have needed it plenty of help. So a nice little inspirational story there. And, definitely a good way to, check it out. Do something nice for someone. Doesn't necessarily have to be something big, but even just a little gesture can definitely help someone out. That ugly minivan, though, my goodness. It was back, what is it, 80s, 90s, grayish blue color, late 90s minivan. Okay, I guess it was an ugly minivan, but good to not judge to some degree. So that was posted onto sunnyskies.com. That's sunnyskies.com. And maybe you can do something like that too, or you have done something like that. Feel free to share with us. Feel free to comment, call into the show. Let us know if you've done something like that, if you had someone else do that for you. We've got Jeff World Train in the comment section. Jeff's Train World, actually. Good morning, Matt, and good morning to you. It's a cloudy, dumb day. I need a pick-me-up. Okay, well, what do you suggest? What can I suggest to you as a pick-me-up? I could suggest a nice coffee if you are a coffee drinker. You could try, if you want to treat yourself, to that Starbucks vanilla cream that I just discovered over the weekend. Maybe you're a tea person. There's lots of good places to go when it comes to tea. And wherever you might be, what's a nice pick-me-up? Maybe a nice pastry or maybe a nice breakfast sandwich sounds pretty good. I did go to Country Donuts on Sunday, picked up a box of dozen donuts, and I also had their breakfast sandwich. The line was very long, and they did not have blueberry donuts. I was a little bit... I was like, oh, come on, really? No blueberry donuts? But that to me meant that they were selling out. They're doing good at their business. They are a local small business too. And so that's good. It's good to know that they're doing very well because the line was very long. We waited quite a bit. But I said to myself afterwards, I was like, you know what? It means that they're busy. It means they're doing well. And that's good. That's what we hope for businesses is to do well. So that's all it is. Absolutely. Thanks so much for tuning in today so far. We're going to be approaching into the 10:30 segment, which means we'll give you a little sneak peek on the Tradio side of things. We'll also go through some more local news here. We'll give you a little insight here when it does come to voters that can cast ballots at any election day polling place. So we'll talk a little bit about that here too. We'll also go through the word of the day. Into the 11 o'clock hour, we'll talk a little bit here about a particular story, conversation story, brought to you by theconversation.com that I always like to talk about. We'll also talk about the National Day calendar. It is National Crayola Crayon Day. We'll talk a little bit about the history there too. And some business recognitions. What are some businesses out there that we want to recognize within the Fox River Valley area? So stay tuned. You are listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, and we'll be back with more in just a bit.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. A powerful earthquake followed by a strong aftershock has rocked Thailand and neighboring Myanmar. News Nation's Nick Smith reports so far at least 3 people have been killed while others remain trapped in the rubble.
The first quake, a 7.7 magnitude, struck Myanmar in the city of Mandalay. That's a religious and cultural capital. Then 12 minutes later, a 6.4 magnitude quake hit just a few miles away. The shocks have been felt as far away as southwest China, and there is extensive damage in Myanmar right now. But we're having trouble getting updates from there since the military force controls nearly all forms of communication.
Amateur video shows buildings shaking and collapsing. Myanmar's military-run government declared a state of emergency in 6 regions and states, including the capital, Naypyidaw, and Mandalay. We could soon see some fallout from the Signal group chat scandal that's been dogging the Trump administration. News Nation's Libby Dean has the latest.
CBS News is reporting that the president may fire National Security Advisor Mike Waltz or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth if the story continues to make headlines as it has all week. Now, this week, we saw a lot of things play out. We saw congressional hearings, court challenges, and ultimately the release of nearly all of these messages, but including in this group chat, ones like this from Pete Hegseth, which included operational details. Now, the Trump administration and Trump intelligence officials claim that these were not classified details from Pete Hegseth. That's been the big back and forth here.
The chat was discussing a military operation in Yemen. A reporter from The Atlantic was apparently inadvertently added to the chat and broke the story.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Are you dreaming of a getaway? Want to leave the stress of daily life behind? Whether it's a relaxing cruise or an adventurous land escape, planning the perfect vacation doesn't have to be a hassle. At Cruises International, they specialize in vacation destinations, land and sea, making your dreams come true. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, Cruises International isn't just about booking travel. They're your personal concierge, trusted travel advisor, and advocate. Your preferences are unique, and they'll take the time to understand exactly what you're looking for. From personalized service to their global network of specialists, they ensure that your vacation is tailor-made just for you. It's time to plan the vacation of a lifetime. Call 800-255-7447. That's 800-255-7447 today and speak to a cruise and vacation expert. Cruises International. It's time to set sail to your dream destination.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Windy conditions with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 34 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in today. We've got a lot of good things here. Of course, if you want to be a part of the conversation, there are many different ways that you can tune in and keep yourself up to date and in the loop with what's going on here in the Fox River Valley. We do have, of course, our YouTube channel, so you can go onto our YouTube channel, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. If you want to, of course, hit that subscribe button and click the notification bell. It's a great way, of course, for you to let people, let yourself know what's going on, and you can also let other people know what's going on, too, in the comments section. You can also, of course, text us at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. If you do want to reach out to us, of course, you can always do that. Let us know what is going on, what is happening here within the Fox River Valley area. Of course, you can also tune in through our website, WRMN1410.com. You can click to listen there. Pardon me. Breathing in a lot of air happens. I got to take a little rest for a sec. You can also check us out on Facebook, facebook.com at WRMN1410 Radio. I've been mixing the two up lately. I mean, of course, the same applies because we're WRMN, but sometimes I'm like, youtube.com at WRMN1410 Radio. It's WRMN Radio, and then on Facebook, it's WRMN1410 Radio. You can also download the app. It's available on the App Store and also on Google Play for Samsung. So we got lots of different ways that you can always tune in to WRMN, your local radio station, as we serve the Fox River Valley, and we become here and continue on to be the voice of the valley and the talk of the town. We'll go through a little sneak peek of Tradio. Tradio will be beginning at 12:30. That'll be the time to call in for your Tradio announcement. You can text us anytime, of course, for Tradio through the info number 505-926-1410. So we do have some Tradio callers. I'll just give you a little brief kind of sneak peek here. We've got Susanna from the Rescue Our Children organization. She is giving away free circus tickets. So if you go to the website, rocousa.org, you'll be able to find that. You can register on the website so you can sign up to win for April, and it's free for children and also for parents. Great way to go to the circus. Sounds like a lot of fun, too. We have the Tradio caller has the buckets of deck screws for $70 each on those buckets. The 40-volt electric chainsaw as well for $375. That's the Makita brand. We've got Greg looking for those bicycles, the Schwinn bicycles. Also the Omega watches, the diver style watches. He also does have for sale a Toro power shovel for $20, and then also a Toro electric blower for $10. We've got here Elliot still looking for the Indiana Jones collectibles and memorabilia. We've got the Tradio caller has the 1977 Corvette for sale for $5,000 or best offer. Someone does have a country house for sale in Elgin. It's 5 bedrooms on Plato Road, 7 miles west of Elgin. So you can contact her. And again, I'll read through more detailed information and numbers when we get into our official Tradio segment at 12:30. But I'm just giving you a little quick rundown. We have Wood by Jeff in Elburn. He has the boxes of literature. He also has woodworking catalogs. We have a Tradio caller that has a love seat and sofa for $400. Also 2 end tables and a coffee table. And then a lot of other things as well, too. We've got Motorcycle Tony calls in looking for the Japanese motorcycles. He's in the Schaumburg area. He also does or is looking for some Honda scooters there, too. And then he also does have a desk for sale. It's in good shape. Or another Tradio caller has a desk for sale in good shape with also a Schwinn bicycle built for 2. So we got a lot of things here as we are into spring cleaning. We have the Tradio caller as the generic generator 5500 for $300. He's got the Kennedy toolbox for $50 and the air compressor for $20. And then still, I do believe that free item is still available, that fully functional Kenwood turntable. That's Dennis in Niles has that. So we'll go through more details and information coming up at 12:30 and also give you those numbers as well. That will be at 12:30 for our Tradio segment. Taking a look here at some local news, of course, Kane County voters can cast the ballots at any election day polling place. So remember about this, too. You can find more information also at KaneCountyConnects.com. That's Kane County Clerk John A. Cunningham reminds voters that they can vote at any Election Day polling location for Tuesday's consolidated election that is coming up tomorrow. Cunningham stated, quote, "I want to make sure that voters are aware that they can vote at any Election Day polling location on Tuesday in the consolidated election. So it's not too late. You can still vote. It can even go into tomorrow, too. Beginning with the March 2024 general primary election, Kane County voters have the option to vote at any Election Day polling location. And as clerk, I have worked to find new ways to make voting more accessible. And this is the latest innovation we have offered to our voters," end quote. So definitely check it out. Polling locations are open from 6 a.m. until 7 p.m. on Tuesday. There is a list. So if you go on to foxvalleymagazine.com, there is a direct link to the Kane County Clerk's office. And don't forget also, too, parts of Elgin and other areas are also Cook County. So if you want to check that out, Cook County is also available, too. If you go to the Cook County Clerk's website, you'll be able to find that. But that information has been posted. You'll be able to find the polling places for the election day. The entire list is there. There are tons. If you go into the Aurora Township, Big Rock Township, Blackberry Township, all of them, Geneva, Elgin, St. Charles, Sugar Grove, the entire list is here. It's 3 pages. And if you do want to check it out, it does tell you exactly where it is with that location too. So please feel free to check that out. You'll be able to view where you can go for that voting day. And then voters can also use a tool to find a personalized sample ballot. So there's actually even a link for that too. You'll be able to check out that voter search. So find out following information about registration status, precinct, polling place, voting districts, and also sample ballot. So that sample ballot is there on that website. Just a reminder here, too, that all Kane County voters are eligible to participate in the April 1st consolidated election, which includes races of multiple offices and such as mayor, city council, township positions, school board, library board, and more. So please feel free to check that out. You can even also look up Cook County voting as well, too, so you can view that. You can find information at Cook County, Illinois. I can't forget about this as well. CookCountyIL.gov. You'll also be able to check that out too, so you can find that information, election judges, register to vote, and voting locations for Cook County. So you can check that out. That's also on there too, because I know there are many people out there that do live in Cook County. So the same goes here for Barrington, of course, Berwyn, Chicago Heights, Ford Heights. All that information is also posted on there too. So not just Kane County, but also Cook County. If you go onto the Cook County Clerk's office, that is Cook County clerkil.gov for more information. So please feel free to check that out. And don't forget to vote as well too. Taking a look here, we are approaching the time where I'm going to go through our timeout. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about the word of the day today. Now, the word of the day is penchant. 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 That's what it is. Penchant. 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 Now, what this means, it's a meaning of a strong liking for something or a strong tendency to behave in a certain way. It is usually used with for. So, for example, my penchant for mathematics helped me become an engineer. So there's an example here for penchant. So this is a penchant in context. So the film Sly Lives interviewees offered illuminating ruminations on Sly's vocal arrangements, including his penchant for swinging back and forth between unison vocal parts and harmonized ones. That was in Slate back in 2025, February 13th by Jack Hamilton. That's in context there. So that is the word of the day for March 31st. It is penchant. That is the word. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We'll talk a little bit here about an article, Why History Instructions is Critical for Combating Online Misinformation. That is history instructions there. And I might even possibly challenge that a little bit here too, slightly. So we'll see. We'll see. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the better business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
It's time to grow stronger than ever. Abivium from CHS gives your seed the support it needs from day one. Its biostimulant, metabolites, and micronutrients help seeds emerge with rigor, improve nutrient uptake, and grow into strong crops. Apply Abivium directly in your planter box and watch your field thrive. Ask your local retailer about Abivium today or visit chsagronomy.com.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. At Moose Lodge 799, you'll find a place to relax, make new friends, and be part of something bigger, like supporting the kids of Moose Heart. Doors at Moose Lodge 799 open at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and at 11 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Join a welcoming group of members who share a passion for good times and giving back. Call 847-741-0799. That's 847-741-0799 for more information, or stop by and see what they are all about. Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin, where family, friends, and community are always invited to join.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. I did this again where I goofed up the saying of Elgin. I'm sorry. My goodness. I need another coffee. That's my excuse. Everyone at this point is like, oh, every time you mess up with something, Matt, you got to say, oh, I got to have another coffee. That's an excuse. Yeah, well, maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I actually do need another one. Hopefully everyone's enjoying their morning so far here today. Thanks so much, everyone, of course, for tuning in. Always greatly appreciated here on WRMN. You, of course, make the show. You help make the show. You help make the radio station, your local radio station here, WRMN, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. And hey, if you want to have a show on here too, please feel free to reach out to us. Always feel free to do that. Let us know if you have any questions or even some comments out there too. So what I wanted to do, we have about roughly 10 or 11 minutes here. I wanted to talk a little bit about an interesting article on theconversation.com. Now, I've been really using this quite often here. I think it's a really great website to use. It's called theconversation.com, and it's by a lot of different authors, especially a lot of professors use this particular site and do offer a lot of information there too when it does come to certain articles here. So this is an interesting one. It was posted March 19th, so it's been a little bit, well, it was this year, 2025, by author Lightning J. Lightning J is an assistant professor of teaching, learning, and educational leadership at Binghamton University, State University, also of New York. Lightning J wrote a little bit about this. Quote, why history instruction is critical for combating online misinformation. So they go on to write, quote, can you tell fact from fiction online? In a digital world, few questions are more important or more challenging. For years, some commentators have called for K-12 teachers to take on fake news, media literacy, or online misinformation by doubling down on critical thinking. This push for schools to do a better job preparing young people to differentiate between low and high quality information often focuses on social studies classes. As an educator, researcher, and former high school history teacher, I know that there is both good and bad news about combating misinformation in the classroom. History class can cultivate critical thinking, but only if teachers and schools understand what critical thinking really means. So here's the thing. First is what they write, not just a skill. When people demand that schools teach critical thinking, it's not always clear what they mean. Some might consider critical thinking as a trait or capacity that teachers can encourage, like creativity or grit. They could believe that critical thinking is a mindset, a habit of being curious, skeptical, and reflective. Or they might be referring to specific skills, for instance, that students could learn a set of steps to take to assess information online. Early studies on chess players and physicists in the 1970s and 80s helped show how the kind of flexible and reflective cognition, often called critical thinking, is really a product of expertise. Chess masters, for instance, do not start out with innate talent. In most cases, they gain expertise by hours of thoughtfully playing the game. It takes that time, it takes that energy, it takes that brain power to learn a little bit about that here, in particular with what they're saying is chess players. This deliberate practice helps them recognize patterns and think in novel ways about chess. You get that practice in, you notice for patterns, and you kind of become one with it in a way where you can familiarize yourself with it. Chess masters' critical thinking is a product of learning, not a precursor. Because critical thinking develops in a specific context, it does not necessarily transfer to other types of problem solving. So, for example, chess advocates might hope the game improves players' intelligence, and studies do suggest learning chess may help elementary students with the kind of pattern recognition they need for early math lessons. However, research has found that being a great chess player does not make people better at other kinds of complex critical thinking. Because, of course, critical thinking, there's so many different situations with critical thinking, different contexts. It's good, of course, to recognize that certain critical thinking skills that you might have in one area might not be maybe as strong in another area, and that's okay. So you get into, of course, historical thinking. Since context is key to critical thinking, learning to analyze information about current events likely requires knowledge about politics and also history, as well as practice at scrutinizing sources. Fortunately, that is what social studies classes are for. Social study researchers often describe this kind of critical thinking as historical thinking, a way to evaluate evidence from the past and assess its reliability. From this person's own research, they have shown that high school students can make relatively quick progress on some of the surface features of historical thinking, such as learning to check a text date and author. But the deep questioning involved in true historical thinking is much harder to learn. And then, of course, there's even the bias of it, too, that kind of goes into that. Social studies classrooms can also build what researchers call civic online reasoning. So there's the fact-checking, which is a complex work. It's not enough to tell young people that they should be wary online or to trust sites ending in .org instead of .com. Of course, I remember in school saying, don't trust Wikipedia. If you're doing research online for a book report or for some other report, don't use Wikipedia. Was one of them. That was a big thing we weren't allowed to use in school. Rather than learning general principles about online media, civic online reasoning teaches students specific skills for evaluating information about politics and social issues. Still, learning to think like a historian does not necessarily prepare someone to be a skeptical news consumer. Indeed, a recent study found that professional historians performed worse than professional fact-checkers at identifying online misinformation. The misinformation tasks the historians struggled with focused on issues such as bullying or the minimum wage, areas where they possessed little expertise. So, of course, if you're experiencing a little bit less of expertise into something, you might not necessarily have a large grasp on it. This is how it is with me with a lot of things that are political. There's a lot of things out there that I do not have a grasp on, so I kind of don't have a huge expertise in it. So I might not have a fully formed opinion, or I have an opinion that's a little bit more open to change possibly, but then there are things that I do have a little bit more expertise in. As well, too, from my own studies and from my own personal experiences, where I might be a little bit more experienced in that. But, of course, like I said before going to the break, there's some things that you can challenge as well, too, with this critical thinking, because there's even a level of bias within that, too. There's a whole other conversation for that. So there's that to, of course, go into. For someone who knows basic facts about, for example, American history, those claims won't sit right. Background knowledge will trigger their skepticism and kick critical thinking into gear when it does talk a little bit into political information and things like that. Now, of course, there's different contexts of things, when it comes to, when did something come into fruition? Was it during the Reconstruction era or was it not? That kind of thing. So there's the basic facts of things. And then, of course, there's the bias in certain opinions of things, too. And so for this reason, when it comes to past, present, and future, the best approach to media literacy will come through teaching that fosters concrete skills alongside historical knowledge. In short, the new knowledge crisis points to the importance of the traditional social studies classroom. Now, of course, here you can get into a little bit on what some history teachers now that you see are getting into, of course, from the culture wars that you're seeing here and things like that, too. And what's interesting is, according to some research, 2/3 of instructors say that they have limited classroom discussions about social and political topics. Attempts to limit students' knowledge about the past imperial their changes of being able to think critically about new information. These attacks are not just assaults on the history of the country, they are attempts to control its future. So kind of an interesting article there too. I would definitely say that it's good to have that critical thinking skill. I think that's the main thing, is to be able to have that skill to critically think for yourself. And again, like I said, I somewhat even challenge this article because I can kind of see a little bias coming through with this as well too. I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but always keep in mind too that something might be presented in a classroom that you're in. But always remember too, when you have those critical thinking skills, you have the right and the ability to question that too, even if some things are being presented as fact. So again, I've got some own personal experience with that too. I won't go into whole much detail on that, but there's definitely certain biases in the classroom as well too. So always good to make sure that you question that as well. So just a little information there. Thought the article was very fascinating, and feel free to check out more information at theconversation.com. That's theconversation.com. Feel free to check it out. Stay tuned for more. We're going to be into our 11 o'clock hour here in just a bit. We'll talk more. I'll go through some other local news stories, and then we'll talk a little bit about the National Day. What do we have today? We've got National Crayola Crayon Day. We'll talk a little bit about the history on that. Many of us, of course, have used Crayola crayons before in school, right? For projects, fun things like that. And maybe you even still as an adult like to use Crayola crayons. Have some fun with it. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Prevnar. In a major development, the Elgin Police Department has positively identified the skeletal remains of Karen Sheppers, who disappeared in 1983 after recovering her vehicle from the Fox River. The Cold Cases Unit's recent focus and technological advances alongside efforts from Chaos Divers and various local authorities led to the breakthrough. Expansion plans are underway at Kenyon Woods Middle School in South Elgin as a school district U46 recently commenced construction on a 46,000 square foot addition. The $30 million project will enable the school to accommodate up to 1,100 students. Kane County's transportation sector recently garnered major accolades as the Division of Transportation received the top honors from APWA's Chicago Metro chapter for the Longmeadow Parkway project. Adding to the success, Deputy Director Thomas Rickard awarded the APWA Professional Manager of the Year for 2025. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. It's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. A powerful earthquake followed by a strong aftershock has rocked Thailand and neighboring Myanmar. News Nation's Nick Smith reports so far at least 3 people have been killed while others remain trapped in the rubble.
The first quake, a 7.7 magnitude, struck Myanmar in the city of Mandalay. That's a religious and cultural capital. Then 12 minutes later, a 6.4 magnitude quake hit just a few miles away. The shocks have been felt as far away as southwest China, and there is extensive damage in Myanmar right now. But we're having trouble getting updates from there since the military force controls nearly all forms of communication.
Amateur video shows buildings shaking and collapsing. Myanmar's military-run government declared a state of emergency in 6 regions and states, including the capital, Naypyidaw, and Mandalay. We could soon see some fallout from the Signal group chat scandal that's been dogging the Trump administration. News Nation's Libby Dean has the latest.
CBS News is reporting that the president may fire National Security Advisor Mike Waltz or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth if the story continues to make headlines as it has all week. Now, this week, we saw a lot of things play out. We saw congressional hearings, court challenges, and ultimately the release of nearly all of these messages, but including in this group chat, ones like this from Pete Hegseth, which included operational details. Now, the Trump administration and Trump intelligence officials claim that these were not classified details from Pete Hegseth. That's been the big back and forth here.
The chat was discussing a military operation in Yemen. A reporter from The Atlantic was apparently inadvertently added to the chat and broke the story.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Windy conditions with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 34 degrees and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all.
I know we're at an at-will state, but for making a comment, like, hey, your hair looks good. And then I got a call from HR saying, hey, you know what? You're under investigation. Do I have any recourse?
Were you fired?
No, not yet.
The problem, Eddie, is they can fire you for any reason they want. They literally can wake up in the morning and say, you know what? I'm a little bored this morning. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to fire Eddie for no reason. Yep, he can do that. Yeah, that's California. Yep, welcome.
Handle on the Law. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 11 o'clock hour of Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley. All the listeners out there who are tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in today, of course. Always greatly appreciated. We are now also streaming on Facebook. I meant to do that earlier, and I did not. So we are now also on Facebook.com at WRMN 1410 Radio. So if you do want to reach out to us, if you want to give us a like, if you want to comment, if you want to share the video, you can do that. You can check us out also on YouTube.com at WRMN Radio. You can subscribe to us. Feel free to make a comment if you'd like. We also do have our text number at 505-926-1410. That's the text number to, of course, go to. Text us. Let us know what's going on. What are you looking for? Also, too, during our Tradio segment, which will be at 12:30. Tradio does give you that opportunity to buy, sell, trade, and announce to the Fox River Valley area. That'll be coming up at 12:30. You'll be able to call into the studio number or also check us out on the phone line or the text line. That's 505-926-1410. So again, for the weather and temperatures, for those who are just tuning in, we do have a high of 49 degrees for today. We are seeing some sun and clouds mixed. So we're seeing that little mix currently right now too. As of right now, temperatures are at 37, so still a little bit chillier. I did have to wear a little bit of a slightly winter coat, I guess you could say. I did wear a winter coat today. But then we do get into later into the week, it does start to go up a little bit, but we do start to see more rain and thunderstorms. So heading on into tonight, we see it dropping down to a low of 29 degrees, a few passing clouds, otherwise generally clear. We do see here for Tuesday, April 1st, it's already coming up tomorrow. April 1st is Election Day. Very exciting, Consolidated Election Day. I want to, of course, wish everyone the best of luck there. I know that Kane County, Cook County, we hope to grow stronger, of course, too, so we look forward to it. Best of luck to everyone out there, of course. So for tomorrow, it's partly cloudy skies during the morning hours, and it'll be eventually overcast in the afternoon. We do see a high of 47 degrees, dropping down to 40 for Tuesday night. Cloudy with occasional rain after midnight. Low near 40 degrees, chance of rain at 90%. Higher wind gusts possible that we could be seeing. That'll be for Tuesday. As we head on into Wednesday, we see thunderstorms, potential for severe thunderstorms. That'll be coming up on Wednesday. We have a high of 65 degrees, humidity at about almost 90% humidity there. We do see here a low of 43 degrees for Wednesday night. Partly cloudy is predicted with about a 24% chance of rain. We get into Thursday, the 3rd of April. We see a mixture of clouds and sun early, then becoming cloudy later in the day. We see a high of 54 degrees, dropping down to a low of 38 degrees. Cloudy skies early, followed by partial clearing for Thursday night. Into Friday here, we do see a high of 53, cloudy, with a low of 40 degrees, considerable cloudiness with occasional rain showers, about a 60% chance there, about half an inch or so. Into the weekend, we are seeing some showers throughout the weekend here. Cloudy with a few showers, high of 48. Current prediction right now at 30% chance of rain. We see it dropping down to a low of 35 degrees for Saturday night. Cloudy skies with a few showers later at night. About also 30% chance of rain right now in that prediction. Sunday the 6th, we see scattered snow flurries. Here they come again around the corner. We see here becoming more partly cloudy later in the day with about a high of 46 and a low of 27. Now that chance of snow is about a 30% chance as predicted. And then we go into next Monday, the 7th of April, a week from today. Partly cloudy skies and a high of 45, dropping down to that low of 26, a little bit more chillier, and a few clouds. So we are going to be seeing those temperatures being in the 40s and 50s. And then for Wednesday, in the 60s. So it should be a nice day in terms of temperature-wise for Wednesday, but it is predicted to be thunderstorms pretty much throughout the whole day. About a 90% chance of rain is predicted there. So that is going to be coming up for Wednesday. If you do want to check out other information, don't miss out. You can find it at weather.com. That's weather.com. Feel free to view that updated information today, hourly, 10-day, weekend, and even monthly too if you want. Check out that radar that's featured on there. They do have that the radar map based off of your zip code or city or state. So if you do want to view that, you can view the 24-hour future radar and view what is going on when it does come to the weather and also the temperatures. It's good to keep informed, and this is a great way to do so when it does come to the weather and forecast for the days to come and for right now too. Again, you are listening to WRMN AM 1410, again broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you, of course, everyone, for tuning in today to your local radio station, WRMN AM 1410. We've got some good days here recognized. Of course, don't forget, we do have local programming here as well. So I'm going to be on here until 1 o'clock. We also do have What's Cooking Today. That is with Michael Horn. That will be coming up from 1 until 2 o'clock. That's What's Cooking Today. So we'll definitely talk a little bit more. He'll most likely update it on his website, what is going to be featured on the show. We also do have Talk Time with Tammy and Friends from 2 until 4 o'clock, and then a political talk show from 4 until 6. If you do want to check out our lineup, it's available on our website, WRMN1410.com. You can also check out other good information and news on our Facebook page, facebook.com/WRMN1410 Radio. We got a couple views currently right now on the Facebook side of things and also on YouTube, and a good amount of listenership here too. Always greatly appreciated here on WRMN. Taking a look at the time here, it's 11:14. When we come back after the break, what we're going to be doing is talking a little bit about the National Day when it comes to Crayola. It is National Crayola Crayon Day today. We'll talk a little history on how Crayola crayons started. And, there's lots of fun things when it comes to different coloring books and having fun playing and drawing with those colors of Crayola crayons. Just make sure you don't eat those crayons, because I was sometimes tempted when I was in pre-K, preschool, and preschool to eat those crayons. So just make sure you don't eat them, or make sure you watch your kids, young kids, when it comes to those crayons. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch. And we've got Tom Holbrook here in the comments. Thank you so much. Matt, you look and sound great. Happy Monday, and a very happy Monday to you too, Tom. Thanks again. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit. Here on WRMN AM 1410, we like to keep you informed and in tune to what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on here on WRMN. We recognize the importance of local radio to be a part of the conversation and to be a part of the community for the community.
You know, we talked about the importance of community theater, but supporting community radio is a big deal too. And, you know, for WRMN, this is a really cool thing that you guys do every day, and a really important thing. You have to have a local media outlet to talk about what's going on in your town. So you guys do a nice job.
Tune in to AM 1410, WRMN. Don't forget, you can also subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/WRMN Radio. Keep in tune and informed on what's happening here in the Fox River Valley, right here on WRMN. Looking to set sail on your dream vacation? Cruises International has you covered. Specializing in land and sea getaways, they're here to make your vacation unforgettable. Located at 1721 Moon Lake Boulevard in Hoffman Estates, they offer personalized service with a global network of specialists to ensure your trip is tailor-made just for you. Call today at 800-255-7447 to speak with a cruise and vacation expert. And don't miss Travel Tuesdays on WRMN AM 1410 every first Tuesday of the month from 11 to 12 p.m. on Out to Lunch. That's Cruises International. Your vacation, your way.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley area. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We hope that you are enjoying your morning. Here on Out to Lunch, we talked a little bit about particular conversations as well, talking a little bit earlier today or later into the show for the 10 o'clock hour about conversations in the classroom and misinformation. Now we'll also talk a little bit more on some national days, get into some fun, colorful, good conversations here on what is Crayola Crayon. Well, of course, we all know about Crayola Crayon. We'll talk a little bit about the history of Crayola crayons and also the 7 rarest Crayola crayon colors that are quite rare, somewhat rare, special mentions, considered rare, one of a kind, very rare, and the most rare. So we'll talk a little bit about those here too on a top 7 list here. So we'll talk about that, those rarest colors of the Crayola crayons. Now, yes, it is National Crayola Crayon Day today. Yes, of course, many of us remember and have used Crayola crayons, maybe even in our childhood, or maybe you've got kids, grandkids, nieces and nephews, youngsters that do use the Crayola crayons in school and maybe at home for fun, maybe when they're on the train or on the airplane, going on a trip somewhere. You've got those Crayola crayons ready to go in those nice tight boxes, ready to be used and to have fun, right? To create art. And so this is recognized today. Crayola Crayon celebrated on March 31st every year. Now, again, this is a holiday that will undoubtedly, so to say, be as colorful as can be, with over 400 colors in its collection. Yes, over 400 colors. That's a lot of colors. This day is for you, whether you're a student, a professional visual artist, or an aspiring artist. Learn how to create this unique festival in your own home. The selection of entertaining things to do is unlimited. You can create so many different things with Crayola crayons, and I'm sure there are even some very well done Crayola crayon art that is detailed as well too. And I'm actually even just looking this up right now too, because I'm curious. Oh my goodness, yes, there's lots of detailed artwork that you can literally use. I mean, this drawing medium is actually not just for kids. You can use it immensely. I mean, I've got on the screen here too, if you're watching. This is an artist, put it in Artist Network, created all Crayola crayon picture of a butterfly on a flower. So there's definitely some detailed Crayola crayon art that is featured out there as well. So not just for something that's a little bit more simplistic, but even more detailed that you can find. Pretty cool. And it does take skill. It takes skill to make sure you're getting that lighting correct. You have that visual aspect. What I was always taught in school by my 7th grade art teacher, don't draw what you think you see, draw what you see, what you actually see. And that really did create that foundation for being able to really go as far as possible as my brain could go to draw. So that's why I say definitely that always stuck with me too. So thank you to Mrs. Van Eck for that. I appreciate that. Don't draw what you think you see, draw what you actually see. And you can do wonders for sure when it comes to artwork. So yes, a little history here on the Crayola crayon. Well, Crayola crayons were invented in 1903 by Binney and Smith. They were born from a need for safe, affordable, and high-quality wax crayons for schools. With the name Crayola, coined by Alice Binney, combining cray, which is French for chalk, and oh my goodness, I can't pronounce this. Oleaginous, Crayola, oleaginous. That makes sense. I was thinking way too much into that. So yes, the invention of Crayola crayon. Well, Crayola did not invent the crayon. The modern crayon originated in Europe, initially made from a mixture of charcoal and oil, later replaced by powdered pigments. This is according to Crayola.com themselves. Later replaced by those powdered pigments, wax was later substituted for oil, making the sticks sturdier and easier to handle. Now, in 1902, Crayola crayons were invented by Binney and Smith and first offered for sale in 1903. The trade name Crayola, again, was coined by Mrs. Edwin Binney, combining the two words, which is chalk and oleaginous. And here I go, I can't even pronounce it. It means oily. Crayola manufactures over 3 billion crayons each year, primarily made from paraffin, wax, and color pigment. So if you want to check out more information, visit the website, Crayola.com. You can check out limited edition options. You can even do printouts, check out activities, DIYs, fun things, all literally in the palm of your hand or in the fingers of your hand. That is with the Crayola crayon. So that is recognized today. Now, of course, you can even check out the original box that is the Crayola crayon box. If I can get into the article, it's 25 cents per week. So, but I'll show you the picture nonetheless here. Crayola crayons, the history of it. You can check it out. Made in the USA, Binney and Smith Inc., New York. It's even got that gold medal on there too, it says. So that is Crayola. That is the drawing crayon, 24 colors. And hey, I bet if you even have an original Crayola crayon box, I'm sure it could go for quite a bit of money. So let's see how much they go for. I mean, there's some original Crayola boxes that you can check out as well too, from the 1900s, the early 1900s, the Edwardian era. I'm sure I've got ancestors that used Crayola crayons, maybe in school or for fun. I know that my grandma in the 1930s did have a box of Crayola crayons. She did have a coloring book that she got. It was a used one that she got for Christmas because the family was so poor, but she did have crayons that she drew with. So lots of cool things when it does come to looking at those boxes. And again, like I said, I'm sure you probably could get some original, if you have some original Crayola crayon boxes from 1903. My goodness, I bet they go for I bet they can go for quite a bit of money on there too, especially if you have originals, especially some older ones. So the older, the more. I mean, there's even a sealed 1993 one that you can get. It's an anniversary, 90th anniversary that someone has. It's for $30 that you can find online too. So lots of good ones out there. Definitely some older ones. Not a whole lot though that I'm seeing online when it comes to purchasing. So they must be quite rare. And speaking of rarity here too, we'll definitely go through the rarest of the crayons. What are ones that are very rare to find on this National Day of the Crayola crayon? Again, there are a total of over 400 colors in its collection. So of course, you're bound to find some rare ones here too. Now, of course, you get some of these simpler colors becoming more popular throughout time when it comes to Crayola, while the more complex ones were phased out. Celestial blue, golden orc, I think is one. Och, I don't even know. Golden something. Rose pink and burnt sienna were all discontinued in 1910. Purple and violet crayons were split in 1914, while gold, silver, and copper were removed from the range in 1915. So if you happen to maybe have some of these originals, they're probably worth something. When Binney and Smith purchased the Munsell Color Company's coloring method in 1926, Crayola crayons became a household name. This was the first time they used the color wheel idea in their crayons, which contain the 5 primary colors of red, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Now, of course, primary colors being red, yellow, and blue. And then, of course, you get green, Oh, no. Green, orange, and purple are the secondary colors. Okay. I'm like trying to remember here. Like, am I smarter than a preschooler? Apparently not. I had to think about it. They introduced the 6 intermediate colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and red violet, and in 1930, as well as adding orange to their primary colors. Now, primary colors meaning primary in their boxes that they sold worldwide. This was later transformed into the 12-color box. They added black, neutral, gray, white, and brown to create a box of 16 hues. Munsell Crayola boxes, on the other hand, were phased out in 1935 because of wartime shortages. Despite this, until 1990, the Munsell coloring scheme was an important element of the Crayola Corporation. There are about 120 Crayola crayon colors available today, all of which are derived from primary colors. Now, it says 120 that are available today, but in the lifetime, over 400, because there's a lot out there that have been made that are very rare to find too. So definitely a good day to celebrate. How to celebrate, of course, when it comes to the Crayola crayon? Well, get yourself a good coloring book, maybe a nice sheet of paper, maybe a canvas, and start drawing, start painting, create that art from the soul, the mind, the spirit onto the paper. Check out more information at nationaltoday.com and also Crayola.com for more info. You've got a lot of those good different colors, and there's even some recent ones that were added a couple years ago in 2021. The company introduced their contemporary colors, which are Crayola, powder blue, cool mint, and oatmeal. So those are some new colors that have recently been introduced within the past less than 5 years. So they're still even working on getting some more colors out there for sure. They're on top of it. Sounds like Sherwin-Williams is too. Very cool. Check out more information, nationaltoday.com and National Day Calendar. When we come back, we'll talk about the 7 rarest Crayola crayon colors that are currently out there. And of course, as we know, they have long history of business, more than a century, and are a true household name. So we'll talk a little bit about some of the rare and special kinds of Crayola crayons that you can't really find anymore. So, or maybe you can. Maybe you have them. I don't know. Maybe you do have them. Let me know in the comments if you happen to have any of these that I'm going to announce here coming up into the next part of the segment. We'll also go through some other national days today as well, and we'll also do some business recognitions here too, because it is Out to Lunch, and we want to tell you exactly what are some great places that you can go to here within the Fox River Valley. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch in just a bit.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan. Brought to you by Prevnar. The City of Naperville calling on young artists to display their creativity. The city's Community Services Department inviting high school students aged 13 to 18 to submit their artwork for a project transforming streetlight controller boxes near the Naperville North and Naperville Central High Schools. The initiative was announced by City Clerk Dawn Porter. Celebrations for Earth Month are set for Saturday, April 5th at the Hawthorne Hill Nature Center in Elgin. The event starts at 9:30 a.m. with a plant sale running until 2 p.m. Visitors can also enjoy an animal show by the Randall Oaks Zoo from 11 a.m. until noon. Lucy Westlake, a 21-year-old mountaineer from Naperville, has made history. Recently honored by the DuPage County Board for Women's History Month, Westlake holds the record as the youngest female to summit the highest mountain in each U.S. state and was the youngest American woman to reach the summit of Mount Everest. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Credan.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase. I just paid hundreds for this flight and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hi, everybody. This is Steve Thorne, running for re-election to the Elgin City Council. So many of you already know me, and you know that my many years of volunteer work and ongoing service are all about helping the residents of our great city, especially our seniors and military veterans. We certainly have had our challenges, past and present, but Elgin owns my heart, and it always has. We are a strong city, a safe city, a city of neighborhoods, a city where people feel the touch of community connection, and that's part of our greatest strength. We look out for one another here in Elgin, and as your city councilman, I pledge to look out for you. I've been endorsed by both the Elgin Police and Firefighters Unions. I'm respectfully asking for your vote to continue serving you on the Elgin City Council. Paid for by Friends of Steve Thorne.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 35 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Don't forget, we've got our YouTube channel, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Feel free to hit that subscribe button. Click the notification bell if you would like to do so. And tune in. Sit back, relax. It's good. Sit back and relax and enjoy the show. From wherever you are. You're at home, you're at work, maybe you're at the store, maybe you are at a cafe somewhere, maybe you're out to lunch, doing a nice little fun lunch for yourself too. Wherever you might be, we are here for you. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today on WRMN Out to Lunch. And we love to, of course, talk about lots of different things that are going on within the Fox River Valley area. We've been talking about Crayola Crayon Day today. Yes, it is recognized today. We do also have a lot of other days that are also recognized as well today. So we'll definitely go through some of that, and we'll see what we've got. So we have here the rarest crayons that you may or may not be able to find. So professional collectors and hobbyists, take a listen, because you might be on the hunt for the rarest shade of color or type of Crayola crayon. Well, here are some of the rare and special kinds that you may or may not be able to find. And this is posted by rarest.com. Now, the first one on this list here, and I'll even show you some pictures here on the screen, so of course you can visually see it. Don't mind all of the advertisements that do happen to pop up on the screen, but the rare ones that are out there happen to be some interesting ones. Like I said before, you may or may not be able to find. On the list of 7 of our top 7, Indian Red is the first one. This is somewhat rare. This was formulated in 1903, and the name was changed to Chestnut in 1999. This is a reddish brown. Now, of course, if you are hearing this name and your brain goes, huh? Yeah, that was the name of it. Of course, I'll say this too. Keyboard warriors have, the idea of keyboard warriors and the mentality of keyboard warriors are not something that's completely new. They've been around for quite a while. And yes, there were people who were offended by this name. Indian red was one of the original colors to be produced in 1903. Around 1999, teachers voiced concerns about the name of the color not being very politically correct. Haven't we heard that before? And that kids might mistake it for skin color of Native Americans. The educators requested for the name changing, and Crayola obliged. Now, I'm curious as to how they actually went about doing that, how they voiced it. Was it voiced in a proper way, or was it voiced in a, a more aggressive way? I don't know. Maybe I'll do more research on that. I imagine it was not aggressive. Probably. This is the third time in history Crayola changed the name on a running color, first being Prussian blue. As students no longer understood the reference of Prussia history, it was changed to midnight blue. The second was flesh, that was renamed to peach, as flesh did not represent everybody's skin tone. Interestingly enough, the Indian red was never about Native Americans. It was about the iron oxidized pigment of India and how the color was richly found in the actual country. The name could have been changed to India red, but then who would care to open a box of worms and ensure yet another debate, right? So the older version of the color with the printed label Indian red is considered very rare and is sought after by collectors. Yes, people are sought after for this. So I know people will get offended, but it is what it is. Number 6 on the list here is Eric Carle, one of my favorite authors from when I was a kid. The Caterpillar Green is a special mention. Yes, the one is a special mention on the list. Crayola honors only a few of the unique colors only made for them. Crayola honored Eric Carle with a special green, of course. The green shade is to celebrate Eric Carle's best work, The Hungry Green Caterpillar. This was a book that I loved reading when I was a kid. My mom used to read it to me before bedtime. I always loved it. And I always loved the unique art style that it was too, looking like cutouts. Like paper cutouts. This is a classic tale of change, transformation, and the journey is adored by kids all over the world. So it is a shade from 2009. It is Vibrant Green, a specialty, celebrity specialty. In 2009, the Crayola presented an commemorative 5-foot giant special green crayon to Eric Carle on his birthday. How cool is that? The fifth one on this list here, number 5 of 1, and we keep going up when it comes to more rarity here, is Cambodge Yellow. Now, this is a hex style crayon, which is in that hex style collection, and it's a mustard yellow. This is from 1941 to 1945. Another rare find in Crayola is Cambodge Yellow. The light mustardy shade only came in hex style crayons and wasn't included in a lot of assortment sizes. As all businesses were affected by war, so was Crayola. In 1941, when USA entered World War II, Crayola decided to change things up and alter their offering of hexagonal crayons assortment. The Cambodge Yellow came to be added to this assortment, and for a short period, it was phased out by 1945. War meant sources were scarce, and so were the pigments. Crayola retired many colors in that time frame, and Cambodge Yellow became another casualty of war. The yellow later renamed to Maxim Yellow, or Maxim Yellow. I like that. That's my Russian name, Maxim. I like it. Maxim Yellow. I don't look good in yellow, though, but I do like that name, Maxim. Very nice. Myrtilla Blueberry is number 4, considerably rare on the list. It is now considered Robin Blue. It is also in the Macaroni Grill collection. So this is the Crayola Myrtilla Blueberry. Crayola as a business strategy would partner up with restaurants, one of them being Chili's. Some popular examples here would be also the Macaroni Grill. The crayon Myrtilla Blueberry was exclusively produced for the Macaroni Grill color set, and another one of these is still to be seen, which makes it rare and a collector's item. Number 3 on the list here is the color purple, one of a kind. It is a vibrant blue violet in the specialty collection there, celebrity specialty. Just like Eric Carle's special crayon, this is one that also is a celebrity special from Oprah Winfrey. Or for Oprah Winfrey. The color purple was the first exclusive crayon to be made for someone. In 2006, Oprah held a show called about $1 Million Ideas, and Crayola was mentioned. It was in this show that Crayola presented her with the exclusive color and all but 64 of them with a special number 64 box. The box was also presented by the great-granddaughter of Edward Binney, the pioneers of the Crayola company. The crayon label was also included Oprah's signature and was never officially sold. Safe to say it's considered one of the rarest crayons in the world. Then you get to number 2 on the list, a very rare one known as light blue. This is a blue-white, and it's in the collection of the E.C. Charleston Department Stores special. So that is the color here. Crayola was a very complex color palette history. Many of the colors were eventually renamed. This is one of them. Crayola would always publicly announce the retirement of cherished colors, but few colors actually just vanished in thin air or were never spoken about. These vanishing colors are surely a rare kind. One such example is the light blue. Light blue was produced in 3 different shades over different time periods. This shade of light blue was made in the 1910s for E.C. Charleston's department stores, later merged to become Woolworths. Only 2 such crayons are said to have survived today, which makes it super rare. And then finally, the last one on this list, the number 1 on this list of the rarest, is the C-Rex, the most rare. This is from 2003. It is an orange red, and it is from a contest special brought to you by Kraft Macaroni and Cheese, the cheesiest. This one is notoriously popular because of the mystery that surrounds it. Crayola partnered with Kraft Macaroni and Cheese to develop a special crayon color for its contest. One lucky winner would find the unique color inside one of these special Kraft boxes. Crayola holds no record for the winner, and whoever it was probably decided to keep their anonymity. Geez, I can't pronounce words today. Again, there is no indication if this crayon even actually exists, and it was only produced. It was only produced once. It is evident that the C-Rex is the rarest of the Crayola crayons. So someone out there might be listening and might just happen to have this one rare one, or many of the others that we mentioned here too. You might have that light blue. You might have the color purple with Oprah Winfrey's signature on there. You might have the Myrtilla blueberry, the Cambodge yellow. And if you have that Myrtilla blueberry, that probably means that you probably stole it from either Chili's or the Macaroni Grill. I do recognize the way it looks, though. In fact, I would not be surprised if I've done this before, because I went to Chili's when I was a young kid, and I used to do the coloring books there, or the coloring pages. Lots of interesting colors. Those are the 7 rarest. Do you happen to have one of those in your crayon boxes? Maybe it's time to hunt into maybe your childhood box memories and see if you still have a box of that Crayola crayons, because you might just have a rare color. You never know until you give it a search. So very, very cool. The time is 11:45. We are going to take another quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. So, of course, stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Ivana Brooks. I'm running for Elgin City Council because I have a passion for people and politics. I care deeply for this city, and the city of Elgin is my home, and I want to see all of our people thrive, prosper, and grow for generations to come. I want to lay the groundwork for this city, championing business development and economic prosperity, improving community relations, and empowering our youth, and maneuvering our mental health and substance abuse crisis, because the people of Elgin deserve to have a government that is run by the people, for the people. So join me, and please support by voting for me, Cecilia Ivana Brooks, on Tuesday, April 1st, for Elgin City Council. Thank you. God bless America, and may God bless the city of Elgin. Paid for by the Believers for Cecilia Brooks.
When I never graduated from high school, I realized I wanted to go back to school because I didn't want to work these back-breaking jobs the rest of my life. With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed to come back to school. I felt accomplished, made me feel that I could take on whatever challenges life throws at you.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from Studio 14, serving you the Fox River Valley, all those listeners out there. Thank you so much for tuning in today. We do have a comment here on the text line. Shelley commenting in, saying, Matt, I am enjoying your show today as I do every day. Have a blessed day, and thank you for all you do at WRMN. And Shelley, a big shout out to you. Thank you so much for being a listener. And to all the listeners out there, I know I say it all the time, but you are the reason we are here, WRMN. So we thank everyone for being a part of the conversation, for tuning in, and being together as a community. It's fantastic. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Because you could be anywhere else in the world, but you're here. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it here on WRMN. Don't forget, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/WRMN Radio. You can also find us on Facebook. We're streaming live right now. That is facebook.com/WRMN 1410 Radio. I also did wear purple today. I wanted to, in honor of, we had two Hampshirites, of course, or the Hampshire Whippers, in honor of the Hampshire Whippers. We had Mike Reed, and of course, also morning host Suzie C as well. So in honor of them being on the air today on a Monday during the morning show, I actually did decide to wear purple today. I thought, hey, that might be nice as well, too, to represent that. So very, very cool. Very nice. I'm enjoying that. I like this. I've been liking to wear the purple lately. It's nice. It's a nice kind of royal color. Taking a look here, we've got lots of other days to recognize. We've got here Prom Day. Prom is coming up just around the corner, and many of you out there might remember prom. I did go to prom. I went both times when I was a junior and senior. Had a great time. I went with some friends. Junior year, we went on to a yacht boat in Chicago, in downtown Chicago, right near the Ferris wheel. And that was a really good time. That was very nice. And we got all dressed up. It was fancy. It was like a fancy meal on the boat. And we did some dancing, and it was a good time. So I remember that. I've got some nice pictures there. And then senior year for prom, we went to, oh my goodness, what did I do for senior year? I don't even remember now. I don't know. Where did we go? I don't even remember now. Where did we go for prom senior year? I can't remember. I just remember junior year. I don't remember senior year. That's not good. I don't remember where I went for senior year for prom. I don't think. Where did we go? That's going to bother me now. I don't remember now. It wasn't that long ago, I don't think. It's been almost 10 years. It's been almost 10 years. So yes, this is a day to celebrate, to honor the ultimate high school experience for a typical American teenager. That is prom night. And of course, you walk down memory lane and remember the tuxedos, the corsages, the friendly limo driver too. And of course, also the sentimental parents wiping away tears. It's a way to take a moment to remember the friendship, the joy, and the excitement of that unforgettable, once in a lifetime event. I think my parents probably have pictures of me on during prom. I'm sure it's on their Facebook page. I'll definitely have to check that out. I know that I've got some pictures on there of prom junior year and also senior year as well too. So lots of great memories when it came to doing those fun things in school, and always had a good time. So yeah, I'll probably find it somewhere. So yes, it is prom day today. Another day recognized today is the American Crossword Puzzle Days. Do you like crossword puzzles? Those are always fun. It's a great way to keep the brain and the mind going in shape. It helps you to recognize patterns and figure out what they're known as, of course, puzzles. This year's the American Crossword Puzzle Week is celebrated today through till April 2nd. A crossword puzzle is a word game where you have to find words from the clues provided. Words are on a square or rectangular grid, and the resulting words or phrases have to make sense. I remember when I was in college, I was an avid player of Words with Friends. You don't hear a whole lot of that anymore, Words with Friends, but that was something that was really popular at one point. It might still be popular, I don't know. I'm sure, of course, there are people that still play Words with Friends. It's been a while since I've played, but I do remember playing with some of my high school friends and maybe, with my parents and playing those fun games. Words with Friends, definitely cool. It was a fun game for sure. So they have been played competitively all over the world. American Crossword Puzzle is a tournament where people from all over the world come to compete for the first place to be the national champion in crossword puzzles. So you can definitely have some fun and be a part of this fun day. Play some cool games when it comes to crosswords. And the first crossword puzzles were from 1800s. The puzzles started to appear throughout Europe, 1800 to the 1900s. Now, the first known crossword puzzle was from Liverpool, released the first published crossword puzzle. That is journalist Arthur Wine from Liverpool, England. That was back in 1913. Another day recognized today is a historical figure or actual building tower. That is the Eiffel Tower. It is Eiffel Tower Day. Yes. Eiffel Tower unveiled to the world on this day back in 1889. This is an iconic monument that withstood the test of time and remains as one of the most remarkable wonders of the world. Now, many of you, I'm sure, maybe out there have listened in. You have been to Paris before. You have seen the Eiffel Tower. I think most of us have seen the Eiffel Tower, not necessarily in person, but of course, through pictures, through videos, in movies, TV shows, comedy skits, lots of different things. There's parodies on it. There's different books that have been written on it, articles. So, of course, we all do know, very much so, that the Eiffel Tower is there. So it's definitely a recognized monument in the world. It is a celebration for millions of people. From Calcutta to California, people come together to raise a toast to this masterpiece of architecture. So that is also recognized today. It is Eiffel Tower Day. Let's see here. Another thing that is recognized is the National Bunsen Burner Day is recognized today. Now, I remember using these in school during science classes. Was always kind of like, ooh, I don't know, should I be using this? But of course, it was safe to use because we had good teachers. So, of course, it's found in every high school laboratory. The Bunsen burner is a staple of scientific education in school as well as an essential in professional laboratories, too. So, happy National Bunsen Burner Day. Always was very adamant at using the Bunsen burners, but it was always good and important to have those different rules and regulations when it came to that too. So that was something that was that as well. So always made sure that we were careful. I had good teachers that made sure about that. Another day recognized today is National Clams on the Half Shell Day. Now, I've never had clams before. These are for the seafood lovers. They might not necessarily clam up about their love for clams because they get to devour these meaty saltwater animals that they have probably been clamoring for months. So you saw with the word I did there. Again, maybe a bad dad joke. I don't know. You'll probably hear more of those coming up at the 2 to 4 o'clock hour with Talk Time with Tammy and friends. Some other days recognized when it comes to delicious food, and you enjoy tater tots. Yes, this is a good option for you. I actually did have tater tots over the weekend. I did go to DC Cobb's for the first time. I enjoyed it. I tried the bison burger, so it's a bison meat, a little bit of a leaner meat, a little bit kind of, I wouldn't say tougher, but it was a little bit tougher, leaner meat, an interesting flavor to it, and I did have it with tater tots. So yes, National Tater Day is recognized today. Definitely a fun day to celebrate, as it is the tater tot. And you can bake them, boil them, fry them, mash them, and they're always going to be tasty, maybe with a little side of ketchup, or if you want to be a little bit controversial, maybe some ranch. Or maybe a teriyaki sauce or something else, or I don't know, cream cheese or jelly. But whatever the case might be, tater tots are delicious. You get them double deep fried, and they're really delicious. I have to say, they really deep fried them at DC Cobb's, so I recommend getting their tater tots. And then lastly, here, another day recognized is to all the very hard-working farmers out there. It is National Farm Workers Day. A big shout out to my friend Charlie, who lives on a farm with his mom and grandpa, who are farmers in Genoa. Very nice people. And they're all very, very hardworking too. And that goes for all the farmers out there too. We would not have the food, the soil, the resources, and the hard work if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much to all the farmers out there who do work daily and very hard. It's a lot to keep up a farm, even a small one too. So we thank you, everyone, and we pay tribute to the unsung heroes who deserve so much recognition on a farm, who are hired, work first, doing part together to plow fields, operate tractors, spreading fertilizer, and of course, doing what they can to help us out when it comes to food sources. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. We'll be back.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
We are AFGE, the American Federation of Government Employees. We represent 700,000 federal and D.C. government workers who are the vital threads of the fabric of American life. We support our nation's military. We take care of our nation's veterans. We protect our nation's borders. We respond to our nation's crises and natural disasters. We provide services to our nation's seniors. The American Federation of Government Employees. We work for America.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
This is WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. A powerful earthquake followed by a strong aftershock has rocked Thailand and neighboring Myanmar. News Nation's Nick Smith reports so far at least 3 people have been killed while others remain trapped in the rubble.
The first quake, a 7.7 magnitude, struck Myanmar in the city of Mandalay. That's a religious and cultural capital. Then 12 minutes later, a 6.4 magnitude quake hit just a few miles away. The shocks have been felt as far away as southwest China, and there is extensive damage in Myanmar right now. But we're having trouble getting updates from there since the military force controls nearly all forms of communication.
Amateur video shows buildings shaking and collapsing. Myanmar's military-run government declared a state of emergency in 6 regions and states, including the capital, Naypyidaw, and Mandalay. We could soon see some fallout from the Signal group chat scandal that's been dogging the Trump administration. News Nation's Libby Dean has the latest.
CBS News is reporting that the president may fire National Security Advisor Mike Waltz or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth if the story continues to make headlines as it has all week. Now, this week, we saw a lot of things play out. We saw congressional hearings, court challenges, and ultimately the release of nearly all of these messages, but including in this group chat, ones like this this from Pete Hegseth, which included operational details. Now, the Trump administration and Trump intelligence officials claim that these were not classified details from Pete Hegseth. That's been the big back and forth here.
The chat was discussing a military operation in Yemen. A reporter from The Atlantic was apparently inadvertently added to the chat and broke the story.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. 4-game winning streak for the Bulls. They got by the Lakers 119-117 last night. Chicago pulled away in the fourth with a 44-26 advantage after being outscored 32-17 in the third quarter. Josh Giddey with a triple-double. Major League Baseball today, the Cubs visit the Diamondbacks. Jamison Taillon faces Merrill Kelly. The Cubs rallied past the Diamondbacks for a 10-6 win yesterday. Miguel Amaya had a pair of doubles and 5 RBI, leading the Cubs to the win. The White Sox are off today and play host to the Angels tomorrow afternoon. Jonathan Cannon starts for the Sox. Jose Soriano, the starter for the Angels. The White Sox pounded LA 8-1 on Thursday. Andrew Benintendi, Lennon Sosa, and Austin Slater homered for the Sox. Save big when you bundle auto and home, renters, or condo with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. The place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Here's Comedians and Skechers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. In all your favorite Skechers styles, find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, partly sunny with a high near 46. Windy with gusts up to 25 miles per hour. This afternoon, partly sunny with a high near 46. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 29. Tomorrow, partly sunny with a high near 44. Currently, it is 35 and overcast. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch. We are in the 12 o'clock hour here. We hope that you've been enjoying the show so far. You've been enjoying your day. Happy Monday. It's a little bit overcast. We see just a tad bit of mixtures of some sun and some clouds that are coming through on both ends here, but it is definitely a spring day outside. We are seeing the temperatures here in the 40s, high of 49 degrees for today. Sun and clouds mixed. We're going to be seeing a mixture of some sun and some clouds. Currently taking a look at the temperatures right now, it's 39. So we're almost up to 40, which means, it's a little bit chillier out there, but not too bad. We do see a low of 29 degrees for tonight. We're going to be seeing a few passing clouds. So a few passing clouds there. That'll be coming up for tonight. Tomorrow on Tuesday, we do see a high of 47 degrees, a mixture of clouds and sun early, and then a low of 40 degrees coming up for Tuesday night. We are going to be seeing some rain. So it's going to be cloudy with rain developing after midnight, low of about 40 degrees, chance of rain about 90%. Rainfall near 1/4 of an inch, higher wind gusts possible that we could be seeing. Heading on into Wednesday. Wednesday is when we see a high of 65, but it's supposed to be thunderstorms, potential for severe thunderstorms throughout the day. That humidity is about an 86% humidity. We see it dropping down to a low of 43 degrees and a few clouds. That is going to be coming up for Wednesday night. When we do get into Thursday, we see it as a high of 54 degrees, partly cloudy skies during the morning hours, becoming overcast in the afternoon. We do see it dropping down to a low of 38, cloudy near with early with the partial clearing expected a little bit later into the day. That'll be coming up for Thursday. Friday here, we have a high of 52. Cloudy skies. We see overcast with rain showers at times. We see a low of 40 degrees is predicted here for Friday night. Into Saturday, a few showers, a high of 48 and a low of 35 is predicted with cloudy skies. Into Sunday, that'll be April 6th. We see partly cloudy and a high of 46, dropping down to 27 as our low for Sunday night. And then into next Monday here, we do see partly cloudy skies and a high of about 45, dropping down to a low of 26 with a few clouds from time to time. So that is the weather and forecast, what we are seeing currently right now and what we might be seeing later on into the rest of the day. We're seeing, of course, here possibly starting to bloom a little bit here, some of the flowers as we do get out of March into April. When we do start to see more showers running through, we'll definitely start to then notice that it'll be the time to start planting your flowers. Also a great time, of course, to partake in spring cleaning. And maybe you want to get rid of some stuff. Well, Tradio will begin at about 12:30. That'll be our official Tradio segment starting at 12:30. It'll be the time to call into the show, inform us on what you're looking to purchase, sell, or trade. You can also text us at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410 if you do want to text us. You can also follow us on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Hit that subscribe button, click the notification bell. Our listenership and subscribers are growing in numbers, and thank you to you, and we appreciate that. I always say that a lot, of course, but you know what I do. We all do here. You can also take a look at the message line, 505-926-1410. You can text us there, or also find us on Facebook, facebook.com at WRMN 1410 Radio. I did find some prom pictures. I did send them over. I'll share them to you here on the screen. So my junior year, I wore a black tuxedo. My brother did too. We matched, of course. You know, we're twins. We have to match. I had quite the stylish shoes as well, too. It was black and white shoes. I remember they were borrowed shoes that I got from Spring Hill Mall. So that was a lot of fun, going onto the boat in downtown Chicago. And then my senior year, I just can't remember specifically where we went. That's the thing. It's weird. I can't remember. I wish I could get back to that skinniness. And I was blonde, too. I was naturally blonde. I was quite blonde. naturally. And then afterwards, I dyed it so much that it was like, what are you doing? And so now it's just brown. Because in college, I dyed it different colors. I dyed it black. I dyed it brown. I dyed it red. I dyed it blue. I dyed it purple. Yes, I was a purple-haired person. Yeah. At one point, yes, the colorful hair. I did have that at one point. Now it's just, kind of just brown. It's just brown, but nonetheless. So good memories there back in the day. It's been about 10 years since those pictures were taken. So, oh, how time flies by. Yes, definitely cherish those moments while you can. Taking a look here, don't forget you can also check out our website, WRMN1410.com. You can watch us live. You can tune in through the app. Easy peasy to do there. Just with a touch of a button, you can listen to us pretty much from anywhere. Check out our lineup. Don't forget about weekend programming, on-air schedule. Check out information about us, too, that is posted onto our website. You'll be able to find information about the hosts. We'll definitely get more updated as time goes by, too, so definitely feel free to view that information posted. That is on WRMN1410.com is where you can find that information posted, and it's also available on our Facebook page. Taking a look at the time here, we're going to be approaching 12:13 pretty soon. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick time out. And then when we do come back, we'll give you information on a good place that you can go to when it comes to some very comfort food. If you love all things fried food, you're like, this is not a time to eat healthy. This is a time to pack on the calories, pack on the juicy, delicious burgers, the mozzarella sticks, the cheese curds, the tater tots. It's National Tater Day. This is a place that I recommend to you that you can try out within the Dundee Township area. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll also go through some other things here too. What else is happening locally here within the Fox River Valley area? So stay tuned for that. You are listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We'll be back with more in just a little bit.
65 recently like me. It's important you find a Medicare Advantage plan that gives you the coverage you're looking for. But finding one can be difficult. The best thing I did, and I suggest you do the same, is call a licensed insurance agent and let them walk you through your Medicare Advantage plan options. There are so many benefits you have access to, so make the call now and let the representatives explain everything to you. Our licensed insurance agents can offer you a variety of Medicare Advantage plans. Plus, the call is free, the information is free, and there's no obligation to enroll. We're here to make it easy for you to select a Medicare Advantage plan that may work for your needs. Finding a Medicare Advantage plan can be easy if you do what I did. Make a quick call right now to learn more. Thank you.
800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. 800-433-3082. That's 800-433-3082.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
This is the Chef of Love, Chef Jannard, TV host and restaurateur. My grandparents harvested their land to sell food and share this overflowing bounty with our community. Grandma said, for every yam we pick, we give one away. In the world they cultivated, I love preparing and eating dinner with my family on Sundays. When our resources changed, food assistance programs sustained us. They gave me fuel to start my first culinary business at 16 years old, and inspiration to donate the extra food in my community. Through my life, I've developed an appetite to work with others to ensure everyone has access to the nutritious food we need to thrive. Together, we can help end hunger. Come on, join the movement with Feeding America by volunteering, donating, and advocating. Learn more at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving you, the Fox River Valley listeners out there today. Thanks so much for tuning in today here. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. It is definitely, it's not too bad outside. It's a little bit chillier, a little bit overcast, but not completely overcast to the point where it's super dark. You can still, of course, see where you're going, and that's good, of course. That's good. Looks like the roads are a little bit on the lighter side today, but parking is filled here in the downtown area. Got some people, of course, walking downtown, maybe even watching us as well here, too. There's a guy who's been on his bike kind of watching from across the street. Thanks so much for tuning in today. I think I caught his attention with some of that music that we played here just now, too. Some of the nice, fun little music that I like to play here on Out to Lunch, right? I always like to get you in the groove. It is Out to Lunch, and we do like to talk about food, of course, here. So let's talk about a good place to go to when it comes to signature flavored wings, juicy smash burgers, draft beer, right? And maybe even some delicious flavors of Alaska. This place is called the Arctic Wolf Ale House. Now, this is a place that is opening later today at 4 p.m., and they're at 1959 Huntley Road in the Dundee Township area. They're a family-friendly tavern inspired by Alaska, offering a range of comfort foods, and there's definitely a big emphasis on the comfort foods here. This is a place to go to when it comes to lots of delicious food options. When it's like, comfort food. I mean, what do you get there with comfort food? Saltiness, sugariness, all the nisses. You got, of course, fried. You've got baked. You got cooked. You've got everything that you need when it comes to deliciousness. Cheese, bacon, meats. I mean, they've got a lot of different things here. And then if you want to do something a little bit more fun, you've got a little bit of cocktails. You got some beers that are featured on the list here. So let's dive in a little bit here and check out what they have to offer. Cocktails and even some happy hour food options. So they do have their website, and they also do have their Facebook page too. I always like to kind of start off here by, if you are watching on YouTube or Facebook, giving you a little insight on what they have in terms of their decorations, in terms of their atmosphere. So it's a little bit more of a dimmer atmosphere. The ceilings are painted black, which means, of course, that the neon lights that happen to be in there do stand out a little bit more. A lot of dark colors, neutral dark colors, and then you also get a little spurse of some very glow-in-the-dark style of colors here, too, that you can find. Now, they do have a good list of different options, including their fries that you can get. They've got, of course, loaded nachos, and you can load them to the brink with deliciousness. They've got their juicy burgers, they've got their beers, they've got their cocktails. They also offer delicious desserts to try out there too. So some good options here located at the West Dundee area. This is the Arctic Wolf Ale House. They've got chicken sandwiches, you can get desserts, you can get beef sandwiches with cheese. Does that look delicious? Onion rings, martinis, cocktails, beers. They've got the works here for you in a nice establishment. And on the days when it's a little bit warmer out, you can even sit outside in their parking lot. So let's take a dive into their menu. This is the Arctic Wolf Ale House, from the tundra to your table. I like that. That's a good catchphrase. Now, this is a little information about the owner as well. After 25 years living in Alaska, I wanted to bring the same spirit of bold flavors, big portions, and genuine hospitality to West Dundee, Illinois, a place where great food speaks for itself. This is the Arctic Wolf Ale House, built on the values of quality, consistency, and a no-nonsense approach to doing things right. At the heart of their menu are their smash burgers. And that's a great thing too, when you go to a place that offers something that's, hearty, that's what they're known for, tends to be very, very delicious. They put a lot of time and quality into that. It's made with fresh, high-quality ingredients and seared to perfection. Now, alongside all of these delicious burger options that they're known for, their smash burgers, you'll also be able to find their wings, their fresh-made wings, house-made sauces, and hand-battered Atlantic cod, famous for the Fish Fry Fridays. Yes, and that's coming up here on Friday. So Good Friday's just around the corner, too. Everything that they serve is built on the same foundation. You get the bold flavors, you get the generous portions. Always important to have that too. Another thing too, when you go to a place and you come hungry and then you leave with extras, that really tells you that you're getting good portions there. They've got wings, they've got beer, they've got cocktails to choose from. They have that commitment to consistency there. So give them a try, check them out. They're inspired by the Arctic, built from the Midwest, and they welcome you to the den that is Arctic Wolf Ale House. So good introduction there too. So let's dive into their menu and see what they've got on their menu. Starting off, you can do their drafted and bottled beer, so they offer that. They have their whole beer list, so you can do a Blue Moon, Kona Big Wave, Alaskan Amber. They also offer their Modelo Especial. They've got their Revolution. They've got their Kishwaukee Brewing. They've got their bottles and cans, so you can do a Budweiser, Busch Light, Miller Lite, Modelo. They've got their Stella, Old Style, and more. They've also got their house wine, so you can do a Chardonnay, Pinot Grigio, Pinot Noir, Cabernet, Merlot, Moscato as well too, and even a white Zinfandel. And I think actually I pronounced all of those correctly this time. You can try their seltzers as well too. So they've got their good draft bottles, seltzers, and wine list to choose from. Now, of course, you can also try their lunch and daily specials. So today is Monday. Now, it does say that they are closed and they're open at 4 o'clock. So, of course, it does say their lunch specials. Let me actually take a look here and see what the actual times are when it does come to Arctic Wolf Ale House. Let me see. Because it does say lunch specials, but they are closed. Oh, because their lunch specials are on the weekends. Okay. So their hours of operation, 4 to 11, Monday through Thursday. On the weekends, Friday and Saturday, they're open 11 a.m. until 11 p.m. And then Sunday, they're open 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. And then the kitchen's open 4 to 10. So if we take a look at their menu, if you go over on the weekends, they do offer their lunch specials. But if you do want to try out their daily specials, they have those too. So later for tonight, they've got their OG burger for $10, Miller Lite pints for $3.50, and their Mai Tais for just $5. Not too bad. On Tuesdays, they have their Taco Tuesday specials. Their street tacos for $2 with a minimum of 3, Modelo pints at $4, and their house margaritas at $5. You can try their Wild Wednesday deals, including their Wednesday wings. That's a minimum of 6 for 99-cent wings. Their Kona Big Wave pints for $4, and their house glass of wine for $4 too, which is pretty good. Some places offer house glass of wine on special for $5. They offer it for $4. So you can give them a try. They have their Friday fish fry that you can try out on Fridays, which is what they're known for. Saturdays, they have their delicious cheese steak sandwiches, Alaskan Amber pints, and Jack mixers. And if you do want to try out their Arctic nachos, that's their loaded nachos. On Sundays, they have it at 50% off. So you get some pretty good steals of deals here when it comes to their lunch and daily specials. Now, if you're just generally going there too and you're not maybe looking for those specials, then of course you can try out their long list of appetizers and more. They've got onion rings. You can try their pretzels. You get the giant Bavarian pretzel twist, which of course is great for sharing with someone, even though it might be tempting to kind of have it for yourself, especially if you come very hungry. They've got their loaded fries. So what they do included here in their loaded fries, are chicken tenders. Now, you don't really hear a whole lot of that, too. When it comes to loaded fries, you don't hear a whole lot that there's chicken tenders in there. But in this case, at the Arctic Wolf Ale House, they do have their chicken tenders incorporated into their loaded fries. They've got nacho cheese, wolf sauce. You can add bacon bits for an additional charge if you like. And that is their loaded fries. You can try their Arctic nachos, cheese curds, chips and salsa, boom boom shrimp, and fried pickles. You can also try out their wings, their boneless or traditional wings with different sauces. They are known for their smash burgers. They include 2 never frozen 4-ounce smashed beef patties on their brioche buns. You can try fries, tater tots, or coleslaw. Upgrade if you'd like to waffle fries, sweet potato fries, or onion rings. And if you want to deluxe it, get it with tomatoes, onions, pickles, and shredded lettuce. And you can even add some good bacon on there too if you'd like. You can try the alternatives, try out their different other options. So they offer their chicken wraps, they offer chicken strips, BLTs, buffalo chicken wraps. I'm already getting so hungry already. Spicy chicken sandwich. They have something called their wolf wrap, which is 2 smashed beef patties, American cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and wolf sauce. So they have basically, it's a burger in a wrap formation. That sounds like something I think I should try out if I do end up going there. If you have kids, bring the kids along. They've got their kids burgers, kids drinks, chicken tenders, grilled cheese, and corn dogs. If you are looking for a little bit more of the healthier side of things, balance it out a little bit, you can try their boom boom shrimp salad, chicken Caesar salad, buffalo chicken salad, or house salad. Sides and extras, they've got a good list here. You can try their basket of fries. They do offer mac and cheese. You can get chili. So you can do a cup or a bowl of chili. They've got their coleslaw, side of guacamole. You can try their salsa. They have their homemade sauces there too. And then they also do have their fish fries. So they have their 2-piece fish and chips, fish sandwich that you can get, or their 4-piece. And then if you do want to end the day or night, you can try their fudge brownie sundae, which includes fudge brownie, vanilla ice cream, and chocolate syrup. Or also try their vanilla ice cream. 1 scoop of vanilla ice cream and chocolate syrup. And hey, you could probably get an extra scoop or 2 if you really want to go full ham or full ice cream on that delicious ice cream treat. So give it a try. Check out more information found on their website, arcticwolfalehouse.com. You can also follow them on their Facebook page. They posted yesterday their housed salad topped with crispy chicken tenders. That's always pretty good too when you get a nice salad with cut up crispy chicken tenders. Yum. You can also check out their burgers. They posted last Saturday their cheesesteak special. And you can also get their Captain Mixers there too. Those burgers and sandwiches look fantastic. They also have new arrivals, bright, bubbly, and perfect for spring, a Perlo Spritz and Limoncello Spritz. They also have their Alaskan beer, Alaskan Juice Hazy IPA. You can get for $5 a can. So if you want to keep up to date and in the loop with what they have to offer too, you can follow them on Facebook. They're again located at 1959 Huntley Road in West Dundee. Some good food choices to choose from and good hospitality. Stay tuned. When we come back, we'll be in our Tradio segment here on WRMN, taking you out to lunch. We'll be back.
Recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
The Moose Lodge 799 in Elgin is a place to connect with family, friends, and your community. Moose Lodge 799 is conveniently located at 925 South McLean Boulevard, and they offer fun family activities, exciting community service projects, and live entertainment on the weekends. Moose Lodge 799 opens at 2 p.m. Tuesday through Friday and 11 a.m. on weekends. For more information about becoming a member, call 847-741-0799. Moose Lodge 799, where you're more than a member, you're family.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. If you have been listening into the radio and you have moved over to YouTube, or you've just been staying here on YouTube and on Facebook, they might have noticed the transition here. Well, we are playing that White Sox game right now here on the stick. That is the AM 1410 dial. So we are currently playing that. Absolutely. Which means here that we are still also on Facebook and also on youtube.com at WRMN Radio. So, of course, I currently am not on the airwaves right now. So we are just on YouTube and we're also on Facebook as well. So you can still tune in. We're still going to continue on here with Out to Lunch with WRMN. You'll still be able to let us know what you're looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. So we are currently now on YouTube, just on YouTube and also on Facebook. So the app is down right now. We do have the AM 1410 dial playing the White Sox game. How cool is that? Isn't this so cool that we here at WRMN get to play the White Sox game? I think that's fantastic. So very, very cool. So if you are tuning in right now through the AM 1410 dial, it is going to be playing the White Sox game. But you can still join us here on Out to Lunch with WRMN. You'll be able to do so through the YouTube side of things and also on Facebook. So there we go. We're still going to be, of course, doing our Tradio segment. So if anyone's wanting to call in, let me know. 847-931-1410. You can still call in and let us know what you're looking to purchase, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area. If you would rather move over and listen to the Sox game, you absolutely can do so. That is through the AM 1410 dial only is where you'll be able to listen to that. So the app is down. currently right now. But if you do want to stick around here for, of course, physical on-air programming here on YouTube, currently right now is where we are at. So feel free to stay tuned and listen in. We've got here, of course, radio caller Susanna. She's from the Rocco USA. That's Rescue Our Children organization. She's giving away free circus tickets. That's really, really cool. So if you do want to reach out, you can register on their website. Sign up to win in April. How cool is that? It's great for children and also for parents. It's a fun activity to do. I would say definitely get in on that. So if you want to, I'll even show you their website here. You can check them out. That is roccousa.org. You pull up their website, how much you want to guarantee. Yep, the first thing that comes up is the circus tickets. Win those circus tickets for the family of 4. Visit their website, roccousa.org, for more info. Winners will be announced It says April 1st. Is that right? Oh, no. I'm trying to see what it says there. Register to win. Okay, let me see. And now the mail's coming up. The email. Get out of here. Come on. Okay. So you can check out more information. Visit the website. That is roccousa.org. You can also share your miracles and conversations. That is on WRMN AM 1410. You can find that there too, posted onto their page. How cool is that? Very, very cool. So let's see some other things that are also coming up here as well, too. Oh, my goodness. Got a lot of things going on here. Let's see. We've got here our other Tradio callers that have called in. We've got the 40-volt electric chainsaw, 18-inch bar. It does come with the chain as well. It's the 5-amp-hour battery. Brand new. It's a Makita brand. That is for $375. That's the asking price on that. And then also a couple of buckets of deck screws that you can also find too. They're 2.5 inches long and coated, asking $70 for each of those buckets. You can also check out here too. Feel free to reach out, 847-8813. That's 847-8813 is that number. So of course, feel free to reach out. Give us a call here too, or you can still text us at 505-926-1410. We still got a couple watchers here on the YouTube side of things. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Like I said, we are playing the Sox game right now on the AM 1410 dial. So if you would prefer to go over there, if you're like, I'm getting sick of Matt talking so much, I want to listen to the Sox game, feel free to head on over to that AM 1410 dial. That's where you'll be able to listen to the Sox game. Very, very cool. But if you want to stick around, hey, thanks for sticking around. We've got Greg here looking for bicycles, Schwinn bicycles, late 1800s to the 1960s, 70s, 80s. They can be parts, pieces, and or accessories, really in any condition. He's got Stingrays, high-end racing bikes, etc. He's also looking for vintage Omega watches, men's and women's watches, and also those diver-style watches. He's a collector, not a dealer, so he'll pay a fair price for those too. He's also got that cash in hand. He's also looking for a mini bike or go-kart from the 60s to the 70s. And then he also does have for sale a Toro power shovel. He also does have a Toro electric blower for sale, which is in good shape for $10. The electric Toro power shovel, it's powered by an electric cord, is for $20. So if you do want to reach out, that number is 847-884-6033. So again, 847-884-6033 is that number to reach out to. And that's Greg. Let's see, we also have Elliot here looking for the Indiana Jones collectibles. That's always fun. Lots of Indiana Jones stuff that you can find out there. Memorabilia, so he's a collector. You can feel free to text him. That number is 224-385-669. My goodness, excuse me, 0. That's 224-385-6690. We've got the Tradio caller has the 77 Corvette for sale. It's $5,000 or best offer. So if you do want to reach out, that is 630-400-2730. So again, 630-400-2730 is that number. We have the Tradio caller has the Country House for sale in Elgin on Plato Road. So it's 7 miles west of Elgin, 5 bedrooms, and it's on an acre or 1.5 acres of land. The asking price is $359,000. If anyone is interested, please feel free to call the owner, Linda. That number to dial is 847-269-5200. So that's 847-269-5200. We've got Wood by Jeff in Elgin. I'm sorry. My goodness me. Peru, Illinois. He was in Elgin, but he has those boxes of literature. He's got the woodworking catalogs too. So if anyone's interested, that number is 630-365-9488. 630-365-9488 is that number. Another Tradio caller here has a lot of things, lots of good things. Love seat and sofa, asking $400 for it, in good shape. Also has 2 end tables and coffee table. $125 is the asking price for that. Also has other things that she can show in person too. She provided 2 numbers. So she provided 847-695-9881. That's 847-695-9881. And then she also did leave another number here too. It's 847-502-4612. Leave a message if she doesn't answer. And then we have another Tradio caller here, Motorcycle Tony. He does look for the Japanese motorcycles. He's in the Schaumburg area. He's got cash in hand too. Also looking for Honda scooters. So if you want to reach out, that's 630-335-3312. So 630-335-3312. We have a Tradio caller as the desk for sale. It's in good shape. Heavy glass on top. $150 is the asking price. Also has a Schwinn bicycle built for 2 for $300. So if you want to reach out, that's 847-401-3113. So 847-401-3113 is that number. We have another Tradio caller has the generic generator. So if you want a brand new one here, folks, this is available for $300. Also has a Kennedy toolbox for $50, air compressor for $20. Can send pictures if you want to reach out. That's 847-420-8028. So that's 847-420-8028. We have the free item. It's a fully functional Kenwood turntable. I mean, come on, this is a good deal. It's for free. It's a Kenwood turntable. You can contact Dennis and Niles. That is 773-603-5460. So that's, again, 773-603-5460. We'll take another quick time out here. Again, we are playing the Sox game live currently right now on the main stick. That is the AM 1410 dial. So you'll be able to tune in there. Or if you want to stick with us here on YouTube for a little bit, you can feel free to do that as well too. We'll probably stop streaming afterwards in just a bit, probably in roughly like maybe 15 minutes or so. But we'll take a quick time out and then we'll be back and we'll keep it chillax right here on YouTube, youtube.com @WRMN Radio. And we're also on Facebook. So you can follow us on Facebook, facebook.com @WRMN 1410 Radio. So stay tuned for that. Of course, we will be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. Make sure to get those commercials up here. I have to manually put them in, letting you in on the little thing here on YouTube. Yeah, I have to manually put the commercials in here on my end. So stay tuned. We'll keep it chillax, and we'll be back after this.
Hi, this is Mark Bialek, and I am running for re-election to be an Elgin Township trustee. As both a trustee and as your morning show voice on WRMN, I have always taken pride in connecting with the residents of Elgin and Elgin Township on a one-on-one basis. And it's this connection with the local community and its feelings and thoughts, combined with relationships that I've been able to form with many local leaders, that give me the balance of views that I need to use to help form my opinions, decisions, and votes at our board meetings. I also understand that as an elected official, it's my responsibility to represent people of all beliefs and cultures, and I take that responsibility seriously, priding myself on taking on all issues with an open mind. lead. I am also proud to say that over the past 4 years, I've been able to spearhead America's First Responders Fest, an annual local festival that brings local people together with our great first responders. So please consider me, Mark Bialek, Marky B for trustee, and thank you for taking the time to vote in your important local elections. Paid for by Friends for
Kids today live in a world full of social pressure, bullying, and substance abuse. LEAD has a solution. LEAD connects law enforcement agencies with schools to deliver tested, proven, and effective anti-drugs and violence training to kids. Learn more about LEAD, Law Enforcement Against Drugs and Violence, and our work to create safer, healthier communities at leadrugs.org or on social media at We Are LEAD. Sponsored by LEAD, Inc.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move, so I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day, I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Hey, hello, welcome back to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. So I just realized here, wait a minute. Okay, so I'm on YouTube, right? I'm on YouTube. I'm not on the airwaves. Oh no, what's Matt got in mind? No, nothing crazy. But I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's kind of make it just a little bit more relaxed. Because many of you might be tuning in off YouTube and onto the AM 1410 dial, because we are playing the White Sox game. But if you decided to stick around, we are still streaming here on the YouTube side of things. So if you would like to, of course, feel free to check us out here on youtube.com. That's youtube.com at WRMN 1410 radio. Yes, absolutely. So feel free to do that. Check us out. That is, again, youtube.com at WRMN 1410 radio. If you want to send anything over to the text line, you can do that. 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. So with this being said here, since we're on YouTube, we still have about roughly 10 minutes or so left. I technically could just go off now because we are on YouTube, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go until 1 o'clock. So yes, I'm still going to go on here till 1 o'clock. Afterwards, we'll stop streaming and then we'll eventually be back on. But again, we are currently playing the Sox game right now too. So if you do want to head on over there, you can feel free to do so. But In the meantime, let's take a look. What are some movies that are playing right now? Because I'm kind of curious. What are some good movies? So if you go into movies, you can check out Elgin Movie Theater. That's the one that's closest to me, so we'll see what's that. There's the Minecraft movie. Okay. So this one they've got here. Hell of a Summer is another one. I don't know what that is. That looks like some weird teen flick that they've got. They've got A Working Man. I'm not quite sure what that one's about. The Woman in the Yard. Ooh, this looks interesting. So what's this about? Okay. I'm telling you, we're keeping it we're keeping it just kind of more chillax here. Okay, now I'm curious as to what this is. So Woman in the Yard, this looks like a horror movie. It is. Drama, horror, thriller. A lone spectral woman shrouded entirely in black appears on a family's front lawn without explanation and warns them today's the day. Where did she come from? What does she want? When will she leave? Only the woman in the yard knows. From Blumhouse, the most successful global brand in horror, comes a new original chiller starring BAFTA and SAG nominee, I don't know what that means, Danielle Dedler. So she's been in a couple different films there. Looks like here, nothing I'm really familiar with. So this is The Woman in the Yard is a horror movie. So it goes into that. She's alone in her rural farmhouse. That's always creepy. You never know what can go on in a rural farmhouse for sure. They've got some other ones. Oh, they're playing Grease. Okay, so this is at the Dream Lounger. This is coming up. Marcus Theater in Elgin. That's tonight at 7:30. They're going to be playing that classic. John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John. So if you're a big Grease fan, that is coming up tonight. That sounds like a lot of fun. They're playing Snow White. I'm not going to talk about that. That movie looks stupid. I'm just going to say that. Anyways, they've got The Penguin Lessons is another one. This is a drama film. I saw this trailer and I thought it looked kind of boring to me personally, but maybe it's good. They have that playing at 12, or no, well, they're already playing that now. Then it's going to be at 3:10, 5:50, and 8:40. They've got some other movies that you can check out here too. The Chosen, Last Supper Part 1. Kind of interesting. Death of a Unicorn. I've been seeing this one here too. I love, her name slips me now. Gosh dang it. Jenna Ortega. Yeah, she's pretty cool. She's a cool woman. I like her in a lot of films, including Wednesday. Wednesday. I got to think about the terms. Locked is another movie they're playing. Couple other ones that is going on. Mickey 17, The Monkey. I still have yet to see that one. And Dogman has been playing for quite a bit now. So that's at the Marcus Theaters. If you want to give them a try, check them out. And also check out some other theaters too. So there's my goodness, IMAX in Barrington, I think is one you can go to. AMC Barrington. You can go to that one. They've got some movies that are currently playing right now there too. If you want to try them, Magazine Dreams. What's this one? This one looks interesting. Magazine Dreams. She looks very familiar. Oh, she's from Swallow. That's another movie. It's a thriller movie. Don't worry. This is Magazine Dreams follows an aspiring bodybuilder, Killian Maddox, who looks after his ailing grandfather while pursuing his dreams and struggling to find human connection. Interesting. So if you want to check out that one too, there's trailers. AMC theaters always have really comfortable seating there, which is pretty nice. I always like to get myself like a burger if you can. Oh, that's always really good. Get yourself a nice burger. They've got IMAX at AMC. You can check out discounts, so you can give them a try too. Discounts. They've got private theater rentals. So if you want that for like a party, that sounds like a good time too. Laser at AMC. They've got Media Center. You can try out their associated portal. When it comes to their company, now I'm just reading a bunch of stuff right now. So if you want to check them out, those are the different theaters. So you can view things that are kind of going around the area when it comes to some fun shows. Lots of good ones out there, it looks like. So give it a try. Now, of course, what is this? Steamboat? Oh, now I'm intrigued. Steamboat? This looks like a horror movie. Now I'm curious about this. What is this? Steamboat. I hope Disney doesn't sue these people. Steamboat. Okay, so this is supposed to be on Steamboat Willie. Ooh, this looks really weird. This looks really weird, this movie. Ew. This looks really weird. Okay. That's fascinating. Late night boat ride in New York City becomes a struggle for survival when a seemingly harmless mouse transforms into a dangerous monster. Okay. Got some unique, interesting movies out there, folks. Check out more information if you want to. I'm going to say this is wrapping it up here for Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in. Thanks for letting me kind of chillax a little bit more here on this side of things, since we're just on YouTube, so I can kind of be a little bit more chillaxed for sure. If you do want to check out, of course, view our AM 1410 dial, you can tune in. The White Sox game is currently playing right now as well. So if you want to do that, feel free to do so. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. This will wrap it up here for the show. Stay tuned for more. I'll be back again, of course, tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, I am going to be having Derek in, so he's going to be coming into the station. Wednesday, I was going to have 2 interviews. Vessi Mink, who is a singer and songwriter, unfortunately has the flu. She'll be in next week. So I do have 1 interview. Her name is Kim McLeod. She's going to be calling in the station Wednesday. She is an author. She's a pretty cool author, so she's going to be talking with us a little bit here. She's got some Easter baskets that you can make, and she'll give you some ideas on that, which is fantastic. And then on Friday, we're having Linda Bradford Foster, who's a coordinator for the Golden Ages Senior Organization. She's going to be coming into the station to announce an upcoming seminar, which will be April 5th. So that'll be on Friday at 11 o'clock. Stay tuned. If you do want to listen to the AM 1410 dial, you'll be able to listen in to the Sox game. And if not, I'm going to head on out here, and we'll be back with more in just a little bit. But I'm going to peace out for now. Hopefully everyone is having a good rest of your day, a fantastic rest of your afternoon. Get some good lunch. I'm going to be having some sesame seed chicken that I am just craving to just dig into it. So stay tuned. If you want to listen to, of course, more, check us out on the main AM 1410 dial.